Chapter 1382. When Liang Shan heard this, he brought Wu Yufei to watch from the back. He said, "I've long heard of that Shui Yang. He used to be a scoundrel. He was taken in by Lin Che and became a trainee. Seriously, Lin Che has all kinds of people mixed in." Wu Yufei said, "It's fine as long as he can be famous." Liang Shan looked askance at his Wu Yufei. This child was really going against him every day. She even ruined his place in front of others. Wu Yufei couldn't be bothered with him. She went to play with her own fingers. Seriously, he couldn't do it, and yet he refused to admit it. Every day, he criticized Lin Che. Then he shouldn't imitate their method of nurturing newcomers. At the end of the day, he was also nurtured using that method. However, Lin Che and the others were always responsible for their artists. But on Xing Hui's side, the artists who couldn't do it were kicked aside. Just look at Shui Yang. He already had a scar on his face, and Lin Che still thought of another way for him. If it was Xing Hui, they would have hidden him long ago. At this moment, Lin Che arrived. The people from the union rushed to welcome Mrs. Gu. "Ah, Mrs. Gu is here." The union didn't like people like Lin Che who had too much news. They always felt that he was a bad influence in the entertainment industry. An artist who had so much news should not just focus on acting. But now that Lin Che was Mrs. Gu, things were different. "Mrs. Gu, the artist that your agency has nurtured is really good. I saw it this time and the movie is not bad. You have a good chance of winning an award. This Shui Yang is really the pride of the entertainment industry in Country C. Our union specially prepared a medal for him today." Lin Che was dressed in a black dress, elegant and elegant. Because it was a formal occasion, not an ordinary banquet, it was a banquet organized by the union. Hence, the clothes were very formal and there was nothing special. But perhaps it was because she was now Mrs. Gu, everyone felt that she was especially elegant when they looked at her. After Lin Che exchanged pleasantries with the union for a while, she saw Liang Shan avoiding her gaze and walking over to talk to Wu Yufei. But Wu Yufei didn't give him face. The moment he turned around, Wu Yufei stood up and left. Liang Shan blushed and had no choice but to meet Lin Che's face. Since they were already eye to eye, he had no choice but to stand up and greet them. Liang Shan said, "Hello, Mrs. Gu. It's rare to see you. You're so busy, but you're still attending the union's banquet. You're really supporting the work of the union. How could that be? Brother Liang Shan is the amazing one. He's a big brother in the world of agents. He even came to our Shui Yang's welcome party. Oh right, I heard that you have a good relationship with the paparazzi. I don't know if they're here this time. Please send my regards. I haven't seen them in a long time. I miss them." This was because Lin Che knew that everything that had happened was caused by Xing Hui. Liang Shan's expression was rather unsightly, but there was nothing else he could say to refute. He had slapped himself in the face, and now he had to wait for someone else to slap him in the face again. Lin Che smiled and walked past Liang Shan. At this moment, he saw that Wu Yufei was staring at him. He snorted and walked inside. Wu Yufei wanted to pretend that she didn't care, but after competing with Lin Che for so long, he was still so popular. She was still in her current position, and she might not even have the ability to keep her position. She always told others that she was very tired and that she didn't want to act at all. She would go back after earning enough money. Fame wasn't important. She came here because she wanted to earn money, and when she had earned enough money, she would marry someone and go back to live her life. But these words were actually said on purpose. She knew that after the peak, her popularity would start to fall. This was inevitable. It was as if she was giving people a heads up, making them think that she wouldn't care even if her popularity fell. Actually, which celebrity wouldn't care? If they had never been popular before, it would be fine. But after experiencing it once, even if it was only for a day, they wouldn't want to fall again. No wonder so many celebrities would be depressed. Really, it was too easy for them to experience ups and downs. Shui-Yang returned. He was covered in dust and had just gotten off the plane. After being baptized by Hollywood, he had really darkened. Everyone saw that there were scars on his face. They were really obvious, but they should be able to be covered with powder. But it was obvious that Hollywood wouldn't let people use powder to cover their faces. When Shui-Yang entered, the reporters immediately swarmed over. Being an international celebrity was really different. When he smiled, he seemed to be very classy. He smiled at the reporters. He wasn't in a hurry to accept the interview, so he went in to look for Lin Che first. "Sister Che, I'm back." He pulled Lin Che up in front of everyone. The two of them seemed to be very close, which made the others jealous. Most people would forget about their talent scouts once they became famous, but obviously, Shui-Yang wasn't one of them. Lin Che said, "All right, let's go for the interview." Shui-Yang pulled Lin Che over for the interview. The reporters looked at Lin Che and hurriedly asked, "Didn't President Gu come today, Mrs. Gu?" Lin Che said speechlessly, "Today's main character is here." Shui-Yang wasn't worried that she would steal the spotlight. He smiled and said to the reporters, "It's been a long time. Thank you for coming today." "Shui-Yang, are you confident in winning the award this time? There's a scar on your face, right? Do you have any emotional journey? Now that you're called the International Shui, do you have any thoughts?" Shui-Yang said, "I'm already very happy to be nominated. If I can win the award, of course I'll look forward to it. Even if I don't win, I'll gladly accept it." "Then, did you already know about Lin Che and Mr. Gu?" "Yes, we knew." Shui-Yang smiled. "The two of you have always been very loving. We all know that. Why did it have to do with her again?" When the reporters heard this, they immediately became interested. How loving. Who listens to whom in the family? Have they ever quarreled? Shui-Yang smiled and said, "Quarrel, just like any other married couple. However, Mr. Gu is always the one who admits defeat the most. Sister Che should be more obedient in the family because Mr. Gu is still very capable and can help Sister Che take care of everything. Sister Che is usually too muddle-headed, she can't do without Mr. Gu." "Wow, so sweet," the reporters cried out. They really felt that the two of them were very loving indeed. However, there were discordant voices at the back. When they heard Shui-Yang's words, they said, "Humph, public display of affection." They didn't finish the second half of the sentence. Public display of affection would lead to a quick death. Everyone knew what that meant. They looked at each other and felt that it was right. There were many public displays of affection in the industry, but it all ended in divorce. However, at this moment, someone said, "Quick, look, it seems like someone is coming." "No way, Gu Jingze, the living Gu Jingze is here." Chapter 1383. Indeed, it was Gu Jingze. The reporters wanted to take pictures but the security guards had already started to clear them out. After clearing the reporters out, Gu Jingze walked in. The people from the union felt very honored and immediately went over to greet him. Shui-Yang had been with Lin Che for a long time, so he was used to Gu Jingze. He could understand why these celebrities were so excited when they saw Gu Jingze. At first, when he saw Gu Jingze, he felt a little uncomfortable. He couldn't believe that he was in the same room as Gu Jingze. But after some time, he got used to it. He felt that as long as Gu Jingze was with Lin Che, he would be very calm. It was different from the rumors. The celebrities looked at Gu Jingze excitedly. But when they saw Lin Che walk over, they realized that it was useless to be excited now. Gu Jingze was Lin Che's. If this had happened in the past when they didn't know, they would have been very surprised to see Gu Jingze. They could even brag to everyone in the entertainment industry that they knew Gu Jingze's true colors. But now, even though they had finally seen the famous Gu Jingze, they realized that he was already Lin Che's. Lin Che brought Shuiyang over. Gu Jingze looked at Shuiyang and said, "I know you've been nominated for an Oscar. Congratulations." Shuiyang was very embarrassed. This name could be very famous in other places, but it was nothing in Gu Jingze's eyes. He lowered his head and said, "Thank you, but it's just a supporting actor and it's only a nomination. I might disappoint everyone in the end." "No, you're already the pride of Country C." Gu Jingze extended his hand. Shuiyang quickly took it and shook his hand respectfully. Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze and said, "Why are you here all of a sudden?" Gu Jingze put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Let's go in and talk." The group of people saw Gu Jingze pull Lin Che into the room and their gazes followed them. In the beginning, people were curious about whether Gu Jingze and Lin Che were really in love with each other as people said. They suspected that the two of them were definitely together for a purpose. However, now that the two of them were standing in front of them, many people had no choice but to believe that the two of them were husband and wife, a real husband and wife. This was not a hype. Gu Jingze's purpose for coming here was to let everyone see that those who doubted him could clearly see that he was truly standing by Lin Che's side. These days, many people had nothing better to do than to make up stories on the internet about how tough the life of a wealthy family was, how Lin Che forced himself to smile, and how he pretended to be very happy. It wasn't that he didn't know, so he came over to see with his own eyes whether Lin Che was really forcing himself to smile. Now that Gu Jingze was really here, everyone had seen what they wanted to see, so they could only leave. There were also some people who wanted to get close to Gu Jingze. After all, there weren't many opportunities to get close to Gu Jingze. However, only Lin Che and a few people who were familiar with Lin Che directly walked in. The security didn't stop them. However, when other strangers wanted to go in, they were immediately stopped and not allowed to get close. The security guards didn't say a word. They just stood there with cold faces. No matter who it was, no matter what they said, they would say, "Lin Che knows me. Let me go over and say hello." The security guard had a blank look on his face. They would say, "I'm playing that so-and-so." The security guard still had a cold look on his face. Everyone could only leave resentfully. After watching for a while, Yu Minmin came and walked over. The security guard knew him, so he bowed respectfully and let him in. Yu Minmin was the president's wife, so it wasn't a big deal. However, when Mu Firen came, he also nodded respectfully and let him in. It seemed like the security guards all knew these people. Everyone could only watch unwillingly. There was nothing they could do. They looked at the few people they knew sitting around Gu Jingze, and no one else was allowed to get close to him. They were very jealous. Yu Minmin looked at Shuiyang and congratulated him. Then, he said, "I'll be there during the award ceremony. If Lin Che's schedule isn't good, he probably won't be able to make it." Lin Che said, "I'll be watching the live broadcast at home." Shuiyang hurriedly said, "It's not a big deal. If you guys do this, I'll be under a lot of pressure." Yu Minmin said, "Don't you feel pressured? We're just going to support you. It's already very impressive that you were nominated. We're satisfied. Moreover, when the time comes, you'll be the light of Country C. Even if we don't go, many people from the domestic media and the entertainment industry will be there. You can start adjusting your mentality now." Shuiyang took a deep breath. Indeed, he was already feeling a little pressured. Yu Minmin looked at his face and said, "All right, I told you that this is your destiny. A scar won't stop you. You're better now, and you'll be better in the future. Shuiyang looked at them and said, thank you for not giving up on me. I'm only where I am today because of everyone's support. You're welcome. It's the result of your hard work. You didn't know how to act at first, but now you have such a wide range of acting skills. It's all because of your hard work. We can't act for you, can we? Shuiyang knew that everyone was comforting him, but in his heart, he was really grateful to this team and his friends. Lin Che sighed as he looked at him, deep in thought. He left with Gu Jingze. On the way, he saw a woman swaying and bumping into him. Lin Che was stunned. He could smell the smell of alcohol. Luckily, the security guards were still there, and they blocked the person. He took a closer look and saw that the person on the ground was Wu Yufei. He didn't know how much she had drunk, but she was swaying. She was mumbling indistinctly, "Hey, Lin Che. Ha ha ha, hello, hello. Why do I see you again?" It's really, Gu Jingze frowned. Lin Che waved his hand and said, it's okay. She's just an artist we've met before. Just take her away. Liang Shan was watching from afar. He was really frightened. When he heard Lin Che's calm instructions, he hurried over. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll take her away immediately. Liang Shan looked at Gu Jingze from afar. He looked at the security guards and didn't dare to come over. Now that he was in front of Gu Jingze, he felt even more pressured. He knew that he had offended Lin Che, so he didn't even dare to look at Gu Jingze. He didn't know how he had the guts to go against Lin Che. Lin Che looked at him and nodded. Brother Liang Shan, she's from your company. I'll leave her to you. Hearing the words, Brother Liang Shan really made him feel cold all over. Chapter 1384. If he hadn't seen Gu Jingze with his own eyes, he would have had the courage to provoke him. But now that he had seen the two of them in front of him, the difference between them was obvious. Liang Shan pulled her up and left quickly. Although he was dragging her, he still ran faster than a rabbit. Liang Shan dragged her to the back. Seeing her like this, he was worried that the reporters outside would find out, so he quickly picked up the water beside him and splashed it on her. Wake up. Why don't you look at yourself? What are you doing here? Do you want to die? Wu Yufei wiped the water off her face and opened her eyes to see Liang Shan. She stood up and scolded him. How dare you splash water on me? Don't you know how many fans I have? How dare you splash water on my face? This face is for you to earn money. Can you afford to ruin it? Liang Shan didn't expect that Wu Yufei would still dare to talk to him like this. But he endured, for the sake of her drunkenness. Plus, it was true that her face was for money. He didn't want to argue with a money tree. Liang Shan asked someone to hide her and went back to rest. The next day, Wu Yufei was called to the office when she woke up. Liang Shan scolded her. You should pay attention to your image. What's wrong with you? How dare you get drunk there? Don't you know how many reporters are outside? If they take a picture of you going to Gu Jingze's place, they'll laugh at you. Wu Yufei said indifferently, I'm not afraid. Heh, you can drink if you don't get a picture. What if you get a picture? Then let's talk about it after we get a photo. Besides, what are you afraid of? Even if we get a photo, it's just a little scandal. Who knows, we might even be able to get on the headlines and gain some exposure. Nowadays, which artist isn't both black and famous? The more scandals there are, the more popular they are. Wu Yufei didn't say anything else. She stood up and walked out. Liang Shan slammed the table angrily. This Wu Yufei was getting more and more ridiculous. Wu Yufei was in a bad mood. She had to rush to work. When she arrived at the airport, a few people followed her. She had a hangover and was very tired. When she saw her assistant pushing a car over, she sat in it. I can't take it anymore. I need to sit for a while. Although the assistant felt that it was a little strange, and the people next to them were watching, it was not good for him to refuse. Wu Yufei just sat on the suitcase and walked forward. He got on the plane and got off. Due to the delay, he arrived 2 hours late. The assistant was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Wu Yufei was still leaning against the chair and sleeping. Wu Yufei's assistant kept talking on the phone. She said, "All right, stop arguing. It's late anyway. Let me sleep for a while." When they arrived, they were already 3 hours late. Some of the older celebrities harumphed, "Seriously, the youngsters these days are really incredible. Back then, we would always arrive 2 hours early, afraid that we would be late." Of course, Wu Yufei heard it. She pretended not to hear it and went in. The assistant could only smile awkwardly and hurriedly followed. "Sister Yufei, what would you like to drink?" "Sister Yufei, let's get you something to eat." The few assistants kept following her back and forth. Wu Yufei was too lazy to go out and listen to the older celebrities scolding her. She just stayed inside, and when the rehearsal was about to end, she went out for a walk. Then, she came back to play games and enjoy the air conditioning. The television station said that these celebrities these days could really earn hundreds of thousands of dollars just by appearing for a few minutes. It was too easy to earn money. The television station immediately told the management company that their celebrities were too famous. They were really too much. Next time, it would be better to have celebrities who weren't so famous. Liang Shan was extremely depressed. He paced back and forth a few times. He couldn't help but call Wu Yufei to scold her. "Wu Yufei, what's wrong with you? How dare you offend the television station? Aren't you afraid of being banned in the future?" Wu Yufei said lazily, "Don't I have you guys? Just help me with the public relations." After saying that, Wu Yufei hung up the phone. Liang Shan was really curious. Where did the obedient and sensible Wu Yufei go? Why was it that she was becoming more and more difficult to manage now? On the other side, Lin Che and Gu Jingze went out early in the morning. Gu Jingze left for a long time. When he came back, he said he would go shopping with her. Of course, Lin Che was very happy. She changed her clothes in the house and went out with Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze was in charge of driving and she sat beside him. The two of them drove a relatively low-key Benz together. Nowadays, every car on the road was like a luxury car. A Benz was much more low-key than the cars in their backyard. Especially when a Benz could be bought for more than $200,000, it became more and more worthless. Although this Benz was obviously worth $1 million, people might not be able to tell. Anyway, people might only recognize the logo of a Benz, but they might not be able to understand the model. This was the case for Lin Che. Although she knew that her family's car shouldn't be that cheap, when she saw that it was a Benz, she thought it should be cheaper than a Porsche. Actually, she didn't know that many Porsches nowadays only cost a few $100,000. They were not even as expensive as a Benz. Whenever Gu Jingze wanted to accompany Lin Che, he would ask his men to follow her from afar. Although many of Lin Che's clothes were bought by the housekeeper, and they were very convenient to hang in the store, women still needed to go shopping occasionally. As they walked, they arrived at the store. Unexpectedly, this time, as soon as they entered the store, they heard people rushing over. "Wow, Lin Che, Gu Jingze." Lin Che saw the shop assistant running over happily with a face full of joy. She recognized them at first sight without any doubt. This was also because the two of them had been on TV too much recently. Anyone who paid a little attention to celebrity gossip would know them. How could they not know them? Hello, hello. Are you going shopping? Please come in. We just got some new things in the store. Look, Lin Che originally just wanted to go shopping, but after hearing the shop assistant's words, he had no choice but to come in. He could only go in and take a look. However, because the shop assistant was looking at him as if he were an animal in the zoo, Lin Che felt a little uncomfortable. So, he didn't see what the clothes were like and just walked around casually. On the other hand, Gu Jingze looked down at Lin Che and then at the chattering shop assistant. He said directly, "It's done." The shop assistant looked at Gu Jingze, thinking that he was angry. However, unexpectedly, Gu Jingze said directly, "All right, wrap up this row of clothes for us and send it to the Gu family's house. You can pay for it here. We still have something to do, so we'll be leaving first." The shop assistant saw that, wow, a row of clothes was bought directly. As expected of a nouveau riche. The shop assistant looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. She quickly nodded and said, okay, don't worry." Gu Jingze held Lin Che and left. Chapter 1385. The shop assistant quickly posted it on Weibo. Gu Jingze just brought Lin Che to our store. Oh my, he solved a month's worth of my sales. There was a row of clothes below the post, which meant that all the clothes in the row had been bought. There was a heated discussion on the internet. The Weibo post was immediately discovered by the marketing paparazzi, who then posted it on his account. It said, "Look at how the rich Gu Jingze dotes on his wife. Look at how the rich man goes shopping. Mrs. Gu is so lucky." The netizens were very surprised and said, "So other people's posts about buying are just casual remarks. Our President Gu is the one who is really buying. They usually talk about rich families and young masters in the capital. It's time to see what a real rich man looks like. President Gu, do you still need a maid? President Gu's cloakroom is so big. Outside." Lin Che and Gu Jingze were still in the middle of shopping. Lin Che looked up and said, "Why did you buy all of them?" Gu Jingze said, "She wasted so much time talking to us and wasting our time. This is the most time-saving way for us, and the clothes are not ugly." Lin Che said, "But I can't wear so many clothes. I like wearing one a day," he said with a smile. Lin Che knew that he couldn't be bothered to listen to the shop assistant. Smiling, she pulled him to continue strolling. After a while, she was a little tired and pulled him to a coffee shop. There were many coffee shops in shopping malls nowadays. The purpose was probably to give people a place to sit when they were tired. Gu Jingze pulled him in. He looked around and said, "The coffee is terrible." Lin Che pushed him to sit down. The coffee here was, of course, different from the coffee beans that he had carefully selected from Brazil. All right, no one is here to drink coffee. They are all here to rest and continue shopping. Lin Che didn't ask him what he wanted to drink. He just bought 2 cups of coffee. Someone seemed to recognize the two of them, but didn't dare to go forward to confirm. Lin Che rested his chin on his hand and looked at Gu Jingze. Then he looked at the scenery outside the French window. There were beautiful scenery and handsome men. But at this moment, outside, when someone's car was reversing inside, with a bang, it scraped the car outside. The onlookers saw that it was a Porsche that had crashed into a Mercedes-Benz. Wow, a Porsche colliding with a Mercedes-Benz. It's going to be interesting, the onlookers said as they got out of their cars. They walked closer to watch the show. At the same time, the owner of the Porsche had alighted. Fuck, who parked the car here? Can't you let people pass? The Porsche was small and flat, while the Mercedes-Benz was big and tall. It was an SUV. The bottom of the Porsche's headlights were dented, and the headlights were also broken. On the other hand, the Mercedes-Benz didn't have any problems except for a layer of paint. The owner of the Porsche was very angry. The gold chain around his neck was shaking. "Hey, is this the insurance company? My car was scratched. I don't expect him to pay for it. It's just a broken Mercedes-Benz." Everyone looked and said, "That's a Mercedes-Benz, and a broken Mercedes-Benz at that. He's driving a Porsche. In his eyes, it's just a broken Mercedes-Benz." At this moment, there was a broadcast in the mall. "Attention, owner of the car plate number XXXXX. Your car was scratched in the outdoor parking lot. We hope that you can come out and deal with it." Lin Che felt that it sounded familiar. When he heard the announcement from the mall again, he immediately jumped up. "No way, our car was scratched." Gu Jingze stood up slowly. "Really? Let's go out and take a look." When the two of them went out, they heard someone shouting from afar. "Seriously, why isn't the owner here yet? Don't tell me he wants to run away." The friend next to the man said, "Did he see that you're a Porsche and ran away in fear?" "Pfft, who wants him to pay for it? Seriously. Was he talking about them?" Hearing this, Lin Che felt strange and walked over in a few steps. "Excuse me, please. The car is ours. What's wrong?" The man was still shouting, "Hey, what's wrong with you? How did you park the car? You made us." However, when he looked closely, he saw that the person who came over wasn't it Lin Che? The man's words stopped there. "Hey, Lin Che, why is it you? Is this your car?" The man looked at the man behind him and was even more surprised. Was that Gu Jingze? Lin Che looked and said, "What's wrong? Did the car get scratched?" Yeah. Seriously, I didn't know it was your car. I was waiting for the insurance company to come. How would I know that you drive such a cheap car?" At this moment, the insurance company's representative arrived. He immediately recognized the man's Porsche and walked over. The man hugged the insurance company representative and said, "Seriously, I didn't expect to meet a celebrity after a car accident. Look, Lin Che, you drive a Mercedes. I thought that since you're so rich, your car would be expensive. Why did you drive a Mercedes?" Behind him, the insurance salesman looked at him and said speechlessly, "All right, why don't you look at the specs of his car and yours? His model isn't a cheap Mercedes-Benz either. Do you think all Mercedes-Benz are cheap?" "Huh?" The man was a little dumbfounded. Everyone watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. Someone said, "This is a high-end imported Mercedes-Benz. It costs 4 million, okay?" Lin Che didn't expect that. She quickly turned around to look at Gu Jingze. She knew that Gu Jingze's car wouldn't be cheap. Who knew? It was so expensive. She quickly said, "Seriously, didn't I say that we would drive a low-key car?" Gu Jingze said, "The most low-key one." The man's face turned red. On the other side, Lin Che saw that someone had discovered them and didn't dare to say anything else. She only said to the person, "We'll leave someone to handle it. We'll leave first." With that, she pulled Gu Jingze into the car. As expected, someone had already discovered them from afar and shouted, "Wow, it's Gu Jingze and Lin Che." They immediately rushed over. Luckily, the two of them left early. However, the onlookers had already posted this scene on the internet. Someone even listed all the luxury cars Lin Che had driven over the years on the internet. So Lin Che was such a nouveau riche from the start. Mrs. Gu has long revealed her wealth, but we just didn't realize it. The pictures below showed cars as small as 4 million yuan and as big as 10 million yuan. It was an eye-opener for many onlookers. They even asked curiously how many cars the Gu family had. However, they really didn't have a head count. He only knew that Lin Che had driven more than a dozen of them. Chapter 1386. However, in the past, no one had paid attention to what kind of car Lin Che drove. Only now did they start to sort it out, and they discovered a shocking fact. The cars that Lin Che had been driving for so many years were definitely not something that she could afford. Every single one of them was of the highest quality. Any one of them was already shocking enough, but she actually had so many of them. In that case, the garage of Gu Jingze's house was usually as scary as a car show of the highest quality. Lin Che and Gu Jingze had just returned home when Lin Che received the news that the next show was going to be held in Dubai. Lin Che was stunned for a moment. The production team said, "We have more funds this time, and it's because of your strong appeal. Look, so many sponsors are looking for us to work with, and the viewership ratings are even higher than the first season's viewership ratings. This time, we've decided to go to a high-end place. We're going to Dubai. You should prepare for it. The children should all have passports, right?" Gu Xiuan had never gone abroad before. She instructed someone to apply for passports first. Because time was tight, she got someone to go through the back door and get the passports on the same day. However, she was a little depressed about going to Dubai. That place didn't give her a good impression, but the other mothers were still very excited, feeling that they could finally go to a high-end place with the production team. Gu Jingze saw Lin Che's worried face in the room and walked over. "What's wrong? Are you very unhappy?" Lin Che said, "I just don't like going to Dubai." "Or we can ask the production team to change the location," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che shook her head. "Forget it. The production team probably chose that place because they accepted the sponsorship there. If I say I don't want to go, the entire production team sponsorship might be in trouble." Although she was a big shot, she never liked to cause trouble for others. She was used to it. Gu Jingze thought deeply for a moment, then pressed her to sit down and said, "When you get there, I'll go too." Lin Che looked up. "You're going too? Is that okay?" Gu Jingze nodded. "Anyway, there's something I haven't settled yet. Since you're worried, I'll go and accompany you." Lin Che leaned on his shoulder, silently nodding his head. Suddenly going to Dubai, everyone hurriedly packed up. The production team was already prepared. When they arrived at the venue, everyone had already discussed their requirements when they arrived in Dubai. First of all, let the mothers pay attention to not go out alone, lest they get lost abroad. They knew that these were all celebrities and not ordinary people. They must have gone abroad before, and Dubai was also a very good choice because it was also a shopping paradise, so the production team was worried that they would go shopping after going abroad. Going out alone overseas, although they were all adults and had their own travel experiences, if anything really happened, it would still be the production team's responsibility. They would have to take responsibility and compensate for it. The production crew was really worried. They reminded them again and again, but the mothers still excitedly said that they wanted to go shopping. "I've always wanted to buy that new Cornell model. I want to buy the Chloe bag that just came out recently. Didn't you see it? A few days ago, someone took a picture of it behind its back. I think it's very compatible." The mothers discussed fervently. At the back, Qing Huanhuan scoffed and said, "What's so good about taking a street photo? Some female celebrities just like this kind of formalism. Although it's called a street photo, it's actually just finding the right position at the airport and posing properly. When they go back, they have to fix the photo properly. If they fix it like that, they'll look good no matter what they wear. Seriously, we've never bothered to do that. As a variety artist, Cheng Huanhuan used jokes to win over the audience. She was different from actors like Lin Che. Actors like Lin Che paid more attention to their image. Some actors did indeed pay attention to their fashion sense and so on. Moreover, street photos were indeed very popular now. The airport had become a runway for celebrities, and it had become a popular spot for street photos. Cheng Huanhuan's disdain was somewhat reasonable. However, among the few mothers, only one had posted a street photo, and it had even caused a lot of discussion online. Hearing Cheng Huanhuan's words, she immediately tilted her head and harumphed. Then, she purposely pulled away and said to Lin Che, "Sister Che's street photos are very good. Sister Che, give us some experience." Lin Che raised his head. He didn't know why they were talking about him. She said, "I don't have much experience. I'm just wearing it casually." At the side, Cheng Huanhuan scoffed. The people at the side glared at Cheng Huanhuan, then continued to flatter Lin Che. "Are you comparing yourself to Lin Che? Does Lin Che even need street photos? The clothes at home are piled up like a mountain, right? We saw it the other day. Your husband said he would buy a row of clothes, and he did it without batting an eyelid. The house is filled with clothes, and they're all branded limited edition. Do you even need to specially choose? Just take any one of them out and it'll be fashionable." That's right. Besides, Sister Che's figure is so good. She looks good no matter what she wears. She doesn't even need to edit the photos. I saw it the other day. It was taken by a fan. Lin Che, don't you feel guilty after hearing so much of this flattery? They're making you sound like a goddess. Cheng Huanhuan stood up and said, "Isn't it just Dubai? I can't be bothered to go there." Cheng Huanhuan stood up and said, "Isn't it just Dubai? I can't even be bothered to go there. Seeing all of you so happy, I go shopping in Dubai once a month when I have nothing to do and I'm already sick of it. You guys are here thinking about buying bags and clothes, right? If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." "Hee hee, you make it sound like it's your home," one of the mothers couldn't help but mock. Cheng Huanhuan turned around, as if she had been waiting for this sentence. "Speaking of which, I really just bought a house in Dubai. Do you want to go over and stay there for a while?" That mother immediately stopped talking. She pursed her lips and sat down. Lin Che's horizons were broadened as he watched. He really didn't know how the final version of the show could be so harmonious. The editor had worked hard. However, Cheng Huanhuan had indeed earned quite a lot these few years. She was able to buy a house in Dubai. In the past 2 years, she had relied on the show to build up her reputation and accepted many advertisements, especially for children. There were a lot of them, and the price was high. It was possible for her to earn enough money to buy a few houses by relying on their dafe. As for the other mothers, although they were also celebrities, they were much worse off. If they weren't famous for their acting, they could only get paid for their films. Their pay was much lower than the income from advertisements. Looking at Cheng Huanhuan swaggering away, they all sneered. However, they had to admit that they were really jealous of her. They hoped that they could become more famous in this show, so that they could be like Cheng Huanhuan, able to buy houses all over the world. Chapter 1387. They boarded the plane and were about to land. It was not easy for them to walk with their children. Only when they got off the plane did they realize that there were a few other guests participating. Lin Che, Cheng Huanhuan. Everyone was surprised to see the other celebrities coming over together. Wow, there are so many people this time. Yeah, the production team spent a lot of money on this. He took a look and saw that another 4 or 5 people had arrived. However, none of them were celebrities with babies. There were young actresses and more experienced celebrities. Among them, Lin Che saw that he knew quite a few of them. Hello, everyone. We meet again. How can we meet here? The group of people was practically having a reunion meeting. After getting to know each other, they listened to the production team's mission. This time, everyone is traveling together to test your ability to survive in Dubai. Since there are so many of us, I hope everyone can cooperate and help take care of the children. Alright, our car is here to welcome everyone. Let's go to the hotel and rest for a while before moving on to the next task. However, at this moment. Wow, there seems to be a lot of people outside. Are they fans here to welcome us? We have fans to welcome us this time. Of course, there are so many people from sea countries. There are so many of them in the world. Everyone was still wondering why there seemed to be a lot of people standing outside the airport. However, when they got closer, they realized that the people welcoming them were dressed very formally. They did not look like fans or Americans. Because most of them were wearing military uniforms. Who is it? I don't think they are here to welcome us. They should be some important political figures at the airport. Everyone started guessing again. However, only Lin Che had a bad feeling when he saw the people's attire. As expected, a man wearing an Arabic-style checkered shirt and a white headscarf suddenly appeared in the crowd. The people in the back immediately separated and made way for the man in the middle. At the same time, they all saluted respectfully. Wow! Who is this? One of the mothers cried out in surprise. Another immediately followed suit. Ah, the eldest prince. The eldest prince of the royal family. Syed, Lin Che frowned as he watched Syed walk over with a beaming face. He stared at Lin Che and smiled as he raised his hand. Hey, you didn't even tell me that you were coming to Dubai. You're letting down your old friend. The crowd looked at Syed in astonishment as he turned to Lin Che. Lin Che took a deep breath, then took a step forward. I'm just here to work. Hello, what a coincidence, why are you here? Everyone knew some English. When they saw Lin Che speaking in fluent English as if he was chatting with an old friend, they were even more surprised. Lin Che actually knew the first prince, the heir to the throne. The crown prince, who had just visited country C, had left a deep impression on everyone. Those expensive gold elevators and things like that had shocked all of country C's citizens. Only the golden royal family could think of such extravagance. However, the way Lin Che was talking to him now didn't have the slightest bit of restraint. Syed said, coincidence. No, I'm here to welcome you. Lin Che's brows furrowed imperceptibly. He smiled and raised his head. Since you're here, how could I not know? From the moment you entered, I already knew. Well, he was the crown prince after all. Lin Che said, thank you for making such a big fuss to welcome me. It's okay, a friend of the royal family deserves such treatment. Let's go. Don't go to where you're staying, stay in the palace. No, it's not convenient for me to go there with the child. There are people taking care of the child here. I'll stay in the hotel with the child. He lowered his head and looked at the child. Gu Xiuan was still looking at him curiously. He smiled. Don't I have more people taking care of the child there? Lin Che said, of course there are more people in the palace, but we've signed a contract and we have to film at night. Alright, I'm really working now. I hope you won't disturb me. Let's catch up after I'm done. Syed looked at the people behind him. Lin Che knew that he wouldn't dare to force him in front of so many people. Syed raised his eyebrows. Alright, it's just a token of my sincerity to pick you up. Then, work hard and we'll catch up later. Syed had no choice but to bid farewell to Lin Che. He left with the majestic royal army. As usual, the crowd moved aside and let Syed leave first. Then, everyone followed him in an orderly manner and left the airport in a specific order. Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief when the entire airport relaxed. Behind them, the staff of the program team also relaxed. They thought they had seen something and thought they were in the news broadcast. Although they were in the field of TV shows and were more knowledgeable than ordinary people, they had never been involved in politics before. Someone immediately said, "Wow, Lin Che, you actually know the royal family." Lin Che turned around and said simply, "I just know them. I haven't really interacted with them." "Alright, I'm sorry for wasting everyone's time. Let's go." When they were outside, they didn't expect Syed to have a backup plan. "Miss Lin, the Crown Prince has sent a car to pick you up and send you to the hotel. Please accept the Crown Prince's kindness. It wouldn't be nice to reject him again." Although Lin Che was reluctant, he still nodded and agreed. The program team had prepared a sponsored car. However, seeing that it was the Crown Prince's car, they didn't dare to leave the Crown Prince's car empty, so they immediately gave up on the sponsored car and asked Lin Che to sit in the Bentley that the Crown Prince had sent. All of a sudden, Lin Che went to the hotel in his Bentley, while the rest of them went to the hotel in their sponsored cars. In the car, everyone looked at the Bentley in front of them and said, "Oh my God, how does Lin Che have such deep connections? He even knows the eldest prince. It's not strange. Lin Che is Mrs. Gu. She must have met Gu Jingze. It's so scary. I actually met the royal army and the real crown prince. Look, the treatment is so different. He's driving a Bentley and we're sitting in a stupid car." They got out of the car and entered the hotel. Everyone saw Qing Huanhuan coming over too. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect this. Didn't you say that you have a home here? Why didn't you go back to your home?" Qing Huanhuan turned around and glared at the person who said that. Another person said sarcastically, "Who said that we're good at flattering people? At least we don't like to brag. Is Lin Che really amazing? Look at Lin Che. He doesn't even say that he knows the crown prince here. Some people are different. They even brag about having a house." Chapter 1388. Qing Huanhuan had already walked inside. She pretended not to hear their conversation and went straight into the elevator. The weather in Dubai was very hot. The next day, the filming was still the same. When they returned to the hotel, Gu Xiuan was so tired that he fell asleep. After a crazy day, Lin Che was also very tired. At night, the mothers ran over happily. "Lin Che, are you going out to buy something? The child is asleep. Just let someone look after him." Lin Che looked at them and said, "Okay, let's go together. I'll let someone look after Gu Xiuan too." Although it was said not to bring anyone to the program, everyone would usually bring a staff member with them. Lin Che brought even more people with him, both in the open and in the dark. Not to mention anything else, Dongzi had always been by his side. Now that he had Dongzi stay behind to look after the child, he could leave without worry. The group went out and passed by Qing Huanhuan's room, but no one called her. They went straight to the shopping mall and began to shop. Women's purchasing power was predictable. After a round of shopping, they had already spent a lot of money and their hands were full. After shopping for a while, they were ready to go to another store to buy more. Because Lin Che's English was good, he was used as an interpreter and kept asking for directions. However, just as they arrived outside the mall, Lin Che saw a car parked at the side. He stopped unconsciously. Then, he saw that the person who got out of the car was none other than Gu Jingze. He had said that he would come back, but he had to settle some matters there and would only arrive later at night. Now that he was here, he had found Lin Che accurately. Lin Che smiled. When he saw Gu Jingze, he felt relieved. He was about to walk over when he remembered that he had other companions with him. Suddenly, the mothers saw Gu Jingze and recognized him immediately. They looked at him in surprise and looked at Gu Jingze's beauty greedily. After being envious for a while, they quickly said to Lin Che, "Hurry up and go. Since you're here, we won't hold you up anymore. Don't worry about us. We can go back even if we don't know English." Lin Che smiled apologetically. Seeing everyone's ambiguous gazes, his face burned slightly, and he hurriedly walked towards Gu Jingze. Under everyone's envious gaze, Lin Che got into Gu Jingze's car. Gu Jingze held her hand. "Let's go. I'll take you back first. Shi Yuan is asleep. I'll have someone look after him." "I know. I just came from there." Lin Che said, "There are still 2 more days of filming. What about you? What are you doing here?" "I'll deal with it after you leave." They went all the way back to the hotel. When they entered, they could see the staff at any time. When they saw Gu Jingze, they hurriedly stepped aside, but they still looked at them curiously. The next day, Lin Che continued filming. As expected, Gu Jingze went to do his own work. However, as soon as the filming ended, a car stopped at the entrance. Lin Che walked over and saw that the man was someone she knew. The steward of the palace. The employee was still protesting. "What kind of car is this? How can it come in so casually?" Someone quickly whispered, "It's the royal family's car. They have parking permits everywhere." The staff took a look and saw that it was a Ferrari. He hurriedly shut his mouth, only to see Lin Che walk straight over. "Miss Lin, the eldest prince invites you to attend a banquet in the palace." Everyone felt envious when they heard this. They were going to invite Lin Che to attend a banquet in the palace. How high-end. However, Lin Che frowned and said, "I told you, I'm here for work. Forget about the banquet. Mr. Gu is there too. Are you really not going? Work comes first." "I won't go," Lin Che insisted. The steward snorted, "All right then, it's too late to invite you. The prince said that you must go. If you don't get the invitation, we might have to use other methods." Then, Lin Che saw that the people behind them were slowly approaching with guns raised. Lin Che's eyes moved. He could only say, "All right, I'll get someone to send the child back. I'll go with you." "All right, please." The steward smiled warmly and gestured for him to go. Lin Che could only get someone to send the child back. Along the way, she got into the royal family's car under everyone's surprised gazes. Lin Che is so awesome. He's going to the banquet in the palace. And the royal family came to fetch him personally. Cui Rui only went after a few tries. He's so arrogant. Look at him. He can act like a big shot even with the royal family, but he doesn't do anything in the entertainment industry. He's a real big shot. Lin Che watched anxiously as the car drove into the palace. Inside, Syed was already waiting for her impatiently. After Lin Che alighted from the car, she asked, "Where's the banquet?" Syed spread out his hands. "If you want, we can have our engagement banquet tomorrow." Ha! Lin Che couldn't help but say sarcastically, "What exactly do you see in me? I've already said that I'm married and have 2 children. There's no way we'll have anything to do with each other." Syed narrowed his eyes and looked at her. "I've never been unable to get what I want. Gu Jingze is no longer the Gu Jingze of the past. Do you think he still has the ability to snatch me away?" Lin Che snorted coldly. "I don't want to repeat this question. What are you trying to do now? Snatch me away? Force me? Do you think that you'll get me if you force me?" No, of course not. But, after Gujingza dies, I will use more time to slowly obtain your body and mind. Lin Che's eyes twitched. Syed snapped his fingers. Bring Miss Lin in to rest. There's going to be a good show these 2 days. You can take your time to enjoy it. When I become the ruler of this country, you'll become the queen. I don't believe that you'll be able to reject me then. Lin Che felt even more uneasy. What was this man trying to do? Had he gone crazy? On the other side, not long after Lin Che left, everyone saw that the road had been sealed off on the way back to the hotel. What's going on there? I don't know. That's the road to the construction site. It's all sealed off. Maybe something happened there. No way. Lin Che just went to the palace. This was not something that ordinary people could understand. Everyone could only see many people honking their horns and asking what was going on. However, at this moment, a group of fully armed people in military uniforms walked out one after another. Behind them, there were all kinds of soldiers with serious expressions on their faces. A few of them even saw armored vehicles passing by in the middle of the night. Only then did everyone realize that something had happened. Could it be that something had really happened? Oh my God, what should we do? Should we continue filming or return to China? It'll be terrible if the airport is sealed off and we can't go back. Sigh, it's a pity that Lin Che isn't here. Otherwise, he would definitely have news since he knows the royal family. Chapter 1389. Little did they know that Lin Che, who was in the royal family, couldn't even protect herself. She leaned against the wall and looked outside. The sky was getting darker, but the lights in the palace seemed to be getting brighter. A servant came in to deliver her food. Lin Che looked up and said, "Is there an army walking around outside?" The servant turned around immediately. How? How do you know? No, nothing is happening outside. Lin Che looked outside. How can I not hear the army outside? The sound of their boots is very obvious. It seems like it's very lively outside. Did something happen? It's really lively tonight. The servant put down the food hurriedly. Please eat something. The prince will come to visit you later. I'm not eating. Take it out, Lin Che said coldly. No, you have to eat something. Hurry up and eat, or the prince will be angry. Lin Che looked at the food on the table and stood up. The food was very sumptuous, but Lin Che had no appetite at all. She directly pushed the things on the ground. The helper was startled. Miss Lin, Lin Che looked at her indifferently. What's wrong? I don't like it. Get out too. I get annoyed just looking at you. The servant looked at her aggrievedly. She was angry, but there was nothing she could do. Who asked the prince to take a fancy to her? Her eyes were filled with emotions. After a long while, she turned around and left. But when she turned around, she saw the prince behind her. Prince. The servant lowered her head and retreated to the side respectfully. Syed waved his hand. Even though he was at home, he wasn't wearing his casual clothes. It looked like he had just returned. He glanced at the trash on the floor and then at Lin Che. Why? You don't like it? I got a chef from Country C to make it. Lin Che looked up. The place isn't right. It has nothing to do with who made it. He sat down and held on to the back of the chair. What are you going to do? Me? I'm not going to do anything. I'll throw a tantrum if I'm unhappy. The women in Country C aren't like the women here. They know how to tolerate men. Our tempers are very bad, so you need to get used to it. Syed snorted. You're wrong. I like you because of your temper. Lin Che chuckled as he looked at him. This is just a momentary novelty, you won't be able to endure it for long. No, I have special leniency for you. He turned around and ordered the servant, give Miss Lin whatever she wants. She can throw a tantrum however she wants. I won't forgive anyone who dares to make Miss Lin unhappy. Yes, you. Lin Che looked at Sayed. Sayed chuckled, then turned around and left. Lin Che leaned against the wall, feeling very stifled. He thought for a moment, and when he saw the servants come over, he immediately lost his temper and said, "Get out, all of you. I don't want to see anyone." With Sayed's order, none of them dared to object. They quickly left. No one replied, making Lin Che feel bored. He got up and went out for a walk. It was indeed chaotic outside, and he had no idea what they were doing. Two of Sayed's princesses were chatting as they walked over. They were dressed luxuriously and did not seem to be affected by the chaos outside. Lin Che thought for a moment and walked over. He brushed past the shoulder of one of the women and pulled the shawl on the woman's shoulder to the ground. He then stepped on it with one foot. The footprints were very obvious. Lin Che said arrogantly, "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. But it's fine, I'll ask Sayed to buy you a car next time." A hint of anger flashed across the woman's face. Lin Che said, "Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you know? Sayed said that everything here will belong to me once he becomes the king. I'll be the first consort, and you'll all be concubines. I don't like you, so I'll drive you out of the palace." The two princesses' expressions turned even uglier when they heard this. "Impossible, Sayed would never do that to us. We gave birth to his children." Lin Che snorted. He had seen many bitches, so it was easy for him to act like one. "Then you really don't understand men. They will do anything to please a woman. If I say I don't want you, he won't want you. He just said that no matter what I do, he won't be angry. What do you think? Did he say something like that to you?" The two princesses looked at each other in disbelief. "How can a woman like you enter the palace?" "I did come in, Sayed let me in," Sayed said. No, you're not a woman. How can a woman do that?" "But I can." Lin Che glanced at them arrogantly. The two women were terrified. You're a demon. You've bewitched Sayed's heart." "Heh, so what if I am?" Lin Che said to the servants, "Listen up, no one is allowed to tell the first prince about this. The first prince said that if you make me unhappy, you'll all die. Do you hear me?" The servants shuddered and looked at the princesses. They really did not dare to provoke Lin Che anymore. Lin Che harumphed. He brushed past the two princesses and walked over. The princesses were terrified. They said to each other, "What should we do? Is she even a woman? How can she do that?" Lin Che turned around and smiled fiercely. Soon, the two princesses returned to their rooms. She followed them. After a while, she said to the servants, "Which room is the princesses in?" The servants quickly told her. After a while, Lin Che found a princess. She entered the room and said, "You saw it. If I were here, you would all be in chaos." The princesses looked at her with a worried expression. "What do you want?" "We can't leave Sayed, or we'll die. We're the princesses. If we leave him, we won't be able to remarry. We'll be exiled." Lin Che said, "You can help me leave this place. Actually, I have my own children too, but Sayed insisted on marrying me. I miss my children too." The princesses looked at her. "If Sayed finds out, I'll die." "Yes, but if I stay, you'll be exiled. It's no different from death. Or, I'll make you feel worse than death." Lin Che's gaze was so evil that the princess's heart turned cold. After a while, she seemed to have made up her mind. "All right, I'll help you leave this place." Lin Che finally smiled. An hour later, the princesses opened up a tunnel. This leads to the outside. It's a special escape route in the palace. However, it hasn't been used for a long time. Moreover, there are guards outside. This is the only place I can find. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. Lin Che said, "Thank you. You did the right thing. I'll leave first." Chapter 1390. She walked into the passage and went straight out without looking back. Indeed, there was no one in the passage. She was not worried that the princess would lie to her, because the princess definitely wanted her to leave this place and she would never want Sayed to catch her. Otherwise, it would be hard for the princess to deal with the situation if she told the princess that it was her who released Lin Che. Therefore, the princess would either let her go, or she would die. Lin Che felt that Sayed was such a pervert. If he really wanted to destroy her if he could not get her, she would be in trouble. Therefore, it was better to stake everything on one throw and see what kind of path the princess had given her. They walked out of the passage. As expected, the passage led to the outside. It seemed that the princess was an honest person. Perhaps it was because the men were too dominant here and the women did not have any opinions. Therefore, she was not that scary. She was still very simple. After walking out of the passage, there was no one outside. It was a desolate path, which did not match the prosperity of Dubai. After he went out, Lin Che immediately saw what seemed to be a sea of red light outside. It seemed that something had indeed happened in the palace. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat and she quickened her pace. In the palace. When Sayed came back, he went straight into the palace to look for Lin Che. However, no one could tell where Lin Che was with the help of the servants. Sayed asked, "Where is he?" A cold light swept across and the servants were scared out of their wits. "Prince, don't you know where he is? What did I tell you before? I told you to watch him." The servants immediately said, "Prince, you said that she can do whatever she wants, and we will, drag everyone in this room out." The servants were so scared that they shouted, "Prince! Prince, we..." Sayed stood there and stopped the servant at the back. "Who was the last person you saw before she left?" It's Third Duchess, a few minutes later. The door of Third Duchess was pushed open. Third Duchess, who was standing by the dressing table, turned pale. Sayed grabbed her neck and threw her to the ground. "You let Lin Che go." The woman's expression changed as she cried out in pain, "Sayed, why you can't do this to me? I gave birth to 2 children for you." Sayed grunted. "I can't. If you can't find Lin Che, you'll be kicked out of the palace." Sayed. She fell to the ground with tears streaming down her face. However, Sayed had already walked out of the room without looking back. "Find her for me, no matter the price, but don't hurt a single hair on her." He was getting more and more interested in this woman. However, at this moment, outside, Lin Che heard the two of them talking. "I heard that the entire airport has been locked down. It seems like there is a problem in the palace. The airport is on lockdown. Then what should we do? Everyone is stranded outside the airport. No one is allowed to leave the country. I wonder how many people are trapped here. What on earth happened to be so serious? Who knows? Some people are guessing if there is something wrong with the old king. Could it be that the crown prince is going to be replaced? Who knows? Isn't the elder prince the rightful heir to the throne? But it doesn't mean that the other princes don't stand a chance. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. Did something really happen? She felt that she had to find Gu Jingze as soon as possible. But where was he now? Lin Che hailed a taxi and rushed to the hotel she was staying at. However, when she arrived at the entrance, she realized that the hotel had been locked down. She did not dare to go any closer. She saw people watching from the side, so she pulled one of them over and asked, "What happened inside?" "I booked this hotel. Can I stay here anymore? It seems that the elder prince's men have locked down the hotel. You can't stay here anymore. Those who went in can't come out." Syed, it seemed that Syed had left after discovering her presence. "Ah, do you know where the sea people who used to live there went?" "Country Sea. You mean that group? They should be at the airport. I heard that something happened to them and they wanted to return home, but they can't. The airport has been locked down." That was good. It seemed that Syed was unable to hurt Gu Xiuan. However, as soon as the accident happened, Gu Xiuan should have been protected by her bodyguards. After confirming that the program crew had left, she quietly left the hotel and rushed to the airport. However, Gu Xiuan should not be at the airport. The security guards would not be so stupid as to go to a place where people could easily find her. If the security guards wanted to protect Gu Xiuan, they should have protected her to a place where no one could easily find her. Indeed, Syed's men did not find Gu Xiuan at the hotel, so they went straight to the airport. The airport was already in chaos. The people from the production team stayed there, and they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. "What's going on? Isn't there any news from Country Sea? We can't go back. Won't they send someone to talk to us?" Cheng Huanhuan was still screaming. The place looked chaotic and made people feel uneasy. They were afraid that something bad would happen. The crew could only comfort her. "We've already contacted the embassy, but they need time. There are so many citizens of Country Sea here. They won't let you go back first just because you're a celebrity." Cheng Huanhuan felt that she was a celebrity in the eyes of ordinary people. She would be treated generously wherever she went, so she was used to it. However, when it came to a political matter like this, who cared if she was a celebrity or not? While the crew was still anxious, they saw people rushing over. When they saw that it was the army, they thought that someone had come to help. They stood up happily, only to realize that the people in front of them said, "Go and find out if Lin Che is here." In an instant, the leaders of the army came over and searched them. "Ah, what are you doing? Let go, these are our things. What are you doing? Are you robbers?" All of a sudden, everyone screamed. Although he didn't know what had happened, he heard some clues from the conversation of the people inside. They were saying, "How are we going to explain this to the older prince? But Lin Che isn't here. Then there's nothing we can do. Keep looking. Be careful. We can't hurt Miss Lin at all. It's really difficult." Everyone was even more surprised. "Oh my God, the older prince's men are here to find Lin Che. What happened to Lin Che? Why are these people here to arrest him? Did she offend the older prince?" Chapter 1391. That's strange. They came to welcome her personally yesterday and even invited her to the palace. Why did they suddenly send an army to look for her today? Who knows? The world of these people is not something that we can guess. Everyone suddenly realized that Lin Che's world might really be different from theirs. Cheng Huanhuan snorted. "Seriously, is it because of her that we can't go back to China? Alright, what are you complaining about at this time?" Everyone was tired and Cheng Huanhuan's complaints made them even more annoyed. "Sigh, Lin Che is gone. Where's Gu Xiuan? Why is he gone too? Then, someone realized that Lin Che had already disappeared. I saw a few people taking Gu Xiuan away in the morning. I think they were Lin Che's people. They looked so nervous when they left. Maybe something really happened at that time and we didn't know about it. Sigh, these wealthy families are risky too. Looks like there's something going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. Everyone could only guess. Not long after, they saw the news on the television. The king had passed away this morning. The few of them were stunned again. The news said that the king had passed away and the successor had not been decided yet. Some people said that the eldest prince, Syed, was definitely the successor. But others felt that the king already had someone he liked and had written his will for the third prince, Haman, to inherit the throne. But now, the royal family was discussing about it and the final outcome had not been announced yet. The people at the airport suddenly understood the reason for the sudden lockdown. So, something had really happened and it was not a small matter. The few people in the program team also started to understand something. What's going on now? Is there a real palace fight? It looks like the 9 princes are fighting for the throne. That's strange. What has this got to do with Lin Che? Yeah, why is Lin Che involved in the fight for the throne? Don't tell me he's involved in a political matter. That's too dangerous. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Following Lin Che was really dangerous. Who knew that they would encounter such a situation just because they were out for a program? Meanwhile, in the palace, Syed was still waiting there. He sat on the big chair with a gloomy expression on his face. He was fiddling with the gun in his hand. There was no one in the living room. Syed sat in the empty hall like a ghost. After an unknown period of time, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Your Highness, we've searched everywhere that Miss Lin could have gone, but we couldn't find her. Syed clenched his teeth. Fine, fine, run away now. First Prince. Then now, send someone to continue searching. But our people outside need to go and set up defenses. The third prince is coming at us aggressively. What will come will come. How many people did you deploy? Who should be the successor? Do you think he would dare to kill me? I'm the eldest prince after all, he can't do anything to me. Syed was stubborn. His men did not dare to say anything. They simply shook their heads and left. And outside, Haman looked at the people inside. Gu, you'd better not go in. It's too dangerous inside. We'll send someone in. If you go in yourself, I'll feel sorry for you if anything happens. Gu Jing's cold and sharp eyes stared into the room without blinking. No, I want to go in and see for myself. Maybe Lin Che isn't inside. But I won't give up just because of a maybe. Gu Jingzi pushed him away. His exquisite face was etched with a deep and fierce expression. He loaded the gun in his hand, kicked the door open and walked in. The people behind him quickly followed him. They held their guns in front of them and looked at the people outside cautiously. A figure flashed past. However, the person behind him was not as fast as Gu Jingzi. He shot forward and blood splattered everywhere. He was extremely focused. He had never been more focused than now. As he walked forward, he looked at the people in front of him with a bone-chilling gaze. Gu, don't be so rash. Some of them might not be Syed's men. Haman could only follow him. No matter who it is, those who stand in my way are my enemies. I have no way out and neither do you. Today, we can't make any mistakes. We have to be perfect. Haman stared at him blankly, unable to utter any words of consolation. Along the way, it was just as he had said. Those who stood in their way were all dead, no matter who they were or whose men they were. Until they reached the inside, Syed looked outside from the room. Are they already here? The people below were trembling. Yes, eldest prince. What should we do now? Syed snorted. Haman is so daring. He actually dared to kill someone. Eldest prince, it doesn't seem to be Haman. It's not. At this moment, the door was slammed open. The first person to enter was the Gu family security guard with a blue badge. Syed stood in front of him with a gun in his hand. He was stunned for a moment before he saw Gu Jingze step in behind him. His body trembled as he looked at Gu Jingze in disbelief. It's him. Why did he say it was him? Gu Jingze swept a glance over. Lin Che is with you. Syed paused for a moment before he grinned. I was wondering why Haman had the guts to kill someone in the palace. So it's you. Gu Jingze continued, where's Lin Che? Syed laughed. But why is it you? Didn't you leave the Gu family? You're no longer the head of the Gu family. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. Where's Lin Che? Syed stopped and looked at him coldly. No wonder Lin Che wouldn't follow me no matter what. He knew that you still had strength. You hid your strength and made everyone think that you couldn't make it after leaving the Gu family. But you helped Haman obtain all his wealth. You lied to everyone. Gu Jingze sneered and looked over. Where's Lin Che? Syed shrugged. I don't know either. I gave her the most lenient treatment, but she ran away. Gu Jingze frowned and looked at him. By now, Haman had already rushed over from behind. Gu, you're too fast. Gu Jingze threw the gun to Haman. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to look for Lin Che. Haman was taken aback for a moment before he looked at Syed. Good, very good. You knew that Gu Jingze did it on purpose. You've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? Syed snorted. Haman smiled. It's not a good thing to be overconfident. It's even worse to underestimate your enemy. Even if Gu isn't the head of the Gu family, he's definitely the most powerful person. But you overestimated the ability of a family. Syed narrowed his eyes. But you can't do anything to me. Yes, I won't kill you. You're still my brother. But after I become the king, you can't come back here anymore. Chapter 1392. For the sake of his reputation, Haman wouldn't kill Syed. However, he had to expel him from this place. Syed already knew that he was not going to die. At most, he would be banished from the world. However, he was so close. Just a little more and he would be the king. At this moment, he didn't know that Gu Jingze was helping Haman in secret. It was Gu Jingze's fault for hiding it too well. After such a long time of contemplation, it was truly terrifying. Outside, Lin Che saw that the streets were still in chaos. As she was rushing to the airport, she got off the car. Just as she was about to enter, she was suddenly stopped in front of her. Mississippi. Lin Che was shocked. She raised her head and saw Dongzi in front of her. Lin Che patted her chest. Dongzi, you're here. Dongzi hurriedly said, Miss, sorry for scaring you. Lin Che shook her head, where's Shi Yuan? Little miss, everything has been arranged. Don't worry, everything will be fine. As soon as you left, we took little miss to a safe place to rest. When you left the palace, we discovered you. I followed you in secret and only came to find you when we reached a safe place. Lin Che understood and nodded, then Gu Jingze. Mr. is fine too. Don't worry, I'll bring you there now. Alright, let's go. Her bodyguard had matured under the baptism of time and time again. Dongzi took her and soon arrived at a villa. Gu Jingze was at the door. Looking at Lin Che, he walked over. Lin Che threw himself into his arms. Gu Jingze hugged her and patted her back quietly. It's fine now. At this moment, they saw a row of soldiers walking in. Lin Che panicked. He raised his head and saw Haman, who was in his military uniform, smiling at Lin Che and Gu Jingze. Gu, Lin, you two are together. That's great, the palace is preparing. You can go and take a look. The late king's funeral will be held soon. It's also your coronation ceremony, right? Gu Jingze said. Haman smiled, yes. Gu Jingze shook his head and put an arm around Lin Che. No, we won't join in the fun. Now that you've become the king, everything will be perfect. It's time for me to return home. Haman said with a regretful expression, you've helped me so much. Aren't you going to stay and celebrate with me? Gu Jingze said, there are too many disturbances. We prefer to rest in peace. When Haman heard this, he shrugged his shoulders, all right then, I'll send someone to send you off. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che beside him, his eyes filled with warmth once again. Lin Che had just returned and saw that he had already received countless calls, including calls from the production team. Lin Che called back to the production crew. The staff member was very excited when he received Lin Che's call. Lin Che, you finally contacted us. Where are you now? We're stuck here and can't go back. What do you think we should do? Lin Che said, don't be anxious. Something happened here, so I think it'll start moving very soon. Oh, that's good, that's good. Ask someone you know here. Otherwise, the local escort here won't be able to explain anything. We don't know what happened and we're all worried to death. Lin Che said, I'll go take a look right now. It's fine, it should be over. Lin Che put down the phone and told Gu Jingze about it. Gu Jingze said, I'll get Haman's men to fly you back to your country first. The airport won't be open for a while now. Things just ended. Many people who couldn't leave will leave with the crowd. Haman will definitely be on guard. I reckon the airport won't be open for a while. It's not good for you to stay here for too long. Lin Che nodded. He would listen to him. When Lin Che rushed to the production crew, everyone was resting and waiting anxiously for news in the hotel. The television was on all the time, and everyone wanted to see if there was any news. However, there was no news on the television, making them even more anxious. At this moment, Lin Che arrived. The few people from the production crew immediately surrounded him. Sister Che, you're finally back. Sister Che, what should we do now? Sister Che, do you have any news? Lin Che said, all right, don't be anxious. I've already asked. There will be a plane coming to take us back to our country tomorrow. Just get ready. Hearing Lin Che's words, everyone's hearts immediately calmed down. Really? That's great. We're too impatient here. We're afraid that we won't be able to go back if we stay here. Yeah, did something happen here? Lin Che said, we'll know in a few days. It's hard to say now. Anyway, it's fine as long as we can leave. Hearing this, everyone knew that it was probably a secret that couldn't be revealed. Lin Che was right. It was fine as long as they could leave now. It wouldn't be long before they went back anyway. They reckoned there would be clear news about what had happened here. Everyone was very happy to hear this news. At night, they prepared to pack everything. However, there were some who were doubtful. They felt that there wasn't any definite news. They said that there would be a plane coming to pick them up, but no one had seen the plane. Looking at the news, the few shows were still closed and no planes could pass through. Naturally, some people were worried whether Lin Che was speaking the truth or if she was just bragging. But the next day, there really was someone coming to pick them up and take them to the airport. Only then did everyone relax. When they reached the airport, Lin Che was there too. The airport lounge was already empty. However, there were many people waiting outside asking when they could leave. When the group of people entered, they really believed that they really had this special treatment. After all, the others could only wait outside and couldn't leave. Not long after, the staff came in and said to everyone, everyone can get ready to board the plane. Ah, really? That's great. A few mothers looked at Lin Che. It's all thanks to you this time. Lin Che smiled. How could it be? I didn't do anything. Cheng Huan Huan harumphed. What do you mean it's all thanks to you? Maybe it's because of her. Lin Che turned around and glanced at her. Then, he heard a piece of news on the television. It was an obituary from the royal family. The old king had indeed passed away and the new king had been confirmed. Haman would inherit the throne. This was also the result of the old king's will and the participation and agreement of all the members of the royal family. Wow, so there's a coup going on these 2 days. It can't be. Was there a palace fight just now? That's why the airport was closed. Heh, we rushed too quickly. Chapter 1393. Someone looked at Cheng Huanhuan and said, see, you still want to blame it on Lin Che. It's not like Lin Che killed the king. That's right, everyone left because of this. We are considered special. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Haman was walking over with a group of people. He trusted the king and had just attended the inauguration ceremony. At this moment, he had a smile on his face as he appeared at the airport with his trusted ministers. Instantly, everyone looked left and right and whispered to each other. What's going on? What's going on? Seeing Haman walk in, Lin Che hurriedly put down the things in his hands and walked over. Your Majesty. Haman smiled as he personally extended his hand to pull up Lin Che, who was kneeling. All right, Lin, Gu didn't let me come, but I still felt that I should send you off. After all, it has been hard on you guys this time. Lin Che's face was filled with unease. Thank you, I am really scared and overwhelmed by the favor. How could that be? No matter what my identity is, we are still friends. This time, Gu was willing to give up his position as the family head to help me get this position. I am really touched and admire his strategy. I was originally just a bastard son and didn't even have the right to know who my mother was. In terms of inheritance rights, I am the sixth. The reason why I am able to stand here is because of his meticulous planning. This incident happened so suddenly. If it wasn't for him, I might not have been able to handle it myself. Anyway, no matter what, you guys will always be my friends. Lin Che lowered his head. I am honored to be friends with you. The people behind didn't know what they were talking about, but they could see that the two of them were talking very intimately. Everyone looked on in fear, not daring to say a word. Finally, Haman smiled at everyone and said, this time, the royal family is gifting this private plane to everyone. I hope everyone has a safe journey. Because of the incident, we had to seal the airport and it brought everyone a bad experience. The next time you guys come, we will definitely welcome everyone warmly. Everyone took a look and realized that this was a private plane provided by the royal family. No wonder it was so special. Seeing Haman leave, everyone bowed at the back. After waiting for the large group to leave, Lin Che then replied, all right, everyone can board the plane now. We will see each other in the country. Aren't you coming with us? No, thanks. I'll go with Gu Jingze, Lin Che said. Everyone understood that they naturally had their own way of leaving this place. They were not ordinary people. Once the airport was sealed, they would not be able to leave. Coupled with his relationship with the royal family, it was only natural that he could leave whenever he wanted. The group was left with nothing but admiration for Lin Che. Seeing this, Cheng Huanhuan didn't dare to say a word. Everyone boarded the plane silently and watched it take off. Indeed, there was no one else on the plane except for the people from the production team. Everyone relaxed, and their moods became much better. Looking at Lin Che's life, it's really filled with passion. But it's also filled with danger. Sigh, they can't be compared. She is involved in the top secret. Even such a big matter is related to her. Yeah, I really can't imagine what kind of life they lead. It should be completely different from ours. Lin Che had indeed returned to Country C with Gu Jingze a while later. After getting off the plane, Country C was filled with news of Hammond inheriting the throne. Naturally, there were no problems with Syed in the report, nor were there any traces of Gu Jingze. No one knew about the bloodshed over there. They only knew that the richest royal family now belonged to Haman. Lin Che returned home and felt extremely tired. He rested for a while before he could truly rest. At this moment, Yu Minmin heard that Lin Che had finally returned and hurried over to see him. What a coincidence. You guys just arrived and he passed away. Yu Minmin had already heard about this from Gu Jingming. Lin Che said, who knows? It seems like his health has been poor for a long time. Yu Minmin said, you don't know. Recently, there have been rumors that Gu Jingze has his own secret army. The reason why he is hiding his strength is because he wants to help Haman inherit the throne. Lin Che was very calm. Really? Yu Minmin said, you're really something. You don't even know what your husband has. Lin Che said, I wouldn't understand even if you told me. I only know that I trust in all his decisions. He will definitely protect me. He will definitely protect me. Moreover, he has always been very powerful. Regardless of whether he is the head of the Gu family or not, he is still the most powerful person. Yu Minmin opened her mouth slightly. I think you are really your husband's #1 fangirl. Look at how proud you are when you talk about your husband. Lin Che naturally turned his head away proudly. Of course. My husband is very powerful. Yes, yes, yes. Your husband is the most powerful. Yu Minmin shook her head. She looked at this fangirl and said, but he actually has a secret army. I really didn't expect it. I knew that he would leave the Gu family so easily. Does he think that the Gu family is becoming a burden to him? Anyway, he is already very powerful. Why should he let the Gu family have so many relatives and so many things to hold him back? Lin Che said, I haven't heard him mention this. Anyway, we just hope that things can settle down. Yu Minmin said, oh yes, Shuiyang has successfully won an award. It's still very popular. But you probably won't be able to see this news over there. Really? Ah, that's great. Yu Minmin said, this time, I hope that he can go further in Hollywood. Maybe he will be very suitable there. After a few more years, he will become another international superstar in Country C. Lin Che was full of confidence in him. Just then, Mu Firen came in from outside. Seeing that Lin Che had returned, she said, you're finally back. Have you rested? How are you now? Now? I'm fine. I just feel a little tired. You haven't rested much recently. Of course you're tired. Why don't we give ourselves a break and stop running around? Let's find a place to rest. How do we find a place to rest? Yu Minmin said. Mu Firen said, it's my child's birthday in a few days. I want to find a place to celebrate with her. We don't have to be too extravagant. I think she will like to go out for a picnic. What do you think? Lin Che said, it's Yunyan's birthday. Of course we have to celebrate. Lin Che had to prepare a small gift for Yunyan's birthday. At home, Lin Che was thinking about what to give her. What do you think of a dress? All young ladies like dresses. Lin Che asked Gu Jingze. Chapter 1394. Before Gu Jingze could answer, he received a call from Black Hawk. You know, Yunyan's birthday is coming. Yeah. What does it have to do with you? Okay. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just asking for Yunyan. What gift are you going to give her? What gift? Lin Che grabbed the clothes and said, I've already prepared it. I just want to know, as Mrs. Gu, what gift did you prepare for Yunyan? What did he mean by, as Mrs. Gu? What do you mean? Lin Che felt that something was wrong. Show us your sincerity. We don't want anything less. Don't think we're coaxing a child. Don't blame me if you don't give us something, Hei Ying said directly. Lin Che protested. Hey. How can you be like this? Asking for it directly. Huh, what do you mean? Are you really going to coax a child? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Really, I knew it. You and your wife are the most stingy. Let me tell you, I'll check on Yunyan tomorrow. Don't even think about touching my Yunyan. Hey, you, Lin Che was speechless. Gu Jingze laughed. Forget it. Yunyan is a grown-up now. She's your niece. Give her something good. Even if she doesn't need it now, it can be her dowry in the future. Lin Che leaned against the wall and spread his hands helplessly. Hei Ying is so calculative. He's already saving up for his daughter's dowry. Sigh, I'm curious. Why doesn't he save it himself? Why does he want us to help him? Gu Jingze thought for a while and said, I'll prepare the gift. In terms of money, Gu Jingze was naturally the one who spent it. Lin Che consciously gave the opportunity to him. Yunyan's birthday arrived soon. The few of them were called to the picnic that was supposed to be held. Lin Che took the two kids to a car. Before they left, he asked the servants to prepare some food suitable for a picnic. When they arrived at the meeting place, they saw Gu Jingming, Yu Minmin, Gu Jingyu, Liu Beiqin, and Gu Jingyan were all there. Lin Che opened the car door and got out. Why are you all here? Liu Beiqin squinted at Hei Ying. His eyes were obviously saying, what do you think? Lin Che looked at the Black Eagle, who had a roguish look on his face, and understood. It was the Black Hawk who got it. Black Hawk chuckled, raised his eyebrows, and said, let me tell you, prepare everything for me. Liu Beiqin said, hey, is there anyone like you? Talking about money during a child's birthday is so hurtful. Black Hawk said, what's wrong? Even if you haven't done anything, she's your niece by blood. You should give her something, right? Liu Beiqin waved his hand. All right, I got it. She has such a greedy father. It's really a waste of such a cute girl like her. Hey, they're all related. Why did you drag me here? Gu Jingyu asked. Black Hawk looked at Gu Jingyu and said, what's wrong? My sister is married to your family. Aren't you all relatives? We're all relatives. Isn't it only right for you to do something? Gu Jingyu rolled his eyes. The Black Hawk said, of course, you don't have to give anything. Take this. Gu Jingyu looked over curiously and saw Black Hawk pass a photo to Gu Jingyu. It was Gu Jingyu's photo. Black Hawk had already prepared a pen. He threw it at Gu Jingyu and said, sign your name. Right, to my beloved little fan, Yunyan. Happy birthday to you. Gu Jingyu finally understood why he had brought him here no matter what. Lin Che followed behind and said, "It can't be. Yunyun likes his divination." Black Hawk scratched his head. "I also said that it's not suitable for her. But girls really have the heart to chase idols from a young age." Lin Che couldn't help but want to laugh. However, although Yunyun was still young, she had learned some things. It was understandable that she would start to like idols. However, it was really surprising that she liked Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu heard this and protested, "Hey, hey, hey. What do you mean? So what if you like me? Liking me means that you have good taste. Not bad, not bad. This is good. I didn't inherit your family's taste. Not bad, not bad. Unlike you and your sister who don't take me seriously. Learn from Yunyun. You have good taste." Pfft, Lin Che and the Black Hawk snorted. At this moment, Mu Firen came with Yunyun. She had imagined that she would only invite Lin Che and Yuminmin to have a picnic together. However, when they arrived, she found a lot of people she knew and didn't know. She came down with a dumbfounded look and pulled Yunyun along. When Yunyun saw Gu Jingyu, she immediately called out in surprise, "Gu Jingyu." Then, she ran over with a blushing face and a racing heart, even forgetting her brother Nian. Mu Firen, on the other hand, looked around and said, "What's going on?" Everyone looked at Black Hawk in unison. Black Hawk smiled and walked over. He said, "It's a birthday celebration. It should be lively." But there was no need to trouble so many people. Why did Liu Beiqin, Gu Jingming, and Gu Jingyu come? He Ying seemed to understand what she was thinking. He looked at her and said, "These are Yunyun's relatives after all. Isn't it only right to give them something at this time? You don't have to feel pressured. This is definitely something they did voluntarily. Did they really do it willingly?" Mu Firen could clearly see that everyone was looking at him with disdain when he said this. However, after hearing his words, Mu Firen realized that Yunyun's relatives they were all very good. She didn't know who Yunyun's biological father was before, but she didn't know. Now that she had confirmed that Yunyun's father was Black Hawk, her circle of relatives would suddenly expand, and each of them would be bigger than the last. Mu Firen didn't expect this at the moment. Gu Jingzi said, "Okay, now that we're here, let's go." Black Hawk said, "Yes, yes. Let's go. Firen, come with me." However, Yunyun had already blushed and said weakly, "Can I take brother Gu Jingyu's car?" Why did she call Gu Jingyu brother? Wasn't there a gap in seniority? Black Hawk said, "Hey, don't you want to sit with uncle?" In the past, Yunyun would stick to him and wouldn't leave him. But now, she was sticking to Gu Jingyu and wouldn't leave him. Seeing this, Gu Jingyu said deliberately, "Okay, okay. Let's take this car and not ride with Uncle Black Hawk, right?" Black Hawk's face darkened. Yunyun was still young, but he suddenly understood the feeling of a grown-up girl who couldn't control her father. Seeing Black Hawk's boss staring at Gu Jingyu unwillingly, as if he was so jealous that he wanted to beat someone up, Lin Che burst into laughter and said to Gu Jingzi, "I really think that whoever marries Yunyun in the future and has a father-in-law like Black Hawk will be a tragedy." Chapter 1395. It was Mu Firen who chose the place for the outing. Originally, she just wanted to let a few familiar people go there to relax, but she didn't expect that Black Hawk would suddenly become like this. Mu Firen felt embarrassed that so many young masters and presidents, as well as Mr. President, had come to such a small forest together. There was water flowing through the mountains. The scenery here was actually good, but it was a little too small in front of these people. In fact, no one cared about it. It was already a happy thing that they could be together. They just wanted to relax and didn't have any other intentions. They spread the blanket on the ground and put away the food and drinks. The sun was hanging slanting in the sky. Black Hawk looked at Lin Che and said directly, "Where's the birthday present? Don't hide it. It's time to give it to you." Lin Che rolled his eyes at him. "You're a money grubber." At this time, Gu Jingze said from behind, "This vineyard is for her. She can go there to play in the future." He took out a piece of land deed. Black Hawk suspiciously pulled it over and examined it. It was a piece of land in Spain, and next to it was a good place for making wine. Black Hawk smiled with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. Yun loves grapes the most." Was this vineyard for grapes? It was such a big manor. Mu Firen looked at it and felt it was a little scary. She said hurriedly, "What is this?" "For Yun." No, it's too expensive." Mu Firen saw it was a vineyard. Yun was so small. Why did he give her a vineyard? Black Hawk blocked Mu Firen's hand and said casually, "This is a little gift from Lin Che. It's not good for you to refuse." Mu Firen looked at Lin Che and said, "How can he give her such an expensive gift?" "No, Yun can't accept it." Lin Che glared at Black Hawk and said to Mu Firen, "Forget it. I watched Yun grow up and she is no different from my daughter. It's good to give this to Yun as a dowry." Lin Che was about to say something when Black Hawk said, "Forget it. It's nothing for them. Anyway, Gu Jingze has many manors like this in Europe. You don't need to save money for him. Let's see what we can do for Yun in the future." Mu Firen glared at Haiying. This guy is really, the gifts given by the people below were still very expensive. Liu Beichen gave a mountain to Yun. Gu Jingming gave him a luxurious limousine. Gu Jingyu said that she was a small-time performer and had no money, so she gave her a full set of limited edition dolls. Black Hawk was disgusted, especially when he saw how Yun was clinging to Gu Jingyu and hugging the doll happily. Mu Firen felt really embarrassed. She just stood there and didn't know what to do. Lin Che wondered if Mu Firen would die of anger if she knew that Black Hawk had asked for gifts a week in advance. The group sat down, and someone brought over the barbecue grill that they had suggested. Everyone grilled meat, drank, and ate together. The Black Hawk said, "I really couldn't tell, Gu Jingze. You even got involved in Hammond's matter. However, you really have a good eye for people. You actually took a fancy to him and not the first prince." Gu Jingze said, "The first prince has a pure bloodline and has been the first in line to the throne since he was young. Naturally, he is arrogant and doesn't trust anyone. Dubai is an important place for trade. If he ascends the throne, I'm afraid that it will restrict us in the future. But I don't know how well you've hidden your secrets," Black Hawk said, looking at him. Gu Jingze ate leisurely. "There's still a lot you don't know. Hey, you should tell me. Of course I have to keep my secrets. If you want to know, go find them yourself. If you can't find them, it's because you're not capable enough. Hey, why are you like this? All right. Don't talk about power when we're out to play." Liu Beichen said, "All right, let's eat quickly. Xiao Che, come and eat this. When are you coming to play at home? The old master misses you." Lin Che was not used to Liu Beichen's enthusiasm, so he said hurriedly, "I've been too busy recently. I'll go when I'm free." Of course, he couldn't forget the birthday girl. Yun sat in the middle, blowing the cake and eating snacks. She was happy to see so many people celebrating her birthday. She really felt very happy. It was the first time she felt that a birthday was so lively. Before the birthday was over, Lin Che suddenly saw that there seemed to be someone taking pictures of a few people over there. He took a closer look and saw that there were indeed paparazzi following them. Lin Che said, seriously, they're not letting go of any opportunity. They're practically everywhere. Black Hawk immediately saw the person with the camera. He stood up immediately and said, hey, anyone dares to take pictures. See if Gu Jingze raised his head slightly. Forget it. If you want to take pictures, then go ahead. Are you ashamed? Hey, how could I be ashamed? I'm just saying that these people are too annoying. They even take pictures of me on my personal time. Mu Firen looked at them. She was already used to it. There are 3 poor actors here. Just bear with it for a while. The others saw this and sighed. Yeah, there were 3 big stars here. Gu Jingyu was here, Mu Firen was here, and Lin Che was also here. They had so many topics to talk about and were so popular. Of course, the paparazzi would follow them with all their might. Now that Gu Jingze was no longer under strict control, the paparazzi could take pictures of many things. They were overjoyed. They didn't care about these people anymore and continued to eat and drink. They played all the way until dusk before going back. When the paparazzi went back, they felt that they didn't know some of them and they knew some of them. They even felt that it was strange. Who were these people? They came to have fun together. After all, their families couldn't be simple. At this time, they still didn't know that once the news was published, they would be in big trouble. At first, they thought that only Gu Jingze would be difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, none of the people he took pictures of were easy to deal with. All of a sudden, this picture was reported on the internet the next day. The report showed that Gu Jingze took Lin Che to a picnic with his friends. Then, there were a few pictures in succession. Everyone naturally recognized Gu Jingyu, Mu Firen, and Gu Jingming. At first glance, they realized that these people were friends who could go out for a picnic with. The Gu brothers were also in the same frame. One was more handsome than the other, and one was more elegant than the other. People couldn't help but admire the Gu family's genes. All of a sudden, Black Hawk saw that his child's picture had also been exposed. The report also said that this was Mu Firen's daughter. He didn't know how Mu Firen could be so lucky to be able to bring her daughter out with so many powerful people after getting divorced. What do they mean by bringing their daughter out after getting divorced? Chapter 1396. He Ying was very annoyed. He immediately ordered his men to give the media a warning. What did you guys do? What did you write in that article? Mu Firen divorced and had a child. Change it. Didn't you censor the photo? The child's face was exposed. Take it down. The media was so scared that they quickly took down the photo and changed the story. They said that Mu Firen was reunited with his beautiful daughter and friends and that they were very happy. The media pulled the reporter up and said, "How did you take the photo? Why didn't you ask the people who took the photo? Do you know who you offended?" I think these children have been on TV before. They don't need to be censored. Who did I offend? I think I've flattered them. The man you took is He Ying. How could he know all the people who took the photo? The next day, another media came to him and asked him what he had taken. He had lost half of his head. They took a look and realized that it was Liu Beiqin, the young master of B City that they couldn't afford to offend. Needless to say, the person next to him must be Mrs. Liu, Gu Jingyan. All of a sudden, the paparazzi felt depressed. They didn't know that these people were not to be trifled with. However, the value of the photo was too high. At the same time, some netizens had already started to dig up the photo on the internet. Look, look, look. Lin Che's social circle is really amazing. Gu Jingze, needless to say, Gu Jingming, the president, with his wife, Yu Minmin, Mu Firen, Gu Jingyu, and Gu Jingyan, the only daughter of the Gu family and the only female member of the family other than the three brothers. The low-key socialite of the Gu family is married to Liu Beiqin, the first son of the Liu family. Liu Beiqin is one of the few young masters in the capital. No one dares to offend him. He is the eldest son of the Liu family and the only heir of the Liu family. Sitting next to Mu Firen is Mo Jinyan, who has connections with both the legal and the legal underworld. He is nicknamed Black Eagle. He runs 80% of the nightclubs in the capital. In Asia, no one dares to claim to be the first. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. That Lin Che was following Gu Jingze. His social circle had suddenly become so high class. It was definitely something that other celebrities couldn't compare to even if they wanted to. However, at this time, other netizens began to feel jealous and said casually on the internet, "She really became a phoenix by leaping to the top. Look at this circle." No matter what, Mu Firen is a heavenly queen who relied on herself to get to the top. The others are also from prestigious families who have money and power. Lin Che is the only one who is nothing. After marrying a good man, she has become a high-class lady. Actually, it was Wu Yufei who was sitting in a dark corner in front of the computer. She stared at the photo with an evil look on her face and typed angrily. Why? Why? Why was she so lucky to marry Gu Jingze? Then, her life became smooth and smooth. No matter what she did, she could do it so smoothly. And she had been compared to her by the company for so many years, but now she was completely defeated. In the past, there were still people who compared her with Lin Che. Now, Lin Che was getting more and more popular, and no one would compare her with Lin Che anymore. After she finished writing, her assistant came to ask her to go out. She closed her laptop and said to the person outside, "Got it. I'll be there soon. Why are you rushing me?" She went out and lit a cigarette. Liang Shan saw it and put out the cigarette. He said, "There are reporters outside. Be careful." Wu Yufei glared at him and ignored him. She quickly went to the car and prepared to go to the next announcement point. This time, because the place was close, she chose to take the high-speed train. She chose business class on the high-speed train. The ticket price was more expensive than the plane, but Wu Yufei didn't care. On the plane, Liang Shan followed her. She stood up impatiently. Liang Shan said, "Where are you going?" Wu Yufei said, "To the toilet." "Why?" Liang Shan said, "Don't go out and run around. The car is full of people. If they see your ugly face, we'll have to spend money to buy it back for you." Wu Yufei ignored him and went straight to the toilet. After sitting down, she took out a cigarette from her pocket. She lit it up and smoked. All of a sudden, the car's alarm went off. Ah, someone's smoking. The door opened. The stewardess saw Wu Yufei. Wu Yufei stood up immediately. "What are you doing? Smoking is not allowed here." "Look, the car alarm is going off." Wu Yufei frowned. "What? Smoking is not allowed. I spent so much money to buy first class, and now I'm not even allowed to smoke." The stewardess said, "This is for everyone's safety. This is the rule, then what are you doing now? The police have heard the alarm and are rushing over. And you'll definitely be fined for this." "Fined?" Wu Yufei looked at her. "Don't tell me you don't know me. Do you know me?" Wu Yufei. The stewardess knew her from the moment she got on the car. "This has nothing to do with who you are." Wu Yufei frowned. "Fine then. There's nothing else, right? You know who I am. Can't you make an exception for me? This is really, okay, I'll fine you. I'll pay. Just tell me how much it is." At this moment, someone had already seen the argument. Seeing that it was Wu Yufei, someone had already taken out his phone. At this moment, Liang Shan had also arrived. Seeing that Wu Yufei had actually quarreled with the stewardess, he quickly walked over. Yufei, what are you doing? Liang Shan pulled Wu Yufei over and hurriedly shouted to the people behind him, Okay, stop taking pictures. What are you doing? This is private, you can't take pictures. He even said to the stewardess, I'm sorry. She didn't know that it's not allowed. We'll pay and we'll fine. Please make an exception for this. We'll admit our mistakes and write a self-reflection. Liang Shan tidied things up for a long time before he pulled Wu Yufei back inside and scolded her. Wu Yufei, you've been too much recently. What are you doing? Look at Lin Che, he's never been caught in any scandals. Look at yourself now, how can you compare to Lin Che? When Wu Yufei heard Lin Che's name, she immediately raised her head and pushed Liang Shan away. Her eyes were red. Lin Che, if you like him, go ahead. I'll never become Lin Che in this lifetime. It's useless for you to be envious of him. With that, Wu Yufei ran out. Liang Shan stood there. This Wu Yufei. He couldn't keep her. Otherwise, if she was so disobedient, she would be a disaster sooner or later. Chapter 1397. After returning home, Wu Yufei continued searching on the internet. News about Lin Che was everywhere. Everyone was still envious of her life. Some people even exclaimed in admiration that a woman should be like Lin Che. She must have saved the Milky Way in her previous life. Wu Yufei snorted coldly and posted, Lin Che realized the value of life through marriage. The following post said that it seemed like there was really no need for a woman to struggle. Look at what she had gotten in exchange for her marriage. She turned from a carp to a phoenix. Mr. President, young Master Lu, and Gu Jingyu had all become her social circle. This was all because she had married into a good family. Looking at the process of her meeting Gu Jingzi, which Lin Che had never made public, who knew what method she had used to hook up with the high and mighty Gu Jingzi. She even compared Gu Jingzi's and Lin Che's backgrounds. The news that Lin Che was the illegitimate daughter of the Lin family was directly released. What kind of status did the Lin family have? What kind of status did Gu Jingzi have? Such a comparison was indeed very surprising. They felt that Lin Che was too amazing. She was actually able to hook up with Gu Jingzi. This was definitely a dramatic turn of Cinderella becoming a princess. Lin Che looked at the news on the internet. What's going on? Yu Minmin said, don't care about them. The TV series is going to be released soon. You should do your own thing. Don't care about this kind of speculation on the internet. Lin Che nodded. Recently, the TV series Celestial Greasy that he had filmed with Gu Jingzi had finished editing and could enter the promotional period. Because it was going to be released, many TV stations were fighting to buy it. Panda TV also came to ask once, but because of the unhappy cooperation last time, Lin Che didn't want to air the TV series on their TV station again, so he found an excuse to decline. Lin Che glanced at the internet and didn't say anything else. In the afternoon, Lin Che went to the promotional event with the crew. Oh Lai followed along. When he was asked how he felt about working with Lin Che, Oh Lai hurriedly sucked up to her, saying, Sis Che's professionalism is indisputable. Moreover, every one of her dramas is well produced. I feel that this is very important. It allowed me to see how a good drama is made. Then in the crew, do you all know that Gu Jingzi is here? When Oh Lai remembered that the man was Gu Jingzi, he felt a chill down his spine. She also thought it was a pity that she had acted in the same drama with Gu Jingzi. It was a pity that she didn't know it at that time. She didn't even say a word to him. She always felt sad when she looked at him. If he had told Gu Jingze, he would have gone to lick Gu Jingze's boots. What a pity. Oh Lai was still trying his best to flatter Gu Jingze when someone outside suddenly said, Gu Jingze just posted a long Weibo post. The people at the scene quickly clicked on it. Gu Jingze's Weibo post said, getting to know Lin Che was a mistake. We had a very strange interaction the first time we met. But when I was with her, it took a long time and we went through so many difficulties that ordinary people couldn't imagine to get together. Lin Che is the most precious person I have met in my life and she is my wife that I will definitely protect. No matter where I am, I have my principles. But when it comes to her, I don't care about my principles. I only care about her. So, if anyone still wants to challenge my bottom line, please continue. Such a domineering declaration was shocking to everyone. If it was anyone else who said, come and challenge my bottom line, everyone would think it was a joke. But when it came to Gu Jingze, the threat was absolutely naked. It was scary just thinking about it. It must be because people keep talking about Lin Che that Gu Jingze is unhappy. He's really a crazy wife protector. While everyone was still talking, the haters on the internet immediately started to criticize her. See? She still needs Gu Jingze's help. She doesn't dare to refute him because she doesn't have the confidence. At the end of the day, a pheasant is a pheasant. Even if it flies up to the branches, it won't become a phoenix. Then, something unexpected happened again. The eldest young master of the Liu family suddenly posted a video. I want to know who is talking about Lin Che's background. Doesn't anyone know that Lin Che is the eldest daughter of the Liu family? I, Liu Beiqin, am Lin Che's biological brother. Although she has never told anyone about it in order to keep a low profile, those wild chickens can't just crow around and make a stain on Lin Che's low profile. Seriously, is it so important for two people to get married? Isn't it important for two people to want to get married and be together forever? What's wrong with these people's brains? They think that there's something wrong with two people's status. What era are you living in? Liu Beiqin was indeed a straightforward boy. As expected of the tyrant of City B, he was so direct with his words. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. But then, Liu Beiqin directly posted a DNA conclusion. The haters saw this and couldn't refute a word. They wanted to say that Liu Beiqin was purposely helping Lin Che clear her name. But who would lie about their biological sister? Moreover, the person who said that was Liu Beiqin. Behind them, He Ying saw this and immediately retorted. He didn't have a Weibo account, so he posted a string of curses on Twitter. Who said that Lin Che is his sister? Lin Che is my sister, okay? In an instant, this sentence caused a huge uproar. When Liu Beiqin saw this, he immediately retorted, Mr. Mo, you are also a part of the Liu family. Whether you admit it or not, you are still a part of the Liu family. He Ying said directly, haha, my surname is Mo and Lin Che doesn't take the surname of the Liu family. Who cares about the Liu family? Liu Beiqin said, fine, fine, fine. You know who your father is. Blood can't be changed. You can change your name and even your gender, but you can't change your blood. Even if you change your blood, you can't change the genes in your bones. So what? If you don't like it, you can go back to the furnace and be reborn. When these two tyrants started arguing, the others could only watch. No one dared to get involved. The two of them looked like they were bickering, but this bickering looked too childish. A netizen said, this kind of argument is like playing house. A real argument should be like how Gu Jingze deals with his business rivals. He doesn't even have to say a word and the other person is already dead. So, netizens, stop arguing. They are arguing because they are biological brothers. No matter how much they scold, it will break their bones and connect their tendons. If you go and scold them, be careful of being pinned down. Everyone took a look and realized that he was right. The two of them were just cursing at each other because they couldn't fight and didn't want to. One of them was the young master of the Liu family and the other was the boss of the underworld. If they really wanted to fight, it would have been lively. Chapter 1398. However, everyone was shocked. Lin Che was Liu Beichen's sister? And at the same time, she was Black Eagle's sister? Then, what was their relationship? Moreover, after seeing the DNA report, everyone couldn't help but believe that it was true. There were too many things going on in the rich and powerful. It made many people confused. When Wu Yufei looked at all this on the computer, she was completely confused. She placed her hands there, thinking about what else she could say to curse Lin Che. But at this moment, the door suddenly opened. When Liang Shan saw Wu Yufei's computer screen, he was stunned. Then, as though he had a sudden realization, he walked in front of Wu Yufei and said, "It's you, Wu Yufei. You're really stupid. You just randomly stirred up this dispute and it made Lin Che's case even more attention. How can you be so stupid? Did all the artist training I did for you go to waste? These things should have been calculated by the public relations department before they released the news. You just randomly released it. You're really stupid. Look at what you've done now. Alright, I don't want you to care about me. This is my private time and my personal matters have nothing to do with the company." Wu Yufei opened the door and walked out. Liang Shan looked at her with a dark expression and said, "Wu Yufei, come back here. If you dare to go out, the company won't care about your matters in the future." Ha! Wu Yufei turned around and gave him a disdainful look. She opened the door and got into her car and drove out. She was anxious along the way. She thought about Lin Che, the company, and the gazes of these people. She thought about the people online comparing the two of them from time to time. But now, the comparison was no longer a real comparison. It was all a blow to Wu Yufei. Some people were saying, "Look." In the past, people said that Wu Yufei was the next Lin Che. Now that they saw it, Lin Che wasn't an ordinary person. Wu Yufei was still far from him. Another person said, Wu Yufei's company even said that Wu Yufei has more potential than Lin Che. She even got the title of Best Actress. But actually, Lin Che couldn't be bothered with that title. Lin Che is someone who has won a Golden Award. Why would he care about being in Best Actress? Wu Yufei knew that all the bragging she had done in the past had now become a slap to her own face. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened. She narrowed her eyes and looked ahead. Suddenly, she heard someone yell, "Ah, the car is coming. Get out of the way." His eyes flickered, but it was too late. At the scene of the accident, a pregnant woman was lying on the ground with blood all over the ground. Wu Yufei, who got out of the Porsche, was dumbfounded when she saw the scene on the ground. The person next to them exclaimed, "Ah, the driver is Wu Yufei." Only then did Wu Yufei realize that she had bumped into someone. Moreover, this was still a public place. Everyone had already picked up their phones and started to take pictures. Wu Yufei was annoyed. Seeing everyone's expressions, she turned around and said, "What are you filming for? I've never seen it before." At this moment, the pregnant woman's family rushed over. "Ah, my child. You have to pay with your life." That person was probably the pregnant woman's mother-in-law. She immediately rushed over and grabbed Wu Yufei and shook her vigorously. Wu Yufei became even more frustrated. She looked at her and pushed her away. "Where did this shrew come from? How dare you touch me? Take your filthy hands away. I don't know which village this woman came from. Pay with your life. I just bumped into someone, I can't pay with my life. Humph, that person was pushed away. She lowered her head and hurriedly pulled the pregnant woman. How is it? How is the child? The person next to her scolded. We called 120. Alright, why are you asking about the child at this time? There's so much blood. It's good enough that the adult is fine. Ah, there's so much blood. My grandson. Io, you have to pay with your life. Pay with your life. The woman started to cry on the ground. At this moment, the 120 and the police had already rushed over. When they saw that it was Wu Yufei, they were stunned. The police said, "What's going on? Let's go to the hospital first. We'll check what needs to be checked and do what needs to be done. This is a transportation hub. Move whatever needs to be moved." Wu Yufei glanced at the police and picked up the phone. "I'm going to call my insurance company and lawyer." Wait a moment. The police said, "Sure, do whatever you want. But we definitely have to check your body. Let's go. We'll draw your blood to see if you're drunk driving." On the other side, the pregnant woman had already been carried away. Not long after, Wu Yufei was also brought to the hospital by the police. When the woman heard that Wu Yufei was a celebrity, everyone started to persuade her. They said that the child was definitely going to die. The adult was still in the emergency room and that this person was a celebrity. They wanted her to quickly ask for more money. She thought about it and hurried over. Seeing that Wu Yufei was still drawing her blood, she walked over and said, "Io, my grandson can't make it. You have to pay with your life now." Wu Yufei looked at her arrogantly. "Ha, if you want to pay with your life, I don't think that'll happen. Ha, it's only right to pay with one's life. Otherwise, you have to pay me. You're so famous. If this gets out of hand, I won't do anything but you'll probably be finished." Humph, Wu Yufei couldn't be bothered with her. She picked up a cigarette and lit it up. "Wait for my management company to come. You can talk to them about this." The doctor looked and frowned. "You can't smoke here. You can't smoke. Pinch it off." By then, the management company had already received the news but no one came. Wu Yufei waited there for a long time. The police had already started to rush her. "Alright, are you leaving or not? Let's go. It's time to go to the police station." "No, I have to wait for the management company to come." "What management company? You don't have anyone here and neither does your lawyer. Let's go and talk to them. Let's not affect the hospital's treatment here." Wu Yufei said, "Hey, you know who I am, right? The impact of my matter isn't like that of a normal citizen. Do you know how big of an impact I'll have if I go out? If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense." The police harumphed. "I don't care who you are. You're a celebrity and you have to obey the law. Take her away. Let me go. Let me go." The police had wanted to give her a special treatment because she was a celebrity. However, Wu Yufei's attitude was too arrogant. It was annoying. She looked down on others and was high and mighty. It was as if a celebrity was a cut above others. It was even more annoying. Hence, they purposely treated her harshly. Once she went out, Wu Yufei's vision went dark. Many reporters were watching and their cameras were filming. "Wu Yufei, is it true that you killed a pregnant woman? Wu Yufei, did you drink and drive? Is it true that you insulted the injured person?" Wu Yufei's head was about to explode. At that moment, she could only quickly enter the police car under the protection of the police. Chapter 1399. On the other side, the TV had already started broadcasting the news. It said that Wu Yufei had killed someone with her Porsche, insulted the victim at the scene, and acted like a big shot in the hospital. Yu Minmin looked at the news and didn't see any PR. She said to Lin Che, "This girl is ruined." Lin Che said, "Did their company give up? Why didn't they say anything? Liang Shan is that kind of person." Lin Che shook his head. "It's her own luck. She used to be very timid. I don't know what happened to her recently." Yu Minmin said, "All right, don't worry about her. You're going to a fashion party this week. Remember to wear the most fashionable clothes in your house." A fashion party was a party held by a big company that came to the country to advertise. They would invite some local celebrities to the party. There would be a lot of media visits. If the celebrities were fashionable, they would be on the headlines and might even be laughed at. Many artists were proud to be invited. It seemed that being invited meant that the big shot had a good impression of them and that the big shot felt that they were famous. Lin Che would definitely be invited. She had been so popular recently. If she wasn't a big shot, Yu Minmin wouldn't have invited her. Coincidentally, the TV series was about to air, so he accepted the job for her early. Lin Che went home and looked for clothes for a long time. Seeing Gu Jingze, she said calmly, "What's this? A Chanel invitation?" "Yes, I do." "You're going?" "I'm going." "Isn't the TV series being promoted?" Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze. "I'm choosing clothes. Which one do you think looks better?" "I'll take this one." Gu Jingze handed her a white dress. Lin Che was already dazzled. Although she felt that this matter was relatively simple, she immediately accepted it since someone could give her a suggestion. The day of the ceremony arrived quickly. Lin Che hadn't arrived yet. Those who arrived had already heard that Lin Che would be there tonight. The big brand had specially prepared a separate seat for Lin Che. It was obvious that they were very happy that Lin Che had agreed. In order to attend this fashion cocktail party, everyone was dressed very specially. "Hey, look, she's wearing the latest Chanel. Look, it's Chloe's latest model. I haven't been able to buy it recently. Isn't that an LV shawl?" Everyone looked at each other, looking at each other's clothes with contempt and envy. At this moment, Lin Che arrived. Seeing the reporters and manufacturers walk over, everyone knew Lin Che had arrived. "Look at how happy those manufacturers are. Hee hee, why don't they go out to welcome us? Are you Mrs. Gu? Is your husband Gu Jingze?" At this moment, Lin Che walked in. Everyone looked at Lin Che's white attire. It was simple and elegant, but there was nothing special about it. Compared to everyone else's uniqueness, Lin Che seemed much more ordinary. Everyone scoffed when they saw it. "Look, what's wrong with Lin Che? He's too arrogant. Does he look down on Chanel? Why is he so dismissive? Maybe he just wants to be special." How could Lin Che know that no matter how he appeared, he would always be the center of attention and the subject of discussion? This had nothing to do with what he wanted to do, but was related to his current status. Everyone was looking at her with mocking eyes, but at this moment, "Mr. Gu is here." At this time, everyone saw Gu Jingze, accompanied by the president of the Asia Pacific, walking in gracefully. Gu Jingze's sudden arrival was surprising, but Gu Jingze was Gu Jingze after all. He was accompanied by the CEO of Asia Pacific. While everyone was feeling envious, Lin Che had already raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. Gu Jingze smiled and waved at her. "What are you looking at? Come here." Lin Che hurriedly walked over. "Ah, why are you here?" Gu Jingze said, "I was invited." The CEO looked at the two of them. Oh, it's our honor to have the two of you attend our cocktail party together. Wow, your clothes really match each other. Did you match them on purpose? Lin Che lowered her head and looked at herself. She was wearing white with a little black trim. Gu Jingze, on the other hand, was wearing black with a little white trim. It would be strange if this wasn't a couple's outfit. At this time, everyone had also noticed that the clothes on the two of them were very obvious. Furthermore, when Lin Che was alone, his clothes weren't that obvious. It was only when the two of them stood together that they became so different. Whether it was the cut of their clothes or the color combination, they all seemed so symmetrical, as if they were made by nature, causing people to exclaim in admiration. The disdainful gazes turned into amazement. Under the lights, the two of them suddenly became the center of attention. The media also started to brag about their matching attire. Whether it was artistic or aesthetic, it could be said to be the best design of the day. Everyone looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che enviously. Until the party ended, the two of them were surrounded by people. At this time, the media kept reporting about Gu Jingze and Lin Che appearing together in a couple's outfit to show off. Gu Jingze and Lin Che walked out together. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, "You did it on purpose, didn't you? That's why you made me wear this the other day." Gu Jingze smiled and stroked her hair. He took the opportunity to kiss her lightly on the lips. "You prefer to keep a low profile," Gu Jingze said. Gu Jingze said, "But I also want everyone to know that I'm with you." Lin Che looked at him gently. He lowered his head and kissed her on the lips again, tossing and turning. When Wu Yufei arrived, she saw such a scene. At first glance, she saw the two of them kissing as if it was their first love. It was so pure and sweet. Wu Yufei's heart was really a little envious when she saw it. However, she didn't come here today to be envious of him. "Lin Che." Wu Yufei called and walked towards the two of them. The two of them, who had been disturbed by Wu Yufei, slowly separated. Gu Jingze looked at her and frowned because she had disturbed him. When Lin Che saw that the person who came was Wu Yufei, he was a little surprised too. "Wu Yufei." Wu Yufei walked over. It had only been a few days, but she had lost a lot of weight and looked very haggard. "Lin Che, please help me. I don't know what to do. I have no experience and I don't have a background. I don't know what to do now. Liang Shan, that beast, after using me, he doesn't want me anymore. Now they want me to fend for myself, but I don't want to be frozen like this." Chapter 1400. Lin Che looked at Wu Yufei and said, "All right, don't be anxious. Take your time and tell me what happened." Wu Yufei cried as she looked at Lin Che. Lin Che first pulled Wu Yufei to a nearby cafe to talk. After clearing the place of people, Wu Yufei shed tears as she recounted what had happened. Lin Che had seen the news about Wu Yufei a long time ago, and he had been wondering why Starlight didn't have any PR. But who would have thought that when Xing Hui said that he would ban someone, he would really do it just like that? Wu Yufei said, crying, "From the start, I didn't want the company to compare me to you. Back then, Sis Che was already a popular movie star, and I was just a newcomer. But the company said that I had to do this for my development. I was just a newcomer, and didn't have any right to speak. What image? Wasn't it all created by them? I could only listen and watch. Even during interviews, I would be scolded if I said anything wrong." Of course, Lin Che knew about this kind of situation. In the entertainment industry, this kind of situation was countless. Wu Yufei was just one of the typical examples. In order to create an artist's image, the company that created stars would cover up the artist's true nature and impose his or her personality on it, as if they really wanted to create such a doll. The person they wanted to portray had to conform to the script that the company had created for them. There couldn't be any deviation. For example, there was an artist who had a great sense of humor and was very talkative, yet he had to pretend to be cold and aloof. There were also girls who were originally very down-to-earth, yet they had to be portrayed as goddesses, unable to reveal any of their true nature. Wu Yufei said, "I'm very worried, but for the sake of being popular, I really didn't dare to say anything to the company. All these years, I've been very depressed. I don't want to compare myself to you at all, but the company won't listen to me at all. Now that I'm useless, they're going to throw me away. This time, I got into a car accident, that's right, I deserved it. But the company took this opportunity to break off the contract with me and even said that they want me to compensate them for their losses. They just want to squeeze out all my value and take back all the money that I've worked so hard for all these years. They're practically vampires, taking advantage of the car accident to say that I breached the contract first. I really can't accept this. I've been used by them for so many years, and now I'm being kicked aside like a piece of trash, but they haven't suffered any losses at all." Lin Che looked at Wu Yufei and looked ahead calmly. Wu Yufei said, "As long as you're willing to help me, I'll tell you all about the shady dealings in Xinghui. Xinghui is especially shady. All these years, their family has been the most shady. Really, you don't even know about it. Including the matter of you and Mr. Gu being exposed, it was all orchestrated by Liang Shan." Lin Che looked at her and said, "Of course I know all of this. Wu Yufei, I've never been pretentious with you. Why did you suddenly come to find me?" Wu Yufei lowered her head and said, "Because I know you and Xinghui have always been enemies. Plus, in the current industry, apart from you, no one else has the ability to deal with Xinghui. Plus, Che, I feel like you've always been a savior. You've saved a lot of people. I feel like you're the only one who can help me. If even you can't, then I can only watch helplessly as Xinghui destroys me. As for Xinghui, they earn our hard-earned money for nothing and treat us like tools." Lin Che sighed and looked at Wu Yufei. Under the pressure of the entertainment industry, many artists became more and more irritable under the pressure of the management companies. This was because the image that the companies created for them was too good, too clean, and it triggered the rebellious mentality of these artists. And some artists, like Wu Yufei, were so obedient in the beginning and only wanted to be famous. From nothing, they became famous after being chosen by the company. The feeling of becoming famous overnight made them feel even more pressured. Before they could fully accept it, they had already become celebrities. The contrast was too great, and it changed their minds even more. Lin Che said, "All right, you can go back first. I need to think about this." Wu Yufei looked at him as if she was clutching at a life-saving straw. "I just want to take revenge on Xinghui. I don't want anything else." Lin Che watched Wu Yufei leave, then called Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, "What Liang Shan did was indeed very immoral. Wu Yufei was ruined by him, but now that he has ruined her, he wants to find an excuse to get rid of her. He can't control himself anymore, and he doesn't want her to be poached by other companies." Sigh. Then what should we do now? Although Wu Yufei has made a huge mistake, she is really a typical artist who has been used by the entertainment industry. I don't want to see Liang Shan succeed again. It makes people very angry. This Xing who has been going against us for so many years, and I have long been unhappy with Liang Shan. So you want to help Wu Yufei? Since she has begged us, I still want to help her, Yu Minmin said. I will ask the public relations department to pay attention to it. That's good. Yu Minmin was obviously better at this kind of thing. Before Yu Minmin hung up the phone, she laughed and said to Lin Che, "Oh yes, you and your husband were really good at showing off the dogs tonight. The news of your appearance is all over the internet. wasn't it Gu Jingze who did it? It had nothing to do with her. Yu Minmin hung up the phone with a smile and started to work on the other side. The public relations department of Lin Che's company was also becoming more and more famous in the industry. Over the years, she had trained her ability to adapt to emergencies and was very strong. She was a role model in the industry. At this moment, seeing Wu Yufei's scandals and negativity flying everywhere, she shook her head. This Liang Shan was really ruthless. But, it wasn't that there was no other way. Yu Minmin immediately played the pity card for Wu Yufei. She asked the marketing account to post the reason why Wu Yufei got into a car accident that day. Because she found out that she was going to be abandoned by the company, she got into a car accident in a daze and was immediately thrown away by the company like garbage. Then, she directly posted the unspoken rule of the entertainment industry. She wanted everyone to see how many celebrities had been tarnished, frozen, and betrayed by the company over the years. Wu Yufei was just one of them. And she was definitely not the last one. On the other side, Liang Shan suddenly saw that some marketing account had started to clear Wu Yufei's name. He immediately thought that maybe Wu Yufei had someone secretly helping her. At this time, Xinghui was already one of the top companies in the industry. There were really not many companies that dared to go against Xinghui. No, there was one. Lin Che's studio had always been in an undefeated position in the industry. Because their family studio had almost never failed before. Every single time, they were able to emerge victorious from a dangerous situation. After so many years of being independent and standing firm, their status was getting higher and higher. In today's entertainment industry, if there was anyone who dared to go against Xinghui, it would be Lin Che. Chapter 1401. Could it be that Wu Yufei had suddenly become smart and found Lin Che? Liang Shan thought angrily. This Wu Yufei really didn't know how to be grateful. He had groomed her from a small celebrity and now she was biting the hand that fed her. During the company meeting, a few of the CEOs brought it up. Liang Shan, that's your artist. You didn't handle it well. Artists nowadays aren't as easy to manage as they used to be. Moreover, there are so many media outlets, fans, and netizens. You can't be the same as before. People nowadays talk about power and respect, understand? Liang Shan said, I found out that it seems to be related to another company purposely suppressing us. What other company? Lin Che's studio. After Liang Shan said that, no one dared to speak. Everyone looked at each other. In an instant, the temperature in the room dropped by a few degrees. How did you offend them? You should have said so earlier and treated them better. Now it's all good, one of the CEOs said. In the past, they didn't know that Lin Che was Mrs. Gu. Now that they knew, they didn't dare to fight back. Liang Shan said, it's not that we can't deal with her now. Even if she's Mrs. Gu, now that it's public, she won't dare to use her husband's resources. Otherwise, people will say that she relies on her husband. She still hates this, so, alright, how do you know what her background is? You don't know how powerful and heartless Gu Jingze is. We've asked around. A few families disappeared without a trace. It said that it has something to do with him. But now, you don't have to worry about this. I don't want to offend Gu Jingze because of an artist. Liang Shan was suppressed. Even though he was one of the top managers in the industry, he was still working for someone else. He couldn't be a CEO himself. He was very unhappy to be suppressed like this. He looked outside and saw that Wu Yufei's photo was still hanging in a prominent position in the company. He had taken a liking to her because he felt that she had no background and was easy to control. Now, she actually dared to ask Lin Che to deal with him. At night. Wu Yufei left the convenience store and ate instant noodles at home for a few days. Her assistant had already returned to the company and was no longer helping her. She didn't want to see anyone now. The ups and downs of life seemed to have been experienced overnight. At first, no one was interested in her. Then, she became famous overnight. Now, she was once again at the lowest point of her life. She really felt like she was dreaming. It was so unreal. Back then, when she became famous overnight, she felt that it was all a dream. After she accepted it, she began to squander her life. But now, in a single night, everything was gone. All the years that had passed seemed unreal. At this moment, she didn't want to do anything. She just wanted to quietly stay in her room, watch television, eat, and play games. At the end of the day, he was unwilling to accept this reality. However, just as he reached the door and was about to enter with the key, he was pulled back by someone. "Ah, who are you? What are you doing?" Wu Yufei screamed all the way as she was stuffed into the car. She brought them to a place and came down. Only then did she see Liang Shan sitting on a chair, looking at Wu Yufei. "Brother. Brother Liang, now you know to call me Brother Liang. What will you call me when you go to Lin Chei's place?" Wu Yufei was stunned. He knew. You've already ruined me. What else do you want?" "What else? You call that ruined? You're really naive. Wu Yufei, you deserve all of this. I told you to be obedient, so you did. You're not obedient, and now you're blaming me for abandoning you. Now, you have to take a good look at what kind of person I am. After so many years, you still haven't completely understood me, right?" Liang Shan asked them to come forward. Wu Yufei looked at the burly men and her heart skipped a beat. "What? What do you want, Liang Shan? How dare you? Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Do you really think that you're still the popular Wu Yufei?" No, you're the popular Wu Yufei. Do you dare to tell others what happened to you? If you dare to say it, I'll dare to let all the men see you. Think about that title, how attractive it is. Popular celebrity Wu Yufei, on other people's group. Ha ha ha. You've, screams could be heard, but no one felt pity for them. Liang Shan immediately posted his comments on the internet. "I don't know who's trying to ruin my relationship with my artist." Wu Yufei is currently at home reflecting on her actions because of the car accident. She's also resting at home. "Who's trying to ruin my company's image? I haven't offended anyone in the industry. If there's a possibility, there are only a few competitors. We can compete fairly and not rely on public opinion to oppress others." When Yu Minmin saw this, he thought, what are they playing? The subordinate immediately said, "Sister Yu, we can't contact Wu Yufei now. Did she change her mind at the last minute?" Yu Minmin rubbed her chin. "It's not impossible. Without me, Liang Shan won't come out and say anything. He'll just keep a low profile. I told you that these people are unreliable. We agreed to help her, but she went back on her word." Yu Minmin snorted, "Do you think we're easy to fool? Find him, immediately." Yes. It was a piece of cake for them to find someone. However, Lin Che looked at the place where Wu Yufei was hiding and felt a little strange. Isn't this the address that Wu Yufei provided? What's wrong with her? Did she suddenly change her mind because she was threatened? Yu Minmin said, or maybe she was threatened. Liang Shan has worked with her for so many years and probably knows a lot about her. She's really naive to think that we're easy to fool. Lin Che said, "Let's go up and take a look." Okay. The two of them went up and knocked on the door, but there was no response. Lin Che said, "Wu Yufei, I know you're inside. Do you want to open the door yourself or do you want us to barge in?" You choose. There was still no response. Lin Che gave Dongzi a look. Dongzi took out a tool and placed it by the door. He moved it and the door lock was opened. This was a master key that most people wouldn't have. It could open a normal lock in an instant, and a specially treated lock could be opened quickly with a little effort. The door opened and the few of them walked in. Who? Who? You, don't come in, Wu Yufei's trembling voice entered his ears. Lin Che frowned and felt that it was strange. He took a look and saw Wu Yufei curled up inside. Her body was messy and her clothes were in a mess. Lin Che's expression changed. He walked over and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Wu Yufei raised her head. You. It's you. How did you find me? No one in Liangshan knows. Chapter 1402. Yu Minmin said, "To us, there's no one in B city or country C that we can't find." Wu Yufei looked at the people behind Lin Che and immediately understood. Liangshan really treated them like ordinary people. Lin Che said, "All right, tell me what's going on first." Wu Yufei suddenly burst into tears and covered her face. Actually, there was no need to say anything. After hearing Wu Yufei's words, Yu Minmin said angrily, "He's breaking the law." Ha, he really doesn't want to live anymore. Wu Yufei hurriedly said, "What are you going to do?" "I don't want to. I don't want anyone to know. I don't want to." Yu Minmin said, "Wu Yufei, you're already in this state. Why are you still thinking about this?" Wu Yufei looked at Yu Minmin and said, "I'm from a small family. My family are all ordinary people. They're very happy that I'm famous. They feel that there's a celebrity in their family." Wu Yufei's words made Yu Minmin slowly stop. Wu Yufei's face was pale. Her face was full of self-mockery and she said, "All these years, people have always said that I'm the most successful in my family. Because of me, my family lives in a big house and has a lot of face in my hometown. Every time I see them, I feel that no matter what I do, it's all worth it. At least, my hard work makes other people happy, right?" She started sobbing. Tears flowed through the gaps between her fingers and she said, "If people see my video, if people find out about my situation, how will my parents be able to face them? I might as well die. Why do I have to go out and meet people?" This kind of thinking was really despairing. However, as women, they could understand. Women were always weak in this aspect. Outsiders said that they should stand up bravely, but they never thought about the consequences of being brave. Yes, there would always be brave people who sacrificed themselves to ensure that the bad guys would be punished. It was a sacrifice. It was a sacrifice. And there would always be some people who they didn't dare to sacrifice. Most girls did not dare to sacrifice themselves, and they should be understood. Other people were not involved, so they would never know what kind of pain they would face. Lin Che said, "All right, if you don't want to, we won't announce it to the public. But now that you're on our side, you have to trust us. Even if no one else knows about this, we have a way to solve it. But the key is that you have to stand on our side. Why are you afraid of him? He's just Liangshan. When you looked for me, didn't you say that only I can help you deal with him?" Wu Yufei looked up. "Can you really deal with him if you don't announce it?" "Of course. Plus, with his face, he can forget about ever appearing in the entertainment industry again. He's the black sheep of the entertainment industry. It's because of the existence of people like him that the industry has become so scary. Since he wants to use extreme methods, then I won't be polite with him. If he's heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust." Wu Yufei looked at Lin Che, and all of a sudden, she retracted her tears. It was as if Lin Che had suddenly become extremely tall and mighty, as if he could do anything. I'll listen to you. Wu Yufei nodded vigorously and said. Over there. Liang Shan was drinking there. That little girl, Wu Yufei, still wants to fight with me. Does she really think that I can't deal with her? I know her weakness is the best. I'm holding this right now. Let's see if she still dares to make a comeback. Previously, she fought against me, but now, isn't she obediently staying at my place and not daring to come out? The person sitting at the side ate some melon seeds and said, where is she hiding? Don't let Lin Che find her. That place was bought under someone else's name. No one knows that I have such a place. That's good. Brother Liang, don't say that you're really good. This industry is really filled to the brim with courage and angered the timid to death. That's true. Come, let's take a look. That little girl, Wu Yufei, is quite pretty. Look at that figure. Ha ha ha, I'll let you watch this video. Don't spread it. Hee hee, of course. Sigh, if only I could sleep with this person for a while. What's the point of just watching a video? You can think about it too. With this, in the future, whoever I ask her to serve, she'll still have to serve me. However, just as the two of them gathered together and wanted to watch the video, suddenly, someone barged in. The person who kicked the door open and came in directly shocked the two people inside. Liang Shan even dropped his phone on the ground. Hey, who are you guys? How dare you come here? What are you doing? Get lost. Hey, where's the security? I'm a VIP here, Liang Shan shouted. The person outside snorted. Do you know whose place this is? A VIP here. You've offended Black Hawk. You can't be a VIP anywhere. Offended Black Hawk. Before Liang Shan could react, he was already pushed to the ground. He saw a few burly men walking over and dragging him up. Hey, what are you guys doing? You guys took off my pants. You guys are perverts. On the other side, the man who was just about to watch the video with Liang Shan was already scared out of his wits. He hurriedly ran away from the side. When he turned around, he saw that Liang Shan had been stripped naked and pinned down. There were even people filming him. God, these people are really perverts. After a moment, Liang Shan was tortured to the point that he didn't look like a human. Someone looked at him from the side, lowered his head and snorted. He threw the phone to him. We also recorded a part for you. You can take a look. Of course, we took the more complete part. Be careful, don't treat women like this. We're all human. You should also try what it feels like to be humiliated like this. You were sent by Wu Yufei. Hee, does Wu Yufei have the ability to make us move? Liang Shan's eyes changed. Lin Che, you were sent by Lin Che. Good Lin Che, you dare to treat me like this. She doesn't want to live anymore, Liang Shan scolded, but he didn't expect that as soon as he said this, he was immediately kicked to the ground again. Only then did Liang Shan react. You guys. You should know what Miss Lin cares about our boss. You dare to talk to our boss's sister like this. I think you don't want to live anymore. With that, the man kicked Liang Shan's most vulnerable place. Liang Shan covered his lower part. He really didn't have a place to cry. You guys, I want to call the police. Just as he finished speaking, a gun was already pressed against his head. The man snorted. You really don't know who you've offended. It's okay. Our Miss Lin usually keeps a low profile and doesn't like to let our boss poke his nose into other people's business. But that doesn't mean that she can be bullied like this. Do you understand? You can try calling the police. Let's see if the police will come to take away this thing in my hand, or if I will take away your life first. This thing was not something that just anyone could carry around. It was Liang Shan's first time seeing this thing. Naturally, his whole body was trembling in fear. There was even something dirty flowing out from his lower part. Chapter 1403. The few of them left in a huff. Liang Shan sat on the floor. He had never been humiliated like this before and he was extremely frustrated. Alright, Lin Che, you're amazing. Liang Shan thought to himself, alright, I won't do anything to Wu Yufei. She's not worth my time. But now, I'll do something to you, Lin Che. He didn't want to face Lin Che head-on. Seeing that Lin Che's forces were much stronger than he had imagined, he naturally didn't dare to face Lin Che directly like Wu Yufei, but he could play in the dark. Public opinion was like a knife. Anyone could use it. Anyone could benefit from it. Anyone could be harmed. Not long after Liang Shan went back, he immediately called a marketing account that he was familiar with and got someone to spread the news, saying that Lin Che was the one who instigated his relationship with Wu Yufei. They said that Lin Che had always wanted to be the leader of the industry, but Xing Hui had always been in his way. Because Xing Hui was getting stronger and stronger, Lin Che had no choice but to use such methods to deal with them. They also spread all sorts of rumors, saying how powerful Lin Che was, how the higher-ups colluded with the officials and the lower-ups won over the people. It was scary to hear. Then they looked at Lin Che's surrounding forces. There was the Lu family, the Dark Shadow, Gu Jingze, and Yu Minmin. It wasn't impossible for them to do anything to her. Who wouldn't dare to offend her? Even the SARFT was afraid of her. Hence, she could make television dramas that others couldn't. She could film and broadcast them at the same time without any problems. It was as if the department was run by Lin Che's family. Because many marketing accounts started to write adverts, all the netizens saw it in an instant. When Yu Minmin saw this, he snorted, "What's the meaning of this? They're trying to mess with us." Lin Che looked at the netizens who responded, "It can't be. You made it sound so exaggerated and there are actually people who believe it." Yu Minmin said, "In their eyes, the entertainment industry is an exaggeration. They're not familiar with it and can only watch it on television, so they definitely don't know what it's like. Sigh, if you were really as daring as they say you are, our company wouldn't be so small right now and we wouldn't have to invest in cheap TV dramas. We don't earn much and we have to work ourselves to death. It's written here that you can control the entire entertainment industry at any time. Yeah. It's amazing. I thought I was reading a novel." However, even if the people in the industry felt that it was exaggerated, the people outside the industry would not think so. The netizens immediately followed suit and scolded Lin Che. Lin Che was also very depressed when he saw this. It was not appropriate for him to respond directly, so he replied on Weibo. "This world is getting more and more fantastical." Below this sentence, there were many netizens who commented. There were tens of thousands of comments, and there were all kinds of comments. At this time, Gu Jingze suddenly appeared. In the afternoon, Lin Che was still reading the advertisements when Yu Minmin suddenly ran over. "Wow, look," Gu Jingze responded. "What is it?" Lin Che looked at it curiously. Yu Minmin immediately said, "Look, your husband is so domineering." Lin Che moved closer to take a look. It turned out that Gu Jingze was replying to a netizen's message. The netizen said, "President Gu, your Lin Che has been bullied by Xing Hui." Gu Jingze only replied with one word, "Bye." Lin Che blinked. What does that mean? Wow, didn't you see the trending topics on the trending list? Both of us have to look at it together. What topic? Lin Che tilted his head and saw that a trending topic had been pushed to the top. Goo Corporation is buying Xinghui Entertainment. Lin Che was so shocked that he thought he was seeing things. But he was right, Goo Jingze really bought it. Xinghui immediately posted a notice below. Xinghui has changed owners, but artists don't have to worry. It's just a change of ownership, it won't affect our internal development. Under the leadership of the Goo Corporation, Xinghui will definitely become better and better. At the same time, we are already a loving family with Lin Che's studio. Please don't criticize us, thank you. The Weibo post even tagged Lin Che's studio. No one knew which employee was controlling Lin Che's studio's official Weibo, but he directly replied with a love heart. This good show stunned the netizens all of a sudden. Goo Jingze is so handsome. The netizens' attention was immediately attracted by Goo Jingze's action, and no one cared about the previous exaggerated stories anymore. Goo Jingze is a real man, he bought it just like that. He is indeed a rich man. Some people even specially made up a lot of jokes for Lin Che and Goo Jingze. Lin Che's comments section was also occupied by these jokes. It was nothing more than such words. Lin Che said, "Hubby, I." And Goo Jingze said, "Bye, bye, bye." Lin Che thought speechlessly, this Goo Jingze, and on the other side, Liang Shan was really depressed. He entered the company at once. He didn't understand why Xinghui Entertainment had changed ownership in one morning. Mr. Chen, is what the internet said true? Liang Shan asked directly in the office. Mr. Chen was packing up. Yes, you just found out. From now on, we will belong to the Goo Corporation. I will keep the dividends, but most of the shares will belong to the Goo Corporation. Liang Shan's expression changed. Why did you sell it so casually? He paid a lot of money. Moreover, if the Goo Corporation wants to buy it, there are many ways. Do you think Goo Jingze is easy to deal with? Look, if we don't buy it, he will use some means. When that time comes, it will still be his. I don't want to waste so much effort, I might as well give him the money. But Liang Shan said straightforwardly, I don't agree. Oh, you don't need to agree. When the company was bought, we already agreed to remove you from the company. You can pack up and leave. What? Liang Shan was stunned. He leaned against the wall, his face dead silent. Alright, you can leave now. This is a part of the Goo Corporation. Besides, we have also decided to maintain a good relationship with Lin Che's studio. Everything will be based on the habits and rules of Lin Che's studio. We will start the overall reform immediately. Liang Shan really didn't expect that he would be defeated so badly in such a short time. He had thought that he could fight to the death with Lin Che. All these years, he was considered a famous agent in the industry and had his own prestige. However, this was nothing in the eyes of the rich and powerful. Because their way of solving problems was simpler. All these years, Liang Shan had been too confident in himself and too proud. He didn't expect that his pride was not worth mentioning in the eyes of people like Goo Jingze. Chapter 1404. At Starlight Company. When Liang Shan went out, everyone was looking at him with strange gazes. They seemed to be mocking him, sympathizing with him, and watching a good show. Because even though Liang Shan's business was good, he was a classic example of someone who would not shrink from any crime. He had a bad temper too. Whoever dared to go against him, he would definitely not let them off easy. Now, everyone was happy to see him being chased out because he offended Lin Che. They all felt that he deserved it. Did he really think that he was at the top of the industry and dared to offend anyone? Did he not know who he was? And on the other side, Wu Yufei raised her head and looked at Yu Minmin and Lin Che, who had come to the airport to send her off. She turned around and looked at the land. She looked at the various celebrities' posters that were still hanging on the wall. In the past, her photos were also here. But when she passed by the airport, she had never bothered to take a look. After her scandal, all of her advertisements had been removed, and the posters here had been replaced by someone else. The industry changed too quickly. A lot of people would disappear if they weren't careful. So, only they knew how much pressure they were under their glamorous appearances. Some people said that they had a lot of money. Yes, if she had to choose again, she would still choose this line of work. Indeed, as everyone thought, having more money was one of the reasons. Compared to other laboring people, it was much easier for them to earn money, and they also got more. However, their hearts were still not satisfied. The more they got, the more they wanted to get. On the contrary, they were not as happy as those who went to work and got nothing. She smiled at Lin Che, her eyes moist. Thank you. I really didn't expect you to help me like this. When I went to look for you, I was really desperate. I had nowhere else to go, so I came to look for you. But I've done so many bad things, yet you still helped me. I'm really sorry, and, thank you, Lin Che sighed. Actually, I'm not trying to help you. It's just that I've seen too many people like you, changing in this industry from a pure and innocent girl to a dark and gloomy personality. So when I see you, I think of so many people being misled and walking down the wrong path. I feel a little emotional. I can only say that I'm helping you because you came to find me. As for the others, I can only watch them continue on this path, going back and forth. It's like a reincarnation, every single one of them walking the same path. Yu Minmin said, yeah, that's why you're lucky. Luckily, you can still turn back. Go, Liang Shan's things have already been deleted. No one will threaten you anymore. But you know that your reputation is really bad right now. If you continue to work here, it will only become more difficult. Why don't you go out and learn and enrich yourself? When you come back, I hope you'll be better. Okay. Thank you, Sister Yu. Wu Yufei's eyes became even more moist. Tears glistened in her eyes. She sniffled and looked outside again. Soon, the plane to England would arrive. After she got on the plane, she was prepared to leave for a few years and not come back. It was as if she had been reborn. She felt emotional and relaxed. She had been in this industry for so many years, but she had never felt as relaxed as she did now. Indeed, giving up was the easiest thing to do. It was just that most people still had an obsession and would not give up what they had. Lin Che and Yu Minmin watched her leave before turning around. Yu Minmin said, right now, Xing Hui is in contact with us. I also feel that it's a little strange. I don't know what to do, but they're acting as if we're a family now. Sigh, they even insisted on coming here to study. Say, those artists have always been against us in the past. It's so awkward. Lin Che said, forget it. In the past, we weren't in the same company, so it's normal for us to have competition. Since we're together now, let's forget about the past and do what we have to do. Actually, many artists were looking forward to working with Lin Che's agency. After all, Lin Che's agency did not cooperate with Xing Hui in the past, so they could only watch Lin Che work and film one drama after another. They did not have a part in it. Now, they were not sure if they would have a part in it. Yu Minmin said, now the industry knows that two big agencies are working together. Originally, Xing Hui wasn't weak and were also very strong. Now, the industry is saying that if we work together, won't we become the biggest agency? Lin Che said, really? when did our agency become so powerful? TSK, you really don't pay enough attention to the company. Meanwhile, Lin Che did not dwell on these things. These few days, he was going to attend a charity banquet. Lin Che went back to read through the documents and prepared to attend the banquet. Because it was the first time he was attending as Mrs. Gu, many media outlets were very excited. Lin Che had received news a long time ago that a large number of media outlets might rush to the banquet. Moreover, the media outlets were saying that this might be the first time they had seen Mrs. Gu's charm in a formal setting. They wanted to see if this big star in the entertainment industry would let the Gu family down at such an occasion. The company's stylist was also very worried and started to prepare for Lin Che in advance. After choosing the style for a few days, they finally decided on the final plan. Actually, Lin Che had attended such banquets in the past, but he had not publicly invited the media. Lin Che was not nervous. Seeing that everyone was ready, he relaxed and prepared to attend the banquet. Unexpectedly, on this day, the Gu family's former relatives were also attending the banquet. Because after the Gu family was split, the inner and outer families had been formed. The two families did not interfere with each other and did not mention each other much, especially the inner family of the Gu family. They looked as if Gu Jingze was a traitor and would turn pale at the mention of him. This time, Xue Mingqi had prepared expensive charity gifts in advance and they went to the banquet together. Before they arrived, they saw a group of reporters surrounding the banquet. They looked very excited. Xue Mingqi tilted her head and said, "What's going on?" One of the family members said, "Miss Xue, they are here to take pictures of Lin Che." Seriously, an actress is an actress. She likes this kind of effect. She is so ostentatious everywhere she goes. Hearing this, Xue Mingqi snorted and said, she is not presentable. I really don't know why Gu Jingze drank her hallucinogen. The servant at the side started to provoke her, that's right. Miss Xue, you're a proud daughter of heaven after all. You're different from people like her. Look at you, you're a rich young lady from the bottom of your bones. You're definitely different from people like them. This temperament, this figure, this taste in clothes, how could that Lin Che compare to you? Chapter 1405. Xue Mingqi walked out of the spotless black Maybach in a pair of silver-gray heels. When she got out of the car, the reporters next to her were still asking if it was Lin Che. Someone said from behind, I know this. Xue Mingqi, the current head of the Gu family. She's a woman. Yeah, I heard that she's very powerful. Otherwise, how could a woman be in charge of the Gu family? Let's go take a look. The reporters surrounded her, but Xue Mingqi held her head high. She didn't even look at them. She asked the security guards to block them out. She walked across the smooth marble floor in her high heels with her head held high and chest puffed out. Just then, someone said from behind, "Look, isn't that the Gu family's car?" The reporter hurriedly looked over. Indeed, the blue emblem of the Gu family was very eye-catching. It seemed that Lin Che had arrived. Suddenly, the reporters rushed over. Meanwhile, Xue Mingqi had already entered. As soon as she entered, she was immediately surrounded by people. It's our honor to have the Xue family here. Miss Xue is so beautiful. She's elegant and capable. She's indeed a young lady who grew up in such a noble family. Miss Xue, your clothes are so beautiful. Your figure is so good too. It's hard to give up on your natural beauty. Xue Mingqi just smiled politely. She enjoyed this kind of compliment, but she didn't show it on her face. When the people at the charity banquet saw Xue Mingqi come in, those who knew her started to spread the news, saying that she was very arrogant recently. Everyone was very interested in this kind of gossip and kept talking about it. Look at her aura. She became the head of the Gu family at such a young age. Yeah. Although the current Gu family is different from the Gu family in the past, it's still a top-notch family. She must have grown up in the Gu family. That's the kind of education she received. That's why she's so powerful all of a sudden. That's right. She won at the starting line. Xue Mingqi was feeling very happy. But at this moment, Lin Che then entered the room. Everyone's eyes lit up, and then they saw Lin Che walking in with a few bodyguards following behind her, lifting the hem of her skirt. Behind him, a row of reporters followed suit. In an instant, the entrance was filled with noise. It was a mess. Everyone was chasing after Lin Che, filming and watching. It seemed that they didn't care about anything else for Lin Che. When everyone saw Lin Che walk in, they only felt that she was wearing a light green long dress with ruffles that accentuated her chest. Her high heels shone brightly in the middle. She was dressed in plain clothes, but it only accentuated her beauty. She had light makeup on her face, but her eyes were even more beautiful. She only wore a simple pendant on her body. It was such a simple appearance, but it still made her appear so noble and unique in the midst of the commotion. It was as though no matter how many people were around, her appearance would be unforgettable at first glance. Lin Chen, Wu, Lin, she of. And who are those people around her? Why did they bring bodyguards? Are they allowed to bring bodyguards here? No one brought bodyguards to the charity banquet. Someone said, these are her trusted aides. She brings them with her wherever she goes. You don't understand this. She can't bring other people with her, but she can definitely bring them with her if she wants to. Moreover, these bodyguards all have statuses. Do you think anyone can have one? These are her bodyguards. Ever since they came out, they have only recognized her as their master. However, they are very focused. They are not ordinary bodyguards. They are definitely her lackeys, and the especially powerful ones. Surrounded by these people, she seemed even more special. She didn't need to care about anything else. She only needed to smile and greet them. That was enough for her. Everyone's eyes were attracted to Lin Che's beauty. Xue Mingqi stood there and watched. She felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Che greeted the people around her. But when she looked up, she suddenly saw Xue Mingqi. Xue Mingqi looked at her arrogantly. She snorted and walked over under everyone's gaze. Long time no see. She revealed a smile. Lin Che returned her smile. Yes, long time no see, Miss Xue. The two of them knew each other. Everyone looked at them. At first, they thought it was strange. But then they remembered that before the Gu family split, they were from the same family. Xue Mingqi snorted and walked over in her high heels. She thought that she wouldn't lose to Lin Che. After all, she still had many years of experience. However, she had heard those fragmented words in front of Lin Che. Lin Che is so imposing. It's Lin Che who looks better. Don't you think that Lin Che is much younger than Xue Mingqi? His skin is full of collagen. And Lin Che doesn't seem to age. He always looks like he's 18 years old. His skin is too good. Lin Che is like a clothes rack. He looks good in everything. Xue Mingqi's arms look good alone. But standing in front of Lin Che's slender arms and legs, they look really thick. Xue Mingqi's face darkened. Did these people think that she was dead? Did they think that she couldn't hear them? But she heard them. Lin Che acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He was still chatting casually. Long time no see. I miss you a little. Miss Xue must be busier than before. That's why I can't see you. Xue Mingqi chuckled. Of course. Alright, I have to go get busy. There are still some donated items that I haven't submitted. I don't know what rare things you brought. Gu Jingze should have a lot of good things, right? Lin Che smiled. For charity. It's not anything good. It's good enough that it can be sold for charity. The people beside them naturally heard the conversation between the two of them. For a moment, they felt that Xue Mingqi was being so petty in front of Lin Che. She purposely asked what Lin Che had brought, as if she was comparing herself with him. But look at how well Lin Che spoke. Everyone was here to do charity, not to compare with each other. After Lin Che finished speaking, he brushed past them and walked over. Xue Mingqi's face was sullen. At this moment, she felt that she had lost her composure. It was because she was angered by these people that she spoke without thinking. Xue Mingqi looked at Lin Che walking in step by step. Her face darkened and she walked over. Oh. Chapter 1406. Xue Mingqi gave him a diamond pendant angrily. The servants in the house were all surprised to see it. This was not what they had decided to give her at the beginning. This was probably Xue Mingqi's trump card. Xue Mingqi looked at the blue pendant in her hand. This blue diamond was known as the modern heart of the ocean. It was a very rare natural blue diamond. At this moment, she didn't feel any heartache in her heart. She only wanted to let others see that Lin Che was, in the end, an actor who only knew how to act. Lin Che was eating at the side. Dongzi walked over and said, "Miss, I found out that Xue Mingqi donated the heart of the ocean." Lin Che sneered. "Is that something very expensive?" "Yes, it's very expensive." "Tisk tsk, she's really generous." At this moment, the big screen in front of them started to show the donated items one by one. The MC was a famous host. He said excitedly, "Today, all the benevolent angels on earth are able to come here and offer their kindness. We are truly honored and grateful. Everyone can take a look and see if there's anything that everyone likes today. I hope that we can continue to offer more kindness to today's charity event." The other people's items were quite ordinary. After all, although they were all rich people, their items were not particularly impressive. Not many people would take out their family heirlooms. After all, it was just a charity dinner. Most of the items that they had given were valuable, but there was nothing to see. Moreover, everyone knew that there were a few big families attending tonight. They would not steal the limelight from them. After all, they knew that they could not compete with them. After all, they had a lot of family heirlooms. Hence, everyone was still watching. They watched as a few big families took out their items. The first was a Buddha statue. It was an antique. Someone would definitely come to buy it if the price was raised to tens of millions. Everyone gasped in admiration. They were indeed big families. None of the small tycoons present could compare to them. On the other hand, Lin Che and the other members of the big families were all arranged to sit in a single room upstairs, directly facing the stage. Their positions looked very superior. Lin Che's things hadn't appeared yet, and everyone was looking forward to it. They wanted to see what Lin Che would bring since it was her first time attending such a banquet as Mrs. Gu. However, at this moment, the MC suddenly said, "Now, I have brought a rare gift for everyone." At this moment, the blue diamond was pushed out amidst everyone's gasps of surprise. So beautiful. This looks like the heart of the ocean. Such a large piece of diamond must be very expensive. Who is so generous to donate such a treasure? At this time, the master of ceremonies had already given everyone the answer. "The one who has brought such a big gift to everyone is us, the beautiful unkind-hearted person, Miss Xue Mingqi." Wow, Xue Mingqi. As expected of a big family, they are so generous. Everyone looked at the private room above. Xuemingqi sat there, looking down with a smile on her face. At this moment, there seemed to be a noble aura lingering around her, making people feel very envious. Everyone looked at the diamond and immediately fought to snatch it. Xuemingqi looked at them from above, her expression unchanging, but her eyes occasionally glanced at Lin Che, who was opposite her. She sat there motionlessly, as if she wasn't going to buy anything, nor was she going to sell anything. Everyone was also discussing below the stage. It's awkward now. On one side is the inner sect of the Gu family, and on the other side is the outer sect of the Gu family. Now that the inner sect has brought out such an expensive thing, Lin Che is representing the outer sect. What should we do? I don't see Lin Che's things coming out. Gu Jing's things shouldn't be bad, right? But they might not be better than this. Everyone looked at Lin Che at the same time, but at this moment. The MC suddenly said, "Now, let's welcome Mrs. Gu to the stage." Under everyone's strange gaze, Lin Che walked up to the stage with a smile. Lin Che was originally an artist, so when he went up to the stage, he was much more at ease than anyone else present. Looking at the MC, he smiled and said, "Hello, hello, long time no see." Since the MC was a famous host, he naturally knew Lin Che long ago. But at that time, Lin Che wasn't Mrs. Gu yet. This time, he was already very honored to be the MC here. He knew that everyone present was a nouveau riche. Ordinary rich people wouldn't be able to enter this place. Needless to say, this time, the Gu family and a few other big families had joined in. So when he came, he had already been very careful. Now that he looked at Lin Che and heard Lin Che say that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, he felt even more guilty. He lowered his head and said, "Mrs. Gu, you're too kind. Mrs. Gu, you're too kind." Lin Che stood still. Everyone was still puzzled. What is Lin Che doing up there? She's an artist. Don't tell me she's going to donate her personal belongings like those celebrities do at the charity bazaar. Who would want her personal belongings? This isn't a television station. While everyone was still curious, the MC had already cleared his throat. He picked up the microphone and said, "This time, we are very honored to announce that although Mrs. Gu didn't bring anything for everyone at our charity banquet, she has really brought a big gift for the charity." Hearing this, everyone thought it was strange. What did he mean by not bringing anything? Did Lin Che not bring anything? The MC said, "I think it's better for Mrs. Gu to say it herself." Lin Che smiled and took the microphone. "This time, I really didn't bring anything because I thought about it for a long time. For so many years, we have attended charity banquets every year and tried our best to give our love. However, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I feel that donating something every year doesn't make me feel anything. I'm a little more free than everyone here, so I established a charity here, Pink Angel. With the Gu family's strength, I will help those who can help." Established a charity, everyone suddenly understood. At this moment, they saw a foreigner slowly walking over from the side, holding a stack of documents in his hand. He walked up to the stage and said, "In order to support Mrs. Gu's good intentions, on behalf of the Dian royal family, we'll support Mrs. Gu. This time, we will contribute 50% of the funds for Pink Angel." The royal family and Lin Che working together. At first, everyone didn't understand what was going on, but now they suddenly understood. The relationship between Gu Jingze and the royal family had become so good. And the key point was that Lin Che also had such a close relationship with the royal family. Previously, they didn't know about it. Although there was a rumor that the royal family's current leader, Haman, was a good friend of Gu Jingze, but no one really knew about it. Now that they saw the relationship between the royal family and Lin Che, everyone recalled this matter. Chapter 1407. In an instant, how could the crowd care about anything else? Lin Che had already started to sponsor him. This was no longer a matter of tens of millions, it was an unlimited investment. Furthermore, it was a collaboration with the richest royal family in the world. Everyone naturally stood up and applauded Lin Che. Look at him, the first collaboration is with the royal family. He's so generous. He doesn't care about donating money. He's truly doing a good deed. Everyone raised their heads to look at Lin Che. At this moment, they felt as if he was emitting a different kind of light. Firstly, it was because his connections were amazing, and his identity was admirable. For such a person, it was as if she had a halo around her. People couldn't help but look up to her. Therefore, everyone felt that the bright and beautiful woman on the stage was even more dazzling. She was beautiful, generous, and exuded a different kind of charm. Xue Mingqi looked at the woman below, and her expression instantly turned ugly. She quickly retreated. However, everyone was so focused on praising and envying Lin Che that no one noticed that Xue Mingqi had already left. Lin Che is so good, he even has connections with the royal family. With the royal family's assistance, what can't he do? And such a rich royal family. Along the way, Xue Mingqi could only feel her heart twitching with anger. Soon, they arrived at the Gu clan. Xue Mingqi threw a stack of documents on the ground. Looking at the assistant in front of her, she said, "When did Lin Che start a collaboration with Haman? How did you guys do it? Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" This. Currently, Gu Jing's side is very closed off. His people have long been purged, and basically no one is on our side. Hence, it's very difficult for us to know about their side. Xue Mingqi gritted her teeth. Then, what is Gu Jing's doing now? There are rumors outside saying that Gu Jingze left the Gu clan on purpose, in order to help Haman seize the throne. They also say that Gu Jingze already has his own secret troop, and no one knows about it. However, it's hard to say whether it's true or not, and no one can say for sure now. Xue Mingqi clenched her fists tightly. Impossible, Gu Jingze couldn't have done it on purpose. He couldn't possibly have a private army. Otherwise, how could there be no news at all? But, if it was true, Xue Mingqi felt a chill in her heart. This Gu Jingze is too sinister and scary. Lin Che had just returned from the charity dinner when he received an invitation from the Gu family. She stared blankly for a moment and said, "Gu family." The butler said, "From the looks of it, it should be an invitation letter sent by a relative." Lin Che picked it up and looked at it. It said that the Gu clan had invited them to worship their ancestors. Lin Che said, "Does Gu Jingze know about this? This is an invitation to you." Me? Lin Che opened it and read the full text. At the bottom, it was written that they hoped that Lin Che would bring the two children to worship their ancestors, because the two children had not gone to worship their ancestors together. At the end of the day, the two children were the descendants of the Gu family, and worshipping their ancestors would bless them with peace. Lin Che said, what does that mean?" The housekeeper said, "It seems that the clan still hopes to break the ice. Perhaps they are feeling a little guilty knowing that Sir has left and that the Gu clan is about to lose its momentum. I'd better ask Gu Jingze for his opinion." Lin Che didn't want to go anyway. When Gu Jingze returned, Lin Che showed him the invitation letter. "Do you think that Xue Mingqi is playing tricks and wants me to go?" Gu Jingze looked at it. "No, it's the Gu clan. They're probably hiding it from Xue Mingqi to express their goodwill to us." Then what should we do now? Do you want to go?" Lin Che shook his head. "Of course not." "Then don't worry about it." Lin Che said, "Don't worry about the clan's goodwill." Gu Jingze said indifferently, "No need. We don't need them to drag us down now. With that, he put his arm around Lin Che. On the other side, the clan was very disappointed that Lin Che didn't respond. However, at this moment, Xue Mingqi actually discovered this. What? The clan wants to express their goodwill to Gu Jingze. Yes, Miss Xue, it looks like it. Xue Mingqi said angrily. They were the ones who said they didn't care about him. Now it's all good. However, Xue Mingqi was indeed afraid. Of course she didn't want Gu Jingze to come back. When he came back, the first person he would deal with would be her. They're forcing me. Xue Mingqi hammered the table in front of her. Lin Che sent the two children to kindergarten early in the morning. He sent the children in and left after seeing that there were no reporters following them. However, just as Lin Che arrived at the company to deal with business, he suddenly heard a phone call. "Ah, Mom," a miserable voice came through. Lin Che suddenly shivered. This voice sounded like Nian Nian. But, no, Nian Nian wouldn't call her that. She was shocked and quickly picked up the phone. "Who are you? What do you want?" There was no sound from the phone. Lin Che listened to the beeping sound from the phone and blinked. "Dongzi," she said, "go and see if Nian Nian is safe." Dongzi said, "Yes, Nian Nian is safe. Madam, there's supervision here at all times." Lin Che was temporarily relieved. "All right, then there's nothing else to worry about. Get more people to help me. At the same time, help me find out where this number that just came from." Dongzi received the order and left. "Miss, that number doesn't exist. It seems that it was sent from a virtual number." Lin Che was really a little worried and couldn't sit still anymore. "Cancel the next work. I'll go to the kindergarten first." Yes, Mississippi, in the kindergarten. The children were still playing happily. Gu Xiuan and Gu Xiuan were not in the same class. Lin Che looked at Gu Xiuan and then at Gu Xiuan. Both children were fine, but she felt even more uneasy. That's right, children are a mother's biggest weakness. She watched for a while and said to Dongzi, "Send more people. I suspect that someone is going to do something to the two children." Dongzi said, "Who is it?" Lin Che said, "Recently, the Gu family has been showing us kindness. Maybe Xue Mingqi will hate us. I'm worried that she will do something to us." Lin Che looked at Dongzi. "You go and follow Nian Nian." "But miss, I'm fine. I'm more at ease with you there." Dongzi thought for a while and nodded. Lin Che went out and went back. However, on the way, she received another call. Beep. "Mom. Mom, I'm so scared." It was still Nian Nian's voice. It was heart-wrenching. Even though she knew that it wouldn't be Nian Nian, her heart was still tangled together. "Pervert, who are you? What do you want?" She scolded, but the phone was cut off again. Chapter 1408. Listening to the beeping sound, Lin Che's heart felt empty. But at this moment, a car suddenly dashed over. "Miss, lower your head," in front of them, the driver yelled. Lin Che raised his head in shock. Before he could react, his head had already crashed into the seat in front of him. When he was dizzy, he saw the car in front of him stopped. The driver was dead in front of him. At the last moment, he reminded his miss. Then, he was hit by the car in front of him and died on the spot. Lin Che's eyes were wet. Xiao Kai, she knew that she had no time to see him, so she opened the car door. But at this time, someone had already opened the door for her. After being dragged out of the car, she saw the people in front of her. The car behind her had been smashed and several people were sitting in it. She didn't know if they were alive or dead. She only had time to take a look. Then, she was grabbed and dragged into a car in front of her. Wang Dong is not here. It's much easier to deal with. Yes, she didn't follow many people this time. Unfortunately, she killed some people. Forget it. It's just killing people. Why are you afraid? Lin Che was in a daze when he heard someone say that in the car. At this time, she suddenly understood something. Lin Che had been thinking that someone wanted to harm her children. It was a diversion. It was to make Dongzi and the others pay more attention to the children, so that the people here could relax. Their target was Lin Che. Lin Che had been thinking about the two children. He never thought that something would happen to him. She was taken away in a daze. She didn't know where they were. She just entered and felt that she was pushed into something. A cold feeling came. She looked down and found that it was a water cellar. The lower half of her body was almost soaked in water. She looked up and was about to say something, but it was already dark. The door was closed. Hey, who are you? What do you want? Say something. She couldn't see her fingers. She could only lean against the wall bit by bit. The place that her hands could touch was cold and there was no place to sit. In this environment, she was really sleepy. However, she also knew that she couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep. If he really fell asleep, he might never wake up again. Were these people going to torture her like this? Because it was a water cellar, she couldn't sit or lean on it. She could only stand like this. Who was it that hated her so much, at this moment? Outside. The voice you recorded is indeed useful. Our people used the voice you recorded to successfully deceive Lin Che, causing him to panic. It seems that you have a certain understanding of Lin Che. Ha, of course. I know her. No matter what she has become, she is still Lin Che in her bones. She is still that petty Lin Che. She will definitely panic when she hears a child's voice. It is impossible for her to have a heart of stone like you. It was two women who were talking. One was Xuemingqi. The other one had half of his face covered and was sitting there. He was so fat that his original appearance couldn't be seen. All that could be seen was the fat on his face. However, those who knew her would be able to tell something from her voice. She was Imo Huiling. Xuemingqi smiled. I still have to thank you for asking for Gu Shernyan's voice from your son. There's nothing to thank me for. Imo Huiling snorted coldly. Her face was indifferent, as if she wasn't a normal human. She looked like a stone with a heart of stone. I hate her. I hate her more than anyone else. I'm willing to do anything to make her live a life worse than death. Moreover, it's just a small matter. Yes, this person was Imo Huiling. At this moment, Xuemingqi felt that saving this ugly person was really worth it. When she saw the half-dead Imo Huiling, she was very disdainful. Back then, she was so passionate with Gu Jingze, but in the end, she still ended up like this. No matter what, she was defeated by Lin Che. Moreover, she was a lunatic. However, when she was about to leave, Imo Huiling suddenly raised her head. Her face was full of hatred, as if her eyes were burning. The words that came out of her mouth were like the tongue of a poisonous snake, full of viciousness. Save me, I will help you kill Lin Che. Xuemingqi looked at her in surprise. Are you crazy? Imo Huiling said, I've been crazy for many years, and I've only just woken up. How can I be crazy? How can I die? That bitch is still so happy. I can't just die like this. At that time, Xuemingqi had an idea. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. At that time, she saved her and secretly treated her. Now, it really came in handy. Schwemming, she said, then I'll get someone to inform Gu Jingze. No need, I'll do it. She stood up quietly and looked outside. Gu Jingze, I really want to see him. Where is he? Gu Jingze sat on the chair, his body heavy. Dongzi knelt in front of him, his head lowered. I will definitely look for him. Gu Jingze said, how many died? Dongzi raised his head. He understood that he was asking about how many of the security guards who followed Lin Che died when he was taken away. 6. Are you sure there are no traces of Lin Che's blood at the scene? Yes, the blood has been tested. There's no trace of Mrs. At this moment. Sir, there's a woman outside. You, quickly come and take a look. The butler came out, his face full of fear. Seeing the butler like this, Gu Jingze's brows sank. When he went out, Gu Jingze saw the fat, tanned woman who looked like an auntie in her 40s. His eyes narrowed. Mo Huiling. Gu Jingze recognized her. And Mo Huiling looked at this man who still looked as noble and perfect as a god. Her tears fell instantly. Why was it so unfair? She looked at Lin Che and then at Gu Jingze. They were still so beautiful, but she had become like this for nothing. Even she couldn't bear to look at herself. Why did the heavens treat her like this? Why was the heavens so unfair to her? Gu Jingze, you actually still recognize me. This really surprises me. As expected of Gu Jingze, you have a photographic memory. You're always so wise, smart, and always so heartless. She laughed miserably. Gu Jingze looked at her and slowly walked forward. Where is Lin Che? Hearing him say Lin Che's name, Mo Huiling suddenly laughed out loud. Lin Che, Lin Che. If it wasn't for Lin Che, Jingze, we would still be fine, right? You still love me like before. We would get married, have children, and live happily together for the rest of our lives. Chapter 1409. Gu Jingze chuckled. You're mistaken. The person I love is Lin Che. That's right, we were very close back then. But at that time, I didn't even know what love was. I've never loved you. Never. You. Mo Huiling's face turned even paler, as if she had just eaten a fly. But after a while, she laughed maliciously. All right. Your love is going to be gone soon, because Lin Che is going to die soon. The next moment, Gu Jingze's hand was already on Mo Huiling's neck. Where is Lin Che? He was so strong that Mo Huiling staggered. She felt as if her neck was going to break. Her face turned pale and she stuttered, fine. If you strangle me to death, you won't know where Lin Che is anymore. Gu Jingze looked at her, but his hand slowly loosened. Where is Lin Che? Mo Huiling said, follow me, and I'll tell you. The people behind her had to follow her. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling and said, no one is allowed to follow us. Mo Huiling smiled. Very smart. Gu Jingze followed Mo Huiling to a rundown factory. From the looks of it, it seemed to be an abandoned food factory. She pushed open an old door, but there was no one in it. Where is Lin Che? Gu Jingze looked at her. Mo Huiling said, all right, I'll tell you. Of course I can tell you, but I want you to promise me something. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. Mo Huiling said, don't worry, I won't ask you to promise me anything now. Mo Huiling moved closer to him and said, I just want you to kiss me again. Gu Jingze's gaze deepened this time. He stared into her eyes. That pair of eyes was the only thing that showed that Mo Huiling was very excited about in the past. Mo Huiling looked at his handsome face. She looked at his face that could make anyone feel as if they were a celestial being. Every corner of his face had once been her love. It was undeniable that after so many years, the person she loved the most was still him. The first thing she thought of when she woke up was still him. However, after watching everything on TV, she found out that after so many years, Gu Jingze and Lin Che had already announced their relationship. Moreover, the internet was filled with admiration for Lin Che. What, you're not willing? Mo Huiling looked down. Lin Che was inside. She knew that Lin Che was locked inside. She knew that Lin Che could hear the voices outside. I want you to say that you still love me, and then kiss me, okay? Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze and said. Inside, Lin Che had indeed heard this voice. She hit the wall hard, but there was nothing here that could make a sound. Ah! Is there anyone? She screamed, but her voice was hoarse, and she could not make any sound at all. She had only been here for a few hours, and she was already in such a state. If she were to continue, she would definitely die. Because it was too humid here, she already had a fever and was soaked in water. She was exhausted and looked like she could faint at any time. Was Gu Jingze here? But who was the other voice? Why? It was so familiar and evil, as if she was in a nightmare. At this moment, outside, Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze and said, Why? You're not willing. Is your love for Lin Che only so-so? You're not even willing to sacrifice a little? Or are you afraid that you'll get rashes if you touch me? Have you not recovered from your illness yet? Gu Jingze looked at her and said, All right, I promise you. Mo Huiling's eyes flickered, and her heart leaped like a little deer in joy. And below, Lin Che heard the voices of two people again, and his heart jumped. Mo Huiling, Mo Huiling. That voice was Mo Huiling's. But why was it her? Wasn't she crazy? But at this moment, she was thinking more about why Mo Huiling wanted Gu Jingze to kiss her. Lin Che felt disgusted at the thought. On one hand, it was because Gu Jingze wanted to kiss Mo Huiling, which was disgusting. On the other hand, it was because Mo Huiling knew that Gu Jingze was allergic to women. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to kill Gu Jingze? No, definitely not. Lin Che banged on the door even harder, but it was still useless. She was so anxious that she started to feel around. Finally, she found the door handle. Since she couldn't open it, Lin Che splashed the door with water. Voila, voila, water seeped out of the door bit by bit. Outside, Gu Jingze saw water seeping out of the door. It must be the door of a cellar. Was there a lot of water in the cellar? No, it couldn't be. If it was full of water, the whole door should be wet. But at this moment, only a small part of the door was leaking water. He moved his eyes and looked at Mo Huiling again. Suddenly, he pushed Mo Huiling away and rushed to the side of the cellar. Mo Huiling fell to the ground with a awe. Seeing Gu Jingze rush over, her face revealed a devilish expression. It was a mixture of jealousy, hatred, and madness, causing her face to twist even more. Well, since you love her so much and you won't kiss me even if you die, then you can die with her. Outside, Shuemingqi said in surprise, What is Mo Huiling trying to do? But because she believed that Mo Huiling hated Lin Che, she gave the power to Mo Huiling. At this moment, she was watching everything through the monitor. Inside, Mo Huiling had already rushed over. Gu Jingze kicked the door open with all his strength. Inside, the moment Lin Che saw Gu Jingze, a smile flashed across her pale face. But at this moment, Gu Jingze. She screamed. Seeing Mo Huiling rushing over with a dagger in her hand, she suddenly pulled Gu Jingze to the back with all her strength. While Gu Jingze was still in a daze, he saw Mo Huiling's dagger plunge into Lin Che's stomach. Lin Che paused, but he didn't feel any pain. He only felt a chill. Perhaps because he was too excited, he didn't feel any pain at all. Lin Che! Gu Jingze shouted crazily. He raised his head and looked at Mo Huiling. He put Lin Che down and with bloodshot eyes, he pinned Mo Huiling's hand to the ground. The dagger fell to the ground. He picked it up and stabbed her with all his might. Ah! Mo Huiling screamed. Blood flowed down her clothes, but she wasn't dead yet. She just bit Gu Jingze's arm. Ha ha ha, go to hell with Lin Che. You must be allergic, right? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you right now. Xue Mingqi was still waiting outside. Her and Mo Huiling's original plan was to make Gu Jingze allergic and lose his strength. Then, they would kill him in one fell swoop. She said, I asked you not to kiss me, not to kiss me. Can't you do it for the last time? Gu Jingze looked at her coldly. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Mo Huiling almost broke down at his words. Chapter 14:10. What the hell? Yes, she had almost forgotten. She had forgotten how fat, how ugly, and how old she was. She didn't even dare to look in the mirror, worried that she wouldn't be able to recognize herself. At this time, Gu Jingze looked at her, opened the selfie page on his phone and showed it to her. All of a sudden, Mo Huiling could see herself in the mirror. Was that her? Was that her? Mo Huiling screamed as she looked at the woman whose face was full of potholes, black and white, and ugly flesh. She slapped Gu Jingze's phone away forcefully and ran away in a hurry. It's not me, it's not me, it's not me, Gu Jingze snorted. It's you. How can I kiss you? No, no, no. Do you think that you can compare to Lin Che in any way? Mo Huiling looked at Lin Che on the ground. Even though she was pale, she still looked beautiful. She was like a frozen beauty, lying on the ground. She was thin and pale, but still so pitiful. Mo Huiling rolled out of the room just like that, and Gu Jingze fell to the ground right after. He held on to Lin Che's hand amidst the gloom. Xiao Che, Xiao Che. He held Lin Che's hand tightly, but Lin Che didn't respond. He leaned against the wall and lay down next to her uncomfortably. Xiao Che, why aren't you talking? Xiao Che, you're usually so chatty. Why are you so quiet today? Little Che, I love it the most when you talk non-stop and complain all the time. Xiao Che, say something, Xiao Che, in the next life, the life after that, will you still remember me? Whether you remember me or not. I will always wait, always. Xue Mingqi looked at the scene inside. Hurry up, Gu Jingze is acting up. Yes, Miss Xue. Xue Mingqi sneered and watched her people rush out. She took a step forward and walked out as well. Looking at Mo Huiling, who was covering her face and crying on the ground, she snorted. Look at you. Mo Huiling was still muttering to herself, it's not me, it's not me. Xue Mingqi sneered, that's you, Mo Huiling. You're already disgustingly ugly, yet you still want Gu Jingze to kiss you. I think you're really crazy. You haven't recovered at all. After using her, Xue Mingqi was no longer polite to her and directly provoked her. As for Mo Huiling, she was truly provoked. She immediately jumped up and bit at Xue Mingqi. Mo Huiling, are you crazy? Let go of me, let go, my face, mo wheeling bit Schwemmingchi's face. Her teeth were as sharp as a crazy female leopard, refusing to let go no matter what. Schwemmingchi screamed in pain. She felt as if Schwemmingchi had bitten off a piece of flesh from her face. The people of the Schwe family had all gone to look for Gujingze, leaving only 2 people here. At this moment, they swarmed over. He grabbed Mo Huiling and kicked her to the ground. However, before he could do anything, he heard 2 gunshots. Bang! Bang! The 2 people fell to the ground in response. Schwemmingchi's face was covered in blood. She looked up and saw a gun pointed at her. She immediately opened her eyes wide and looked up to see the person in front of her. It turned out to be Li Mingyu. Mo Huiling was also stunned at this moment. She saw the people who came in one after another quickly running inside. Soon after, the voice inside was heard. The next moment, someone ran out and said to Li Mingyu, "We've found him. Mr. Gu is fine, but Miss Lin is seriously injured." "What? Gu Jingze is fine?" Schwemmingchi's face froze. Li Mingyu nodded and stared coldly at Mo Huiling. Looking at her face and the blood in her mouth, she looked like a demon, a lunatic, a beast, but not like a human. Mo Huiling looked at him sadly. Li Mingyu shook his head. "Huiling, you've recovered, but you didn't come to look for me." Sigh. Li Mingyu sighed and said. Mo Huiling smiled bitterly. "Would you have helped me if I had gone to look for you? Don't think that I don't know that you've been seduced by that vixen, Lin Che. Even if I had gone to look for you, you wouldn't have helped me." Li Mingyu sneered, "You're my son's mother after all. Of course I'll try my best to help you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have raised you for so many years in vain. With your current state, no one would feel sorry for you even if you were thrown outside. Unfortunately, you didn't trust me. That's fine, but you even did such a thing. You harmed Lin Che and Gu Jingze. You're shameless. How did I fall for you in the first place and help you so much? Now I know that for a woman like you, it's not too much to ask for anything. You." Mo Huiling looked at Li Mingyu angrily. Li Mingyu snorted. "Fine. Since you're my son's mother, I'll settle this for you." "What?" Mo Huiling was stunned. Then, she saw Li Mingyu shoot at her. Before she could say a word, the gun had already hit her forehead. Her eyes were wide open and her face was filled with indignation. However, she had already fallen to the ground and could no longer speak. On the other side, Schwemmingchi was scared out of her wits. She covered her face and stepped back. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Li Mingyu snorted. At this moment, Gu Jingze had already walked out of the room with a woman covered in blood. Li Mingyu was stunned. "Lin Che. How could this be?" Gu Jingze looked at Schwemmingchi coldly. Li Mingyu was instantly infuriated. He looked at Lin Che and felt sorry for him. He kicked Schwemmingchi's face. "Ah!" Schwemmingchi fell to the ground and kept stepping back. Gu Jingze said, "In order to save me, she took a knife for me." Li Mingyu looked at Gu Jingze. Are you still a man? You asked a woman to take a knife for you." "Yes, I didn't notice. I didn't notice that Mo Huiling had a knife in her hand. Then now, it's not a vital point. I'll take her to the hospital first." "All right, hurry up and go." Schwemmingchi looked at him in disbelief. How could this be? How could Gu Jingze? How could he be fine? He clearly had an attack just now. Li Mingyu snorted. "You should really go and take a look. If he had an attack, would he be fine? Haman has already found an antidote for him." Although it's only effective for a short period of time and it's expensive, it's enough to fool you. Alright, you're so stupid. There's no point in living in this world. Why don't you just shoot him? Chapter 14:11. At this moment, Gu Jingzi said, keep her alive to give the Gu family an explanation. She will be punished according to the family rules. She will feel that living is worse than death. Xue Mingqi's eyes widened. Li Mingyu looked at Gu Jingzi's back and nodded. In the hospital, Gu Jingzi held Lin Che's hand tightly. Of course, the doctor knew who these two people were. They had been on the news for a long time recently, so they were already well known. Therefore, the doctor didn't dare to ask Gu Jingzi to leave. He could only let Gu Jingzi hold Lin Che's hand and do the surgery with fear. Although her internal organs are not injured, she still needs surgery. Mr. Gu, what do you think? Just do it, Gu Jingzi said indifferently. But, Gu Jingzi glanced at him. The doctor was frightened. Yes, go to the operating room now. A group of people pushed Lin Che into the operating room while looking at Gu Jingzi. When He Ying arrived, he saw that Li Mingyu was still watching. He Ying asked, where's Gu Jingzi? He followed him in. Don't worry, he is not injured. He just lost a lot of blood. He Ying nodded and sat down. An hour later, Lin Che was woken up in the ward. Lin Che. The surgery is over. Is the anesthesia done? Are you awake? Lin Che woke up in a daze. She saw that she was in the hospital. Ah, Gu Jingzi. Lin Che almost got up. But Gu Jingzi's face blocked her view. I'm here. When Lin Che saw that Gu Jingzi was completely unscathed, he finally relaxed. Oh, you're fine. That's great. Gu Jingzi held her hand and scolded her. Don't be so silly next time. Lin Che stuck out her tongue. I'm fine. Yes, I'm fine. But I'm not sure next time. Li Mingyu's lazy voice came from behind. Lin Che raised his head and saw that this high-class ward was already full of people. Li Mingyu, He Ying, Gu Jingyu, Liu Beichen, Dongzi and Gu Xinian. Gu Jingzi turned around with a dark face. Li Mingyu said, what? Isn't that the case? You're useless, but you don't want others to talk about it. Li Mingyu continued, Lin Che, I told you to stay with me. Look, when have I ever made you so miserable when you're with me? This man, wasn't he asking for a beating? As expected, Gu Jingzi took a step forward with a dark expression. Lin Che quickly called out, Hey. Come back. It couldn't be stopped. Fortunately, Li Mingyu ran fast and had already escaped. He knew that he couldn't defeat Gu Jingzi, and the people here were all Gu Jingzi's people, so he wouldn't stand there and be at a disadvantage. Hey, I just helped you, and you still want to hit me? If it wasn't because you couldn't discipline your own child, Lin Che wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Hearing his words, Li Mingyu's face darkened. I've already taught Li Wei a lesson. He didn't know that Mo Huiling was trying to harm others. He really thought that his mother would change for the better, so he went to visit Nian Nian. He didn't know that Mo Huiling went to record the song. Lin Che said, did Mo Huiling make use of Li Wei? Li Mingyu said, yeah, Li Wei heard that something happened to you and immediately came to tell me. He said that he suspected that there was something wrong with Mo Huiling, so I quickly told Gu Jingzi. Otherwise, how could Gu Jingzi have been prepared? Lin Che nodded in understanding. Then don't blame the child. He should be blaming himself to death. I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, I have my own problems. I didn't think it through, so I fell into the trap. Who asked them to be so cunning? You're so innocent, you're perfect under my arm. Li Mingyu started babbling nonsense again. Gu Jing's face darkened again. Only Black Hawk was speechless. How old are you? Why are you acting like a child every day? If outsiders saw you, the CEO of the Gu Corporation and the CEO of Victory Xing, fighting like kindergarten kids, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Don't, uncle. Kindergarten kids won't take the blame. We won't fight like this, it's childish, Gu Xinian interrupted. Gu Jingze and Li Mingyu's faces darkened. Luckily, Lin Che was fine. He was resting in the hospital. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to rest, someone came to look for Gu Jingze. Sir, there's a group of relatives from the Gu family outside. They want to see you. Relatives? Lin Che raised his head. Seeing that Gu Jing's expression didn't change at all, he just said calmly, "Oh. Sir, what about now? Don't worry about them. Let them do whatever they want. I won't see them." Lin Che said, "Gu Jingze, what should we do?" Gu Jingze said, "You rest." After saying that, Gu Jingze covered her with a blanket. That day, it was really crowded outside the hospital. Outside, the doctor saw a bunch of luxury cars parked outside. There were also many bodyguards walking around, looking as if they were anxiously waiting for something. What are all these for? Why are there so many luxury cars? These are all rich people. I heard that the bosses of many companies are here. Ah, what's going on? Did someone amazing come to our hospital? Gu Jingze. Ah, they're all here because of him. That's right. They said that the relatives of the Gu family are all related to Gu Jingze. They betrayed Gu Jingze in the past and now they're back to beg for mercy. Pfft, any relative of the Gu family is so rich. Of course, they're all people we can't afford to offend. Didn't you see? Even the director is standing aside. No one dares to go near him. Any one of them is definitely a rich person. Everyone sighed. Seeing that no one else in the hospital dared to come, they thought that something important had happened. Lin Che only felt that it was noisy downstairs. Feeling a little depressed, he stuck his head out to look. Why are there so many people outside? Dongzi said, "Miss, the relatives of the Gu family are all waiting outside and don't want to leave. Many people have come to watch." Lin Che frowned and looked at Gu Jingze. It's not good for them to be here all the time. Gu Jingze took a deep breath and stood up. Okay, I'll handle it. Hey, don't fight. On the other side. Hei Ying snorted. Look at you. You look like you're worried that kindergartners will go out to fight and cause trouble. Lin Che glared at him and still reminded Gu Jingze, let's part on good terms. There's no point in fighting. Gu Jingze said, don't worry. He squeezed Lin Che's palm and walked out. Outside. When the relatives of the Gu family saw that Gu Jingze had finally come out, they immediately stood up. Master, the Gu family still needs you. Master, we're still a family. If we quarrel, let's settle it behind closed doors. Don't make it so unpleasant. Chapter 14:12. Gu Jingze looked at the people outside. I've handed Xue Mingqi over to you. I don't think there's anything for me to do in the Gu family. Everyone looked at each other when they heard Xue Mingqi's name. We really didn't know about Xue Mingqi. If we did, we wouldn't have let her do it. Jingze, she's being punished by the family every day. She won't stop for the rest of the day. She must be living a life worse than death. Yeah, we predict that she won't be able to hold on for more than a few days. She'll want to die soon. Gu Jingzi said, that's not a big deal. You can deal with the Gu family's matters on your own. Don't. Jingzi, give us a chance. We really need you. No matter how angry you are, we can talk things over. We can give you whatever you want. Gu Jingzi turned around with a cold smile. We can reconcile. Everyone was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. Gu Jingzi continued, but it's impossible for me to return to the Gu family. We're very free now. Without the restrictions of the Gu family, I can live a better life. We can still work together. But it's impossible for me to return to be the head of the family. As for you guys, you'd better take care of yourselves. Be more accurate when you judge people. Maybe the future of the Gu family will be better if you have someone like Xuemingqi. Everyone's faces turned gloomy again. But they could only shake their heads helplessly as they watched Gu Jingzi walk in. They had let Gu Jingzi go because they were bewitched by Xuemingqi. But now, Gu Jingzi continued to prosper, but they suddenly lost their footing. When they got back, they would torture that damned woman to death. Lin Che rested for a few days, then returned home to continue his recovery. By then, the production of the TV series had been completed and was ready to be released. But Lin Che couldn't go to do the publicity because of his injury, so he was very anxious at home. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che and said, "Don't worry. Everyone is doing the publicity anyway. You're the only one missing." Lin Che said, "I can't. I think I'm almost recovered. If I stay at home any longer, I'll probably grow hair." Yu Minmin tilted her head. "But your husband said no." Lin Che curled his lips and sat there anxiously. When Gu Jingzi came back, he saw her frowning face. He walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Che said, "I can't do any publicity. The publicity this time is already so far behind. I'm worried that the publicity won't be able to keep up and it will affect the viewership ratings." Although she had already made a lot of television dramas, she still felt anxious every time a new one was released. Gu Jingzi looked at her. "You mean you want to go out and work, right?" Lin Che raised his head and looked at him pitifully. Gu Jingzi blinked. "All right. You allowed me to work." Gu Jingzi said, "But I want to go with you." "What?" "I have to follow you." "Woo, in the future, you can go wherever you want. Don't even think about wandering around alone." Lin Che pouted. "I'm not a child." Gu Jingzi pinched her face. "In my eyes, you're even more careless than a child. If you don't believe me, you can ask Nian Nian if he's much better than you." "I'm not so worried about Nian Nian, but you." Lin Che felt defeated. Was she really not as good as Nian Nian? However, what he said seemed to make some sense. Nian Nian was indeed the type who didn't need anyone to worry about him. In order to go out and work, Lin Che had no choice but to agree. All right then, immediately, she went to tell Yu Minmin about it happily. Yu Minmin said, "Why is he following?" "I'm planning to let you participate in a show next week." "Is he going to?" I guess so." The show that Yu Minmin signed up for Lin Che was a talk show. It was one of the most lively talk shows nowadays. In the past, the guests were very funny. Every week, there would be big names participating. The host's questions were sharp, so the viewership ratings were very high. Almost every big name had participated. The show was called Trump vs. Lin Che was going to participate in this show this time. When Lin Che walked into the set of the show, she was followed by a group of people. The people around her thought it was strange. Why did Lin Che come with so many people? A big name is a big name indeed. So many followers. Everyone was still talking in surprise at first, but the next moment, they immediately shut their mouths. Because they realized that Lin Che wasn't the only one who came. Gu Jingze was following behind her. Gu. Gu. Isn't that Gu Jingze? Why is he here? The production crew didn't expect it, but if Gu Jingze was here, it was normal for so many people to follow him. As for Lin Che, after she arrived, she first went to do her makeup. Then, she looked at the script to see what questions she might be asked that day. When she was doing this, Gu Jingze basically watched from the back. Naturally, Lin Che saw the heated gazes of the staff behind her. She turned around and pouted as she looked at Gu Jingze, who was following her and handling his work. See. I told you, you scared them. Gu Jingze looked at her disapprovingly and said to her, am I that scary? Of course. Lin Che sighed. She knew it was useless to say all this to him. But very quickly, the production crew came to inform them that it was time and they could go to the front to prepare for the broadcast. The show was a talk show that was broadcast live. The two hosts were chatting as they started the show. Today, we've invited another big name. Yes, it's a big name. A super big name. This big name has been a movie queen before. And she has the title of the queen of the ratings. She has quite a lot of scandals too. But I'm sure no one will dare to talk about her scandals anymore. Alright. Let's not talk about it anymore. The heavenly queen is waiting. Next, let's welcome our ace movie queen, the queen of the ratings, our Lin Che. Amidst the applause, Lin Che walked to the front of the stage. She smiled and bowed to the audience, saying, hello. The host smiled and said, quick, take a seat. Hey, why did we notice that there's someone who looks familiar sitting down there? The few people's gazes immediately turned to the audience. A man with an extraordinary aura was sitting at the front. Even though he was only here to accompany his wife, the way he looked was impossible to miss. That person was Gu Jingze. Lin Che's face turned red. She saw that the cameras had already moved over. It was a live broadcast. The audience watching the live broadcast from the outside must have seen Gu Jingze in an instant. Lin Che smiled embarrassedly and said, all right. You've only given me the announcement fee. Now that you're filming another person, you have to fork out the money. Chapter 14:13. The host saw this and shouted, all right. No matter how stingy we are, we have to pay for this. Mr. Gu, do you want to come up and play? The host was so bold that even the director was shocked. He kept looking at Gu Jingze's expression, as if he was afraid that he would be angry. However, something unexpected happened. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and then at the host. Then, he stood up and strode towards the stage with his long legs. The two hosts were so shocked that they covered their mouths. They watched in disbelief as Gu Jingze got closer and closer. Lin Che was also shocked. She stood up and said, hey, Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze squinted his eyes and smiled. That captivating smile made the host fall for him. After being a host for so many years and interviewing so many people, this was the first time that she was flustered. Wow, Mr. Gu, is this your first TV show? The host did not forget to tease him. Gu Jingze nodded. If it's not a secret shot, it should be. Seeing that Gu Jingze was so friendly, the host relaxed a lot. The group watched as the staff brought up a huge chair for Gu Jingze to sit on. Lin Che followed suit and sat down. After sitting down, Gu Jingze naturally held Lin Che's hand and placed it in his palm. They looked at Lin Che and smiled at each other. The two of them showed off their love for each other, causing the audience to sigh and scream. The audience watching the live broadcast went wild. The host said, "Wow, it's really like today. Our live broadcast room has suddenly become especially glorious." The other said, "Yeah, look at this chair. No one has ever sat on it before. Did they buy it in a hurry?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. She was so infatuated that she was speechless. She stared at Gu Jingze like a little girl. Gu Jingze looked at her and smiled gently from time to time. The host said, Lin Che, will you die of happiness looking at this face every day?" Lin Che nodded vigorously. "Yeah, I haven't gotten tired of looking at it for so many years." "Ha ha ha, are you going to be jealous of us?" Lin Che squinted her eyes and laughed. The MC said, "Who was chasing who at the beginning?" Lin Che stared blankly at Gu Jingze, blinking his eyes. "Well, how should I put this?" Gu Jingze looked ahead and said calmly, "Look at the two of us. You should know who's chasing who." The host was stunned for a moment before understanding what was going on. Ha ha ha, so Lin Che took the initiative. What? Lin Che clenched his fists in protest. What are you doing? Why do you know who's chasing who just by looking at us? Gu Jingze looked at her and smiled. He said to the host, "You misunderstood. I took the initiative." The host said in surprise, "Oh, really? That's right. Otherwise, how am I going to explain to them when I get back?" Ha ha ha. The crowd outside roared with laughter. Lin Che protested, "Gu Jingze. Hey, you're too bad. Can't you give me some face outside?" Gu Jingze continued, "Well, actually it doesn't matter who took the initiative. When we first met, we really didn't want to be together. But as we got to know each other, we gradually recognized each other. Feelings are only known when two people get to know each other. I don't believe in love at first sight." "Wow," the MC said, "so who's listening to who at home now?" Gu Jingze said, "I'm definitely listening to her." "Wow, really? But she usually asks for my opinion," Gu Jingze added. Lin Che curled his lips and said, "Yes, then I did as he said." But Lin Che still listened to him. Gu Jingze smiled and said, "Yeah, because Lin Che is very smart. Aw. She knows that she's stupid and can't make decisions well. Can't this person get to the bottom of his words?" The MC said, "Wow, then who usually takes care of the two kids?" Gu Jingze said, "She takes care of herself every year and takes care of her sister. I take care of Lin Che." After saying that, she lovingly rubbed Lin Che's head. The people at the scene were instantly swept away. He was treating Lin Che like a child. Lin Che's face darkened again. Hey, hey, hey. There are so many fans watching. Can't you give me some face?" Gu Jingze said, Okay, I'll give you face. Actually, she's quite smart." "Really? Otherwise, why would I pick her?" Hee. The interview between the two of them spread quickly. Gu Jingze went online. And it was a live interview. Inside, Gu Jingze and Lin Che were wantonly adding sugar. It was so sweet that one could die from it. In an instant, many people put down whatever they were doing. Some even dropped their work and turned on the live broadcast of the show to watch. Ever since the show started, the ratings had always been good. It was also very popular and often appeared on the trending topics list. But there had never been a day when it was as popular as today. The ratings skyrocketed. 10%, 20-something, 30-something, oh my god, it's almost time for the Spring Festival Gala. No, it's about to surpass the Spring Festival Gala. Oh my god, Gu Jingze and Lin Che's appeal. While everyone was in awe, they saw that the broadcast had already started on the internet. And on the television, Gu Jingze's hand was still holding Lin Che's. The host was stunned by the sweet feeling of the two of them. Then, if you had to choose one sentence that you'd like to say to Lin Che, what would you say? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, then at the camera. He smiled and said, after being with Lin Che for so many years, she has endured a lot for me, changed a lot, suffered a lot for me, and even saved my life more than once. In the past, I respected her development and wanted her to prove herself with her own abilities. But now, I want to tell everyone that she is my wife. No matter what she does, I will stand by her side. No matter who wants to hurt her or slander her, I will protect her. When it comes to relationships, I have no bottom line. So I hope that those who have been thinking of hurting us will listen to what I have to say today. Wow! It was such a blatant threat. The two hosts in the live broadcast room deeply experienced Gu Jingze's dominance. When he spoke, the look in his eyes was so sharp that it sent chills down one's spine. Yet, it also made them want to submit to him from the bottom of their hearts. This was probably the so-called aura of a ruler. Chapter 14:14. Very soon, the TV series started broadcasting. With Gu Jingze around, the ratings of the TV series shot up. Although Gu Jingze was in the background most of the time, everyone was still very interested in his topics. There were also people who kept saying that although Gu Jingze was the background, he looked like he was with Lin Che. What should I do? I don't think the male lead needs to appear at all. I feel annoyed when I see him. He's blocking my Gu Jingze. Who's Gu Jingze? Gu Jingze is mine. Lin Che watched from outside the computer. He said bitterly, Gu Jingze is mine. Seriously, she wouldn't let Gu Jingze appear on screen again. He was clearly her man, but he had to be praised by so many people at the same time. No, she was jealous. At this moment, a servant came in to deliver something. Madam, the President Palace has good news. They said that Madam President is pregnant again and invited everyone to enjoy the flowers and tea. Ah, Minmin is pregnant. Lin Che thought in surprise. Previously, Yu Minmin had said that it would be difficult for her to get pregnant. After so many years, nothing had happened to her, but she couldn't get pregnant. She might have gotten hurt when she was giving birth. But wasn't she pregnant now? Lin Che said, congratulations. Prepare some gifts and we'll go together. Oh right, did you ask who else is going? I think quite a few people have been invited. Mr. President is very happy this time and has opened the door to welcome everyone. Lin Che smiled. Of course we're happy. Glass Palace was indeed in a state of jubilation. Yu Minmin had only found out after being pregnant for more than 3 months. After entering, Lin Che was led by a servant to see Yu Minmin. As they walked, he heard the servant say, Madam is really careless. Mr. President asked about it and felt that something was wrong. He called a doctor and found out that she was pregnant for 3 months. Madam didn't even know about it. Lin Che said, she probably didn't think that way. Yeah, Mr. President is very happy. The two of them entered as they spoke. Yu Minmin was lying on the bed with a pile of supplements beside her. Seeing Lin Che, she looked helpless. It's starting again. I knew it. Lin Che smiled. It's all because I like you. Lin Che sat down and said, but how is it possible that you didn't even realize that you were pregnant? Yu Minmin said, I've always had an unstable period. Recently, I've felt that my chest has been swollen and it's a little uncomfortable. But every time I have my period, it's the same. I think it's my period. Lin Che shook his head and looked at his confused mother. Outside, everyone had come to offer their congratulations. In an instant, the entire Glass Palace's living room was filled. When they went out, they saw Gu Jingyu and Gu Jingze sitting together. Gu Jingming was talking to Liu Beichin. He Ying was sitting with Mu Firen. The kids were playing on the ground. It was noisy, but it was also happy and harmonious. As soon as Lin Che and Yu Minmin came out, Gu Jingming walked over and carefully supported Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said speechlessly, "All right, I'm pregnant, not disabled." Gu Jing sneered, "Don't talk nonsense." Next to him, Gu Jingyu also laughed and said, "Really? Big brother can also be so nervous. I thought you always put on a cold face." Gu Jingyu sneered, "You'll know once you try to get married." Lin Che said, "I think it'll be soon." Recently, hasn't he been with? Gu Jingyu's face darkened immediately. Lin Che, don't talk nonsense. I can't be happy alone. Why should I get married? I'll be like you guys. After getting married, it's like a catastrophe. Each of you is so slow, as if you're a different person. I don't want that. Gu Jingyu sneered, "You're saying that because you can't eat the grapes, you're saying that the grapes are sour." Gu Jingyu said, "Hee, you say it as if I really want it." Gu Jingming looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Oh yeah, I remember you said that Lin Che wanted to seduce someone." Gu Jingze raised his head. Lin Che was still eating snacks. When he heard Gu Jingming's words, he immediately choked. Why did he suddenly bring up this issue? Hey, what are you talking about? Gu Jingming sneered, "Didn't you want to create a scandal and seduce Gu Jingyu?" In the end, that night, did Gu Jingyu give Gu Jingze the room to rest and let the two of you? Lin Che hurriedly tried to stop him, but Gu Jingming had already finished talking. Gu Jingyu looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. What? When did it happen? Why didn't I know? Gu Jingze did tell Gu Jingming. At that time, when he had just gotten involved with Lin Che, Gu Jingze told Gu Jingming everything. But Gu Jingyu definitely didn't tell him. Lin Che hurriedly stood up and said, No. Big brother remembered wrongly. Gu Jingyu's eyes moved. She had already understood. Oh, I remember now. There was a time when I said that the presidential suite in the 7-star hotel owned by the Gu family was not bad and I asked second brother to try it. He didn't want to go but I still dragged him there. Oh my, did something happen between Lin Che and second brother that night? Lin Che covered his head. Her face was burning when she mentioned what happened that year in front of so many people. Seriously, could they not talk about such ridiculous things? Gu Jingyu slapped his thigh and said, Damn, if I had stayed there that year and didn't give it to second brother, then, however, before he could finish his words, Gu Jingze had already stood up. He looked at Gu Jingyu with a threatening tone and said, Then what? Gu Jingyu saw Gu Jingze's warning look and quickly shut his mouth. Oh, nothing. Nothing. He had forgotten that the vinegar jar was still here. But Gu Jingyu must have thought that way in his heart. If he hadn't given the room to Gu Jingze back then, wouldn't Lin Che have been his? What a pity, what a pity. However, perhaps this was fate. Gu Jingyu said, Then what happened between you and Lin Che that night? Hearing this, Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che with a dubious look in his eyes. Lin Che's face was already as red as a ripe persimmon and he was on the verge of collapsing. Yu Minmin was still a little confused. She didn't know when this had happened. When are you talking about? Lin Che said hurriedly, Okay, don't talk about it anymore. Gu Jingyu said, Gosh, what on earth happened? Did you force yourself on my second brother? I don't think my second brother was interested in women at that time. How could anything happen between you and him? Gu Jingyu was speechless. He didn't force himself on her, definitely not. But, it seemed no different from forcing himself on her. Lin Che wanted to cry but had no tears. If she was given another chance, she really wouldn't do such a stupid thing. But thinking about it, if she hadn't been so stupid back then, she probably wouldn't have met Gu Jingze. Chapter 14-15. After all, he was such a high and mighty person. How could she have gotten to know him through ordinary means? They might not even have any interaction at all. At this moment, Gu Jingming said, "Speaking of which, I also gave you a present." What? Lin Che had a bad feeling. Gu Jingming said, "You'll know when you go out later. I know you'll like it." Lin Che and Gu Jingze looked at each other. Yu Minmin said, "Hurry up and go out to have a look." She pushed Lin Che out of the room. Lin Che was pulled by Gu Jingze. She looked at him, but he seemed to have no idea where to go. The two of them were pushed out of the room. They got into the car and drove forward. After a while, they stopped in front of a hotel. Lin Che looked up. Ah, this hotel, wasn't this the hotel that they stayed in before? However, Gu Jingze remained calm and pulled Lin Che out of the car. When the two of them reached the room, Lin Che's heart was pounding. She even felt a little embarrassed. Gu Jingze looked at her and asked, "How did you get in?" Lin Che covered her face and said, I had a relative who worked here. I begged her for a long time before she let me in. I told her that I was a fan of Gu Jingyu and that I wanted to see his room. She believed me and opened the door for me." Gu Jingze stared at her and shook his head. "You're lucky to be able to get in." Then, the two of them walked in. Gu Jingming was considerate. The room was exactly the same as before. The room was the same and the furnishings were the same. Gu Jingze said, "Then, you drugged me the moment you came in." Lin Che pointed at the bottle of water at the side. "I saw this water in here. I saw you drink it and thought that you would drink it again when you came back, so I drugged it." He did drink it when he came back. He was thirsty after talking so much during the meeting, so he drank half a bottle in one go. Then, he couldn't take it anymore. Everything he saw was hallucinatory. He felt that his body was bloated, as if it didn't belong to him anymore. He glared at her. "How much did you drug me?" Lin Che's face was red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. I thought it was a hallucinogen. I didn't know what kind of drug it was, so I just poured it all in. Really, I was afraid that I would wake up halfway. Wouldn't I be dead then? I was thinking that since you were asleep, would directly go over and take a picture, but who knew that after he drank it, he would lie there in pain. When she got up to check on him, he would pull her away. At that time, she was stunned, thinking that she had been discovered. She wanted to say something, but Gu Jingze, who had already lost his temper, pressed her down and started to bite her without saying anything. At that time, he also kissed her, but because he was unconscious, it was no longer a kiss, but a bite. Otherwise, how could he have left so many marks on her body? At that time, Lin Che really didn't feel like he was enjoying it at all. He was directly pressed down and then pressed down. She was in so much pain, but Gu Jingze was so strong that she couldn't push him away. Just like that, her first time was snatched away for no reason at all. It was really like being torn apart. Because he was so courageous. Under the effect of the drug, he still rammed into her without reason. She was scared to death at that time, okay? Now that she thought about it, she was really too unwise at that time. Gu Jingze looked at her with a smile. After that, while Lin Che was still thinking, Gu Jingze had already pressed her down. What are you doing?" Lin Che cried out, realizing that she was already pressed down on the bed. Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "What do you think I want to do?" Oh, no, no, you suddenly, did I press down on you like this at that time? Gu Jingze held her arms with both hands and pressed her down on the bed. Lin Che blushed and said, yes. And then you bit down on me. Gu Jingze's lips pressed down immediately. He kissed her lips passionately and sucked deeply. Is that so? Lin Che panted and said, oh. Slow down, do you think I can slow down? Oh, no, who asked you to provoke me first? Aw, you're so annoying. Gu Jingze unbuttoned her clothes one by one, following her body, leaving a string of traces. Lin Che closed his eyes. He was much gentler than Gu Jingze had been in the past. As they lingered, he sighed and bit her ear. Where did you get the medicine back then? Lin Che whimpered and said, anyway, it's a fucking black market. Gu Jingze looked at her and said, then shouldn't I find him? Why? To thank him for the medicine. Get lost, at the president's residence. After Gu Jingze and Lin Che left, Gu Jingyu started to speak freely. Is there anything wrong with what I said? I was the one who let him have it, Yu Minmin said. Yu Minmin said, but did Lin Che really make the first move? Not bad, not bad. Lin Che is quite brave. Liu Beichen said, isn't that fate? Gu Jingyan said, I didn't expect second brother to be schemed against. I'm curious what his expression was like at that time. Liu Beichen placed his hand on Gu Jingyan's side. Gu Jingyan glanced at him and said, hey, that's enough. Liu Beichen said, what's wrong? Is there a problem with me touching you? Gu Jingyan said, my hands are dirty. I don't like it. Liu Beichen got excited and said, damn, you're my wife. I can touch you if I want. Yu Minmin said, what's up with them now? Gu Jingming said, it's a routine quarrel. Yu Minmin frowned and said, why are they still quarreling? Gu Jingming looked at Liu Beichen and said, that kid has been dishonest all this time. I can't do anything about it. Ha! You're not being honest. Did Jing Yan catch you again? Is Liu Beichen cheating on her? No, it's just a small matter. I heard that he's sponsoring that woman and Jing Yan found out about it, so they're living apart now. Living apart. Won't it be a big deal? Liu Beichen is starting to loosen up, but Jing Yan isn't that easy to coax. Sigh, it's been so many years, who knows, who knew where they were going? Gu Jingyan walked out of the door. Liu Beichen chased after her. Gu Jingyan, what are you doing? Come back here. Although they were at the president's residence, all the servants outside knew Gu Jingyan's identity and naturally, no one dared to stop her. Gu Jingyan said, get lost. Stay away from me. No way. You're my wife. I'll be wherever you are. Gu Jingyan looked at him and said, we agreed on a divorce. Who's your wife? Liu Beichen said, you're my wife for as long as we haven't settled the divorce. Why? Are you denying it? Mwah, a new article has been published. It's here, hidden wife, hubby, don't play with me. Chapter 14-16. Gu Jingyan was furious when she saw Liu Beichen chasing after her again. Hey, don't you have any shame? Hee, what's wrong? Is it shameless to chase after your own wife? That's even more shameless. Liu Beichen grabbed Gu Jingyan and pressed her against the wall. Ah! Gu Jingyan struggled and hit him. At the side, the servants and security guards of Glass Palace heard the scream and looked over. Unexpectedly, they saw a couple entangled in a complicated situation. Liu Beichen turned around and looked at them coldly. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a couple quarrel before? When the servants heard this, they could only turn their heads away, not daring to look at him again. The couple was famous in their circle. It was best for outsiders not to get involved in their fight, or they would be seriously injured. Seeing that everyone was ignoring them, Gu Jingyan glared at Liu Beichen angrily. Let go of me if you have the guts. Hee, it's not like you don't know whether I have the guts or not. I don't see how you have the guts. Let's go inside. I'll show you my seed. That's all you have. That counts as seed. Gu Jingyan's meaningful gaze shifted to a certain unspeakable position below him. 2 pieces of meat. Liu Beichen's eyes darkened and he looked at her fiercely. Are you sure it's only 2 pieces of meat? How can 2 pieces of meat make you want to die? Since when did I want to die? Hee, you're denying it now that you've gotten off the bed. Get lost, Liu Beichen. You're so naive. I just cooperated with you and you're saying that I want to die. Liu Beichen felt that one day, he would die of anger because of this woman. Hee, you'd better not be so stubborn later. Liu Beichen reached out to grab her. Let go of me, Liu Beichen. Who allowed you to touch me? You've done it so many times. Do you still want to pretend to be a chaste woman in front of me? Liu Beichen ignored her screams and carried her on his shoulder. The passers-by watched but did not dare to come closer. Because Liu Beichen's indomitable expression was truly terrifying. Gu Jingyan's strength was not small. She had always liked to exercise. She had also practiced taekwondo and women's judo for many years. Ordinary men would not be her match, but in the end, she was no match for men. Liu Beichen, don't touch me. If you don't put me down, I won't go easy on you. What do you mean, not polite? The kind on the bed. You don't think it's dirty, but I do. You're thinking about other women, yet you still touch me. Are you even human? What does our physiological needs have to do with who we are thinking about? Liu Beichen threw him into the back seat. The driver thought that the 2 of them were leaving and hurried over. Liu Beichen turned around and warned, "Scram." The driver was startled and scrambled away. Then, Liu Beichen closed the door and got into the driver's seat. However, if Gu Jingyan was that honest, she wouldn't be Gu Jingyan. Liu Beichen, I'm not leaving. Let me out. I don't want to go with you. I'm disgusted to be in the same car with you. She crawled over to grab the car keys. Their car keys did not have a keyhole. As long as the key was on one side, it could be found and started. Hence, Liu Beichen's key was placed in the middle. Gu Jingyan saw it immediately and grabbed the key, throwing it out. I'm not leaving. Liu Beichen looked at the key that was thrown so far away that he could no longer see it. His eyes were filled with anger. He turned around and smirked. Oh, so Miss Gu likes exciting things. If you don't want to go out, then let's do it here. Then, Liu Beichen flipped over and jumped from the front to the back. Sure, go ahead and scream. Let everyone hear how lewd Miss Gu is in bed. Liu Beichen, you're a jerk. Jerk. How could she have been so blind to fall for such a jerk? However, in the beginning, he wasn't completely like this. The sunny, brilliant, domineering and suave man at that time was definitely not like him. But there was no turning back, was there? If they had not gotten married at that time, if she had allowed him and Fu Chenxi to be together, would things have turned out differently? Gu Jingyan closed her eyes deeply. At that time, Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen had met when she was a grade 1 student at First High School. At that key provincial high school, there were many straight-A students who attended the same school as the domineering students who had forced their way in. Most people did not know Gu Jingyan's identity at that time. Because she had gotten into the school with her own abilities, she had studied hard and attended classes like the straight-A students. She had never mingled with those hedonistic rich kids. Liu Beichen, on the other hand, was definitely a hedonistic rich kid. She remembered that it had been an unbearably hot day. The school had just started a month ago and it had suddenly become extremely restless. Do you know who will be transferred to the school today? Who will be transferred? Look at how excited you all are. Is it a celebrity? Of course not. He's much better than a celebrity. Who is it? He's even more powerful than a celebrity. I'm dying of curiosity. Tell me quickly. Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen. Who's that? Ha, you must be kidding. Don't you know Liu Beichen? He's the eldest son of the Liu family. The biggest shopping malls in City B belong to his family. Oh, isn't that another young master? Hee, isn't there a lot of young masters like this in our school? Because they admired the school's results and prestige, many rich kids went to school here. In almost every class, there will be. You compare him to those hedonistic rich kids. All of them combined are not as rich as the Liu family. Not to mention, Liu Beichen heard that he was the overlord of his family. Anyone who offended him would die a horrible death. Even his parents would not recognize him. Not to mention, he had actually gone to a high school abroad. But his father was sick and wanted him to come back to settle the family business. That's why he was transferred here. Otherwise, his results would definitely be top-notch. He wouldn't be any worse than the straight-A students in our school. Really? Who did you hear that from? My auntie's relative works as a servant in the Lius. My auntie specially told me that he's coming to our school. Just thinking about it makes me excited. No wonder all the teachers and principals were so diligent today, cleaning up the school so well. They must be here to welcome him. No way. That's amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw that the principal had already gone out to welcome him. Chapter 14-17. On the other side. When they were talking, they didn't notice the two girls together. Gu Jingyan listened and shook her head speechlessly. Fu Chenxi looked up and asked, "Who are they talking about? He sounds so powerful." Gu Jingyan said, "The one from the Liu family. I think I've heard of him before. He was overbearing, impatient, and liked to fight. Many people in the circle had been beaten up by him. It sounded barbaric. Her mother had once told her to stay away from him if she ever met him in the future." Luckily, Gu Jingyan didn't have much contact with the disciples outside. Because she was a maverick since she was young, few people knew that she was the only daughter of the Gu family, the fourth daughter of the Gu family. She said, "Who cares, as long as he doesn't come to our class to cause trouble." Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan and felt that she was always calm. Although she was curious, she couldn't act too worldly, so she could only look outside. She suppressed her thoughts and continued to read her book like Gu Jingyan. However, her mind was already looking outside. Outside, many people really did follow him out. At the school gate, a flashy blue sports car drove into the school like a blue flame. The school leaders who had gone out to welcome them hurriedly followed them in. However, the owner of the car didn't care about them. After it stopped, he didn't get out of the car. Until the cars behind him drove in together. A row of luxury cars, each more dazzling than the last. The school gate immediately turned into a car show. The girls and boys inside, whether they knew or didn't, were instantly attracted by the scene outside. Wow, who is that? Luxury cars. Look, it's a Ferrari in front, a Bentley at the back, and a Porsche at the back. Wow, who is that? He drove his car directly into the school. Fu Chenxi couldn't help but look over again. But Gu Jingyan was still leaning there calmly. TSK, what a show-off. She commented lightly, thinking that it had nothing to do with her and that she didn't need to care. Unexpectedly, half an hour later, the excited teacher walked into the classroom and announced to the students in a loud voice. Attention, everyone. Today, we are going to welcome our new classmates. The students who were studying raised their heads one after another. He saw that the man was wearing a denim jacket, with a school bag on one shoulder, slightly messy but very stylish hair, a handsome face, handsome thin lips, a stiff nose, and a pair of sharp eyes. Even that extremely wanton lips were curled up, and an unruly aura was instantly reflected in his evil eyes. What a handsome man! In the class, the girls suddenly widened their eyes, and the boys also suddenly became interested. Some were jealous, some admired, and some sighed. This student is Liu Beichin. He just transferred here, so we'll be classmates from now on. Liu Beichin's gaze swept across the entire classroom with a hint of indifference. Wherever he went, the girls' faces would turn red. Then, where should student Liu sit now? The teacher looked at the little tyrant of the capital with a fawning expression before sweeping a glance at the students below. Generally speaking, those young masters who weren't good at studying would be left at the back to fend for themselves. However, who would dare to throw the Liu family's young master to the back? The teacher directly looked at the seat at the front. Student Liu, you can sit at the seat on the side, next to Gu Jingyan. Wow, the students present all gasped in admiration. No way, sitting next to the top student in the class. That was the best seat in the class. It was not too much to give it to Gu Jingyan, who was the top student in the whole school. Now, the teacher directly gave the seat next to her to this transfer student. Really, the privileged class. Liu Beichin glanced over and did not think much of it. It didn't matter to him which seat it was. Okay. He threw his school bag over his shoulder and walked over. After she sat down, she didn't even look at the people beside her. She threw her bag into the study table and crossed her legs. She looked forward, but she didn't know that Fu Chenxi, who was sitting behind Gu Jingyan, was looking straight ahead. So handsome, she had never seen such a handsome boy in her life. Liu Beichin was already used to this kind of situation. He turned around and looked at Fu Chenxi. Fu Chenxi was stunned. When the handsome guy looked at her, she was so scared that she quickly lowered her head and blushed. Liu Beichin smiled as he looked at the blushing girl. He turned his head and looked to the side with an indifferent gaze. He saw that the side profile of the girl with delicate skin was a little arrogant and a little indifferent. She was looking forward, as if she was not looking at him at all. This was a very beautiful girl. It was not enough to say that she was beautiful. She had a pair of sharp eyes that were covered by thick eyelashes. She had fair and flawless cheeks, a little bit of lips, and a slender face with a perfect oval face. Her ears were small, and her hair was combed into a simple bun. Her yellowish hair was scattered to one side, but it didn't seem messy. Below her was a beautiful neck. She wore a simple school uniform, but it couldn't hide the arrogance and nobility that filled her body. Liu Beichin raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, I'm Liu Beichin. We'll be desk mates from now on." Gu Jingyan turned around and nodded. Oh, Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan. The name was familiar. Liu Beichin paused and suddenly remembered. Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingze, Gu Jingyu, Gu Jingming. Liu Beichin immediately remembered. When they were young, they had met. She was the youngest child of the Gu family. She was the only girl in the family, so she was doted on. She had been a proud little princess since she was young and the whole family doted on her. When he had first met her when they were young, she had been standing there with a doll in her arms. She had cried when she saw him, saying that she did not want him, that she did not want him to come to her house. This had really traumatized him. Was he really that scary? The Gu family and the Lu family had been friends for many years. Even if others did not know, how could Lu Beichen not know? But was it her? Was this the little girl who had cried her eyes out and pushed him away? Gu Jingyan blinked and said, "What?" Lu Beichen said, "We've met before, right?" Gu Jingyan had completely forgotten about the scandals that had happened when she was young. Lu Beichen raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, you used to wipe your snot all over me when you were young. Now you want to go back on your word. Hey, why are you in this school? Did the Gu family allow you to come to school?" Gu Jingyan's heart jumped. No way, he knew her. She hurriedly covered his mouth. She had never told anyone that she was the fourth mistress of the Gu family. Was he going to expose her when he had just arrived? The people next to her exploded because of this action of hers. This Gu Jingyan. Why was she hugging Lu Beichen the moment they met? Chapter 14-18. Lu Beichen, who had his mouth covered, was also stunned. He was not as surprised as the people around him. After all, she was the fourth daughter of the Gu family. She had been like this since she was young. It was normal for her to be like this now. Everyone looked at Gu Jingyan and broke into a cold sweat. No way. Although he was a little good-looking, Gu Jingyan couldn't be so direct. Moreover, Lu Beichen was said to be a very powerful person. Those who had offended him in the past had been punished many times. If she were to hug him like this, Lu Beichen would definitely be displeased. Would Lu Beichen punish her in a fit of anger? They had heard that he was a very fierce person. Oh dear, Gu Jingyan was going to be in trouble. Everyone was still watching from the side. Unexpectedly, when Lu Beichen finally broke free from her hand, he burst into laughter. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you covering your mouth? Gu Jingyan's face was red with anger. She pouted and looked at him. Don't say it. Do you hear me? Lu Beichen was not stupid. When he heard her words, he immediately understood. Oh. I didn't know you liked to play this game. Gu Jingyan said, not everyone likes to be high profile like you. Ha, you are still as proud as when you were young, Lu Beichen said, looking at the expression on her face. Gu Jingyan tilted her head and looked at him. You are the same. You are still as arrogant as when you were young. Ha, how am I arrogant? How am I arrogant? I don't care. You are not allowed to say anything here, do you hear me? Yes, Elder Mississippi, Lu Beichen smiled. Everyone was watching from the side, so they couldn't hear their low voices. However, they could see Lu Beichen smiling at Gu Jingyan. He didn't look angry at all. Why was Lu Beichen so gentle to Gu Jingyan? He couldn't have fallen for her the moment he arrived, could he? However, everyone fully acknowledged Gu Jingyan's beauty. She had already become famous when she arrived at school, and there were many people chasing after her. Unfortunately, she had always been arrogant and ignored everyone. When they heard that she had entered number 1 middle school with the highest score in the exam, and that she had directly climbed to the top of the rankings, everyone really thought that Gu Jingyan was prepared to be a beautiful bookworm and be unreasonable. However, there were still many people who came to visit her in class. Therefore, it was understandable that Lu Beichen was interested in her because he had just arrived and did not know much about her. He could only sigh. This was indeed a world that only cared about appearances. The teacher also saw the two of them chatting. For a moment, the attention of the whole class was attracted by them. No one was listening to her anymore. However, one of them was the top student in the school while the other was the young master of the Lu family. She did not know how to stop them. For a moment, he could only stand there and watch. After class. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something good, Liu Beichen said to Gu Jingyan. What do you want to eat? There's nothing in school. Let's go out. Go out. Don't go to class. What class? Let's go, I'll take you out. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. As the host, shouldn't you treat me to a meal first? Hurry up. Liu Beichen pulled Gu Jingyan up and was about to leave. Fu Chenxi, who was behind them, was puzzled. She could not hear what the two of them were saying, and she was even more surprised. Why did they seem to know each other so well? When she heard Liu Beichen's words, she quickly asked, Jingyan, where are you going? Gu Jingyan suddenly remembered that Fu Chenxi was with them. Before Liu Beichen pulled her away, she quickly pulled Fu Chenxi up. Let's go together. We're not going to class. Gu Jingyan's grades were excellent, but Fu Chenxi's grades were terrible. She was lucky to be able to enter this school. When they arrived, she realized that she was only in the same class as Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan was well off, so she would bring her along whenever she was free. She brought her to study, brought her to eat, and never let Fu Chenxi pay. Later on, Fu Chenxi found out that she was from the Gu family, a shockingly wealthy family. She was the only one in the class who knew about this. She pulled Fu Chenxi all the way to the entrance. Hey, what are you doing? You can't go out. The security guard at the entrance wanted to stop them, but when he saw that it was Liu Beichen, he swallowed his words. Oh, young Master Liu, I'm sorry. I didn't see who you were. Please, please. Liu Beichen waved his hand. Thank you. Then he went to his red Ferrari, opened the door and got in. Come on, get in. Gu Jingyan shook her head, followed him to the back, and asked Fu Chenxi to get in. It was the first time that Fu Chenxi had sat in such a good car. She watched as the car window was opened and the hood of the sports car was retracted. The red Ferrari became a convertible sports car. The wind was howling. Liu Beichen stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out like the wind. Fu Chenxi was so shocked that she held on to the car door. However, a good car was indeed a good car. The car was driving so fast, but it was still so stable. There was no feeling of shaking at all. Fu Chenxi was so shocked that she didn't dare to say anything. She saw that Gu Jingyan was very calm, and she just frowned at Liu Beichen. Can you drive slower? Do you think you're driving a plane? Liu Beichen looked at the rearview mirror and laughed. Why, are you afraid? Yeah, even if you want to die, we don't want to accompany you. Don't worry, my driving skills are amazing. Even if I want to die, no one would dare to take me. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Whatever. Didn't you want me to treat you? It depends on what you like to eat. That's what you said. Gu Jingyan really shouldn't have said that. Then, they saw the car stop in front of a bar. Hey, it can't be. The succubus bar was full of people even in the day. It was the best bar in the whole of City B. It was open 24 hours, and people could come and get drunk at any time. Hey, we're not adults yet. Are you crazy? Gu Jingyan shouted. Liu Beichen said, didn't you say that I can eat whatever I like? Fu Chenxi was pulled by Gu Jingyan, and she hid behind her. Jingyan, are we really going in? However, Liu Beichen had already walked in. The two girls had no choice but to follow him in. A booth, the best one, Liu Beichen said as he threw the Ferrari keys to the doorman. Oh, okay, we'll be there right away. Seeing that it was a Ferrari, the doorman immediately went to get the car. Chapter 14:19. On the other side. The three of them found a table and sat down. Liu Beichen ordered some simple dishes and the music was deafening. Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichen and said, "Hey, you haven't told me yet. Why did you come to our school?" Liu Beichen leaned against the chair and said, "I didn't want to. My old man insisted that I have to attend classes and study at the company at the same time, so I had no choice but to stay. I had originally planned to go to a school in America but now it's ruined." Gu Jingyan said, "You're just sad that you can't pick up foreign girls." Humph. Liu Beichen smiled and said, "Heh, you're right." Fu Chenxi couldn't say anything and just watched from the side. Gu Jingyan said, "Oh yeah, let me introduce you. This is Liu Beichen. Anyway, we'll be classmates in the future. You'll know once you get to know him." Fu Chenxi looked at the two of them carefully and said, "You've known each other for a long time." Liu Beichen said, "Of course. I've even seen her in open crotch pants." Gu Jingyan's face turned red. She picked up a pillow and threw it at his face. "Hey, don't talk nonsense. When I was wearing open crotch pants, did you already sew your pants?" "Humph, we seem to be the same age." Liu Beichen was hit but he couldn't stop laughing. "Seriously, it's just a joke. But have I really seen it before?" "Go to hell. How would I remember?" Fu Chenxi looked at the two of them enviously. She felt that they were really close. Liu Beichen laughed and looked at Gu Jingyan. He really couldn't imagine what she looked like in open crotch pants. Gu Jingyan said, "Humph, I didn't expect that after so many years, you've become more and more indecent." Yes. You're indecent. Aw, you really can't drink too much. I'm going to pee." He jumped and flipped off the chair. His movements were skillful and extraordinarily dashing. Fu Chenxi was shocked when she saw that. After he jumped off the chair, he landed safely on the ground and even snapped his fingers coolly. Then, he sloppily walked to the washroom. Fu Chenxi patted her chest and said, "Are you very close, Jingyan?" Gu Jingyan shook her head. "I'm not familiar with him. Our families have been friends for generations, but we haven't seen each other for a long time. When he was young, he attended classes at home, while I attended classes outside. That's why we haven't seen each other." Fu Chenxi said, "Oh, seeing how you guys talked so casually, I thought you guys were very close. I'm sure he's heard his name often, but he's a very friendly person." In fact, it was also because people like them were still a minority, and they more or less appreciated each other. After all, if outsiders were to see their daily lives, they would definitely either be amazed, envious, or careful with their words, or full of flattery. As time passed, no one could tell whose words were true and which were false. On the contrary, there was no need for them to lie to each other, and there was no need for them to be afraid of each other. Instead, they spoke very sincerely, and the feeling of being together was naturally much more comfortable. At this moment, while the two of them were talking, they didn't know that someone had already noticed the two little girls in school uniforms. A man suddenly sat down beside Gu Jingyan. "Io, little girl, skipping school." Fu Chenxi was startled. Gu Jingyan looked over disdainfully and saw a hooligan covered in tattoos sitting at the side with a greedy look on his face. "Why aren't you studying properly? Which school are you from? Look at this uniform, I remember that it's from a famous school. Quick, call me Big Brother, or I'll go and tell your school teacher." As he spoke, he was already getting closer and closer. Gu Jingyan narrowed her eyes and looked at him, "Hey, stay away from me." She moved back a little. However, the hooligan moved back in an instant. Gu Jingyan became impatient. "I'm warning you again." I'm so scared." Fu Chenxi was already frightened, and quickly said, "Jingyan, let's go first." When the hooligan heard this, he looked at Gu Jingyan. "Jingyan? That name sounds pretty good." He moved his face closer to hers. When Liu Beiqin came out, he saw this scene. The hooligan's face shamelessly moved closer to Gu Jingyan's side, his face full of evil intentions. The next moment, a hand had already grabbed the hooligan's collar. The hooligan was still dreaming of picking up girls when he was pulled up. Sigh. He raised his head and saw that Liu Beiqin, this fair-skinned young man, was actually looking at him with a sharp expression. It was not just a little overbearing. He immediately turned hostile. "Hey, you dare to touch my collar." A hand struck out, but Liu Beiqin cleverly dodged it. He looked at the hooligan who had missed. "There's nothing that I don't dare to touch." The hooligan was startled, looking at this unbridled young man. "Little guy, your hair hasn't even grown out yet, and you're trying to act like a hero here. Be careful that I don't beat you up until you look for your teeth all over the floor." I think you should look for your teeth first." As soon as Liu Beiqin's voice fell, a fist had already been thrown out. In an instant, it hit the hooligan's front teeth. The hooligan cried out, "Ouch!" He covered his face and fell to the ground. In an instant, the bar's security guard and the person that the hooligan knew walked over together. "Ouch, it hurts so much. You actually dare to hit me. Fuck, don't you know who I am?" Liu Beiqin harumphed, "You. I don't care who you are. Hey! What are you all standing there for? Get him." A few people rushed over. Gu Jingyan saw that the situation was not good and quickly stood up. "Hey, what are you guys doing? Do you want to fight? Who's the manager here? If you fight, we'll call the police." The hooligan looked at Gu Jingyan and harumphed, "Why, do you want your boyfriend to not get beaten up?" "Boyfriend?" Gu Jingyan was stunned and looked at Liu Beiqin again. She was being teased by a man and he came out to hit her. It was indeed easy to misunderstand. But this was not the time to explain. Gu Jingyan harumphed, "What? I'll really call the police." The hooligan said, "It's easy to not get beaten up. Come over and kiss me, then I'll let him go." Gu Jingyan frowned. Liu Beiqin was even more furious. Can't you see where your face is? Kiss you? Wait for my fist to come and give you a good kiss." With that, Liu Beiqin was about to rush over. Gu Jingyan quickly blocked him. There were too many people. He would be at a disadvantage if he went over. But the hooligan had already rushed over. Looking at Gu Jingyan, he did not give up and wanted to grab her first. Liu Beiqin's face darkened. Just as he was about to rush over, Gu Jingyan grabbed the hooligan's wrist and flipped him over. The hooligan did not know what was going on. He was already knocked to the ground by a seemingly weak girl. Liu Beiqin was even more stunned. He blinked and looked at Gu Jingyan. Wow, I couldn't tell. Gu Jingyan did not have time to say anything else because the others had already rushed over when they saw that she had knocked the hooligan down. Gu Jingyan reached out and grabbed Liu Beiqin's arm and ran away. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. You're going to get beaten up." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.